Finals day is upon us. The ultimate prize of the Berlin Major draws nearer. But picture the scene. You're in an elevator with a man you think you've beaten. He won't make eye contact. But wait, he gets out of the top floor while you plummet back down to the ground. Suddenly, the elevator fills with liquid. It's an elaborate setup for the fact that 9PANDAS are playing liquid. What do you think of that, Stormer?
Gonna be a final day of the major. The time passed so fast.
It did.
Oh, I'm
no, you got it.
No, that's how it feels. No, looking forward to this last day. Gonna be some freaking games.
I hope so. I really do. I mean, finals day always seems special, Peter. You've been here. How does it feel for the players? Nervous on the day, or are they just? It's been so much of the tournament now that they're like, let's just get on with it, lads.
Yeah, it's been a decently long tournament. It has kind of felt like it's gone fast, but we've been here for what 10 days plus
been a while.
Days, so yeah. I'm sure the players are almost running on fumes at this point, but anything they got left, it's the time to give it.
Sheep, have you enjoyed yourself?
I have. I've had a really good time so far. The arena's been amazing, the crowd lovely, and we've had some really good games.
Yeah, I agree. This is about a journey, really, of these three teams from Group A, all from Group A. They were first, second, and third in their group. They actually went 1-1 every time they played each other. How are we going to separate these teams? We're going to have to break these ties somehow. What's it going to take, Stormer?
I love that research, actually. I didn't know they're all from Group A. I wasn't that good.
It's true.
That's actually wow.
Somebody told me that. I didn't do that research myself. I want to give credit to Lewis.
Oh, they're from Group A in the top 3 teams.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Yeah. No, this is gonna look like a really close series. Like I've talked to everybody what what the expectations are, who could win. There's some small tendencies, but really, I think it's hard to tell. Of course, Gaming looking really, really strong. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, like last major. I don't know what's up with these guys. I wish they were not in my region.
That's a very fair thing to win.
What can you do? What can you do? No. Shout out to Tofu.
Well, try and nick some of their players, mate. I think that's what you can do. Do some poaching.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
The top teams take your players. That's how it goes.
Well, I mean, honestly, these guys all look really good. Sometimes they've had a couple of wobbles, but these three teams definitely deserve to be the final 3 teams. Sheep, don't you think?
I do. I think Liquid, especially, coming into the series now, they looked so bad at the beginning of this tournament. It was insane. They were totally confidence knocked, making silly mistakes, taking really bad fights, blah, blah, blah. And then everything clicked. I don't know whether they just had really good team talks, whether their preparation just suddenly made sense to them, but they have come stronger, stronger, stronger. And then watching them yesterday, they're just back to normal. They're looking back to dominating DPC Liquid form earlier this year, looking to win Lima. They're just amazing.
They are. But I mean, here's the journeys of these teams. Gaming Gladiators and 9PANDAS, of course, upper bracket. Gaming Gladiators all the way. 9PANDAS only got knocked down yesterday. But Liquid, as you said, they did have some wobbles at the start. Group stage was kind of rough. It was pretty close. They just needed a couple of clutch series. Lost to OG, but then they fought their way through. And if we look at their run, they actually only lost 1 game out of the last. I think they 8 wins straight or something.
Yeah.
They definitely get the most improved award at this event. and I feel like all 3 teams kind of have a different narrative going for them. Gaming Gladiators is your, undisputed champion.
Right.
They're the Goliath waiting in the finals, the final boss. Team Liquid, coming from the very first round of the lower bracket, has made it all the way through. And I think most of us are thinking, man, are these guys just going to win the whole thing?
Right.
And whereas 9PANDAS, they kind of had a bit of a slip up yesterday against Gaming Glads. They didn't look like maybe they were on the same level as those guys, but they're not out of the tournament yet. They've got one more chance to turn it around.
I mean, a lot of people have been talking about them as this sort of dark horse, along with a bunch of other teams. Every team seems to be a dark horse if they're not GG. But
9PANDAS, you mean?
Yeah.
Because you just said they had a slip-up. I mean, that's true they had a slip-up, but they also looked insanely good first game, right? Against Gaming, they were looking insanely strong. Gaming, you would imagine this game, they're going to have these top 3 net worth heroes as the laning stage. They look really strong. All of a sudden, game 1 yesterday was completely different. And 9PANDAS was running on Gaming constantly. And I think that first game should have gone 9PANDAS' way, but in the end, they did a crucial mistake in one big fight, and Gaming was managed to claw their way back. But I think Gaming was really sweating that game.
Yeah,
honestly.
oh, for real.
And if that, Dota has a lot of momentum, also keeping your heads clear and everything, and keeping your momentum going. And I think if that first game, if 9PANDAS was able to close it up cleanly, they might be the team waiting in the grand finals right now. We might have Gaming against Liquid in the lower bracket.
I was actually looking at the graph for that game on Dota Buff, and it's a huge swing just before the game ends. And that seems to be quite a common theme in Dota traditionally, but in this patch, a comeback like that seems really rare.
Yeah, like that might have been the biggest comeback of the tournament.
I think so.
That right there.
Well, that's
But
when you
it's
want to
really
have
cool.
it, right? You want to have it at that point, just when if you win this game, it sets us up for the final.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to get back into the final? I talked to CY after this, and he was like, well, I think that was a S-tier comeback. I think he was right, yeah.
Well, let's have a chat with Tsunami. We saw him a minute ago, but who knows what he's been up to in the meantime. Tsunami, art thou out there, and can you hear me?
It's a little too Shakespearean for me, Ted, but thou art here indeed. And I'm amongst the crowd, and I know many of these people are veterans of the scene. But is there any brave soul who this is their first ever Dota LAN that I could speak to? We've got some woos off in the distance. I've got one Liquid fan here. I will target you. You are an isolated person. My friend, this is your first ever Dota LAN?
Yes,
How long have you been watching Dota esports?
since 2012.
You've been watching for a decade, and this is your first opportunity. What was the occasion that brought you to Berlin?
Sorry?
What brought you here to Berlin? Why was this the time?
Oh yeah, I recently moved to Netherlands so I could watch Dota tournaments.
What a journey it's been. How has it been living up to be able to be in an arena with everyone who's all interested in the exact same thing?
Yeah, I've been waiting for this for a decade, so it's amazing.
It's living up to the hype?
It is, it is.
Are you ready for a grand finals? I'm assuming that you have a favorite. Is this the one that you were hoping for?
Yep.
How long have you been watching Liquid?
Since it was Fluff and Stuff, Ike's Mic, Bulba. So, I mean,
This guy is an original fan, and you've stuck through thick and thin, and now you're ready. So, as we can commemorate this, my friends, what's your name?
Harsh.
Could we give Harsh a warm welcome to his first grand final day? I'll let you get to the Dota now, my friend. Pyrian, back to you.
Thank you, Neil. I remember that old Liquid team as well, back at TI3. Fluff and Stuff is a name I hadn't heard in a while, but I remember a very clutch CM ult outside a Roche pit. A great moment, anyway, for old school Dota fans. I'm going to run a little video now, and I want you to watch it very closely. You'll need to pay attention. This is DHL Pro Tips. Don't look away.
In Dota 2, there are a lot of status effects, so it is easy to get confused. For example, why does Overgrowth, a root, interrupt Black Hole, but Rod of Atos, also a root, does not interrupt Black Hole? Well, to figure it out, let's do a lightning-fast rundown of every single status effect in the game and their exceptions. Disarmed, you can't attack for a duration. Exceptions, some instant attacks, such as Burning Barrage, can still do damage while you are disarmed. Slowed, your movement speed is reduced. Exceptions, your movement speed continues stacking past the 550 move speed cap, so if your move speed is high enough, then slows don't affect you technically. Stunned, you can't move, attack, cast spells, or use items. Exceptions, Abaddon ult is usable during stuns. You can press BKB during the very first frame of any stun. Rooted, you can't move or press mobility spells or items. Exceptions, some roots such as Gleipnir grant True Sight. Others, such as CM's Frostbite, also disarm. The most powerful roots like Treant's Overgrowth do all of the above and also interrupt channels like Black Hole. Leashed, exactly the same as a root except the unit cannot move outside a specific range. Exceptions, leashes share the same exceptions as roots but do not interrupt channels other than TP Scroll. Silenced, you cannot use spells but you can use items. Exceptions, some spells like Borrowed Time automatically activate through silences. Hexed, the same as a stun except instead of being unable to move you are transformed into some sort of slow moving farm animal. Muted, you can't use items. Exceptions, passive items such as Lincoln Sphere will still work. Broken, ability passives are disabled. Exceptions, some passives like Fury Swipes can be broken, while others like Grow cannot be broken. Feared, you're stunned, but instead of being movement disabled, you are forced towards a certain location. Exceptions, some fears move you towards the fountain and others don't. Taunted, you are forced to attack a specific unit for the duration. Exceptions, some taunts like Duel also silence. Most taunts pierce BKB, but others like Winter's Curse do so only on the primary target.
Well, after watching that DHL Pro Tip from our beloved Jenkins, you should know which routes interrupt channeled spells. Go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and answer the question to win a €200 Steam voucher, or for a chance to win anyway. So, let's have a look at the schedule for today. We'll see what games we've got coming up. We've got, of course, our semi-final, which is 9PANDAS against Liquid, and then the winner of that will play Gaming Gladiators in the grand final this afternoon. I can't wait. A grand final always feels to me like a sort of celebration of all the hard work that everyone's put in. I think not just the players, of course, but everybody involved in the tournament. And this feels like a great occasion. Two great teams. I mean, one we know, the other two are also great teams. This would be a great final either way.
Agreed. And, as much as this is about these players and these teams, these championship Sundays, these grand finals, these majors, TI, it's really about the community and everybody here that is like watching online or came here today to the stadium to watch. This all doesn't really happen or go around without everybody that's a fan of enjoying good Dota. So big shout out to everyone watching.
Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause. Why not? Stormer, how do you feel on finals day?
I mean, just looking forward to like. First of all, I'm grateful to be here, even though I didn't qualify to the event, but paddling has been a lot of fun, so I'm just looking forward to cover this next series up. And I think we're going to have some pretty hype matches. I think the stadium is going to be filled. There's a lot of hype fans out there, so ich glaube, es wird geil. Let's go.
What? Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do a little experiment here. Let's find out who here is cheering for, let's say, Gaming Gladiators. Who here is cheering for 9PANDAS? Who here is cheering for Team Liquid?
Wow.
So I think the crowd is pretty non-biased.
Pretty non-biased crowd.
Pretty good crowd.
Are any of you biased on this panel?
I wouldn't say I'm biased, no. Let's go to a break while I consider that question. We'll be back very soon. Don't go away. Grand finals and semi-finals coming up.
Fresh with Mentos Gum. ماشية وساعتي مش مظبوطة في الرايحة ما كنتش عارفة لكن ماشية وأنا مبسوطة ماشية بخطوة ما هيش خايفة.
Put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lead on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need a hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back.
So stick around. Yes, I
Yeah, welcome back. Team Liquid looking very smooth in this lower bracket run of theirs, but 9PANDAS have been upper bracket up until they bumped into GG in a very close series. So this is going to be a tough one for Liquid, maybe the toughest opponent they've had to face so far in this run of theirs. Will 9PANDAS ensure their survival in the tournament and make it to the final, or will Team Liquid continue this imperious march through the lower bracket? Let's have a look at 9PANDAS first of all. We were talking earlier about how they lost out to GG in game one, but that it was close. My question is, and you may have been in this situation before, where you've had a game you're up in, you lost it. Does it tilt you, or do you think, we almost had him, guys, we'll get him next time?
I think it goes both ways. I think it really depends on the team's mentality, also what the coach does after. They also, just to point out again, they're the only team with a stand-in in this last series. They got Roger standing instead of Solo, their captain. So they're, in general, like, I mean, they're in the freaking lower bracket finals with the stand-in, you know?
Yeah.
I think they're way higher than their expectations. The Lima Major, they didn't get this far. So I think they're just, I don't know. They, of course, they were a bit tilted. They think they should have been in the grand finals, maybe, or they should at least have won that game one. Never know. But I think it was also a huge confidence boost in some way. Like, Gaming Gladiators is like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 all the way, and they almost took, like, they really crushed them in that first game. So I think it has more positive impact for sure than they should not be tilted at all. I don't think so.
Peter, you were going to say something?
Yeah, no, it was really well said. I think this team, because they had to stand in, they didn't really have any expectations for themselves, and I think that helped them relax and just kind of gel as like a new team. Hey, let's just do our best, see how far it gets, and it worked out really well. That game against Gaming Glad yesterday, they probably proved to themselves that, like, hey, we are good. We can do this. And if they just, you know, don't make a couple of those mistakes, maybe they take game one and maybe, you know, games 2 and 3 go their way potentially.
Sheep, one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because we were talking about it backstage a little bit, was we need to talk about Bounty Pos 3, I think. It was something that kind of didn't work. Did they do it, Pos 3, in both games? Because they did it in the first one. Did they do it in the second as well? What was the deal there? What didn't work?
I think they had a very concrete idea in mind of, like, we want to use this hero to run at them and just kill them over and over again, which worked very effectively in game one, not so much in game two. I think the problem is that hero, he was buying a lot of auras, he fell behind. I think he's pretty under-leveled for what a core should be, and his damage numbers were, like, kind of low. I think at a certain point he literally just fell off, and they weren't able to close out the game in the time that they were strong. And the hero just kind of became a non-factor, which meant that Gaimin were able to overwhelm them with, like, their own BKB timings.
But we have seen this bounty be very effective in this tournament, but mainly as a 4. So when you suddenly shift it to a 3, does that almost remove some of its power of just constantly being able to be in their face?
I mean, I don't think so. I think that first game, honestly, like, first game and second game are very different to me there. Like, yeah, they maybe forced in the second game a bit too much, but in the first game, they picked the Sky Mage with the +4, like, because on towers, he has, like, a pretty niche, like, I think pretty small hero pool fuser is insanely comfortable on. He plays an insane Skywave Mage, he plays a super good techies, like, he has, like, some outstanding +4 heroes. And I think he was just like, pick me this hero here, I'm gonna have a lot of impact, and they put the bounty +3. And I think in the game, in the first game, it worked out insanely well. Like, once again, I think they were crushing it until that one decisive team fight.
Right.
Misplayed it.
Misplayed it.
And in the second game, I guess you can argue maybe they overforced it a little bit too much, but I mean, they probably just wanted to stay in their comfort zone. They were saying, hey, this worked out really well in game one, let's just try it again. So I would not count the bounty out, and I do not think that the series yesterday, they might revalue it a little bit, but I don't think they're like.
They're not going to chuck it out. They're going to give it a reevaluation. Well, let's have a chat about Team Liquid as well, because of course they're the other team in this matchup. They have already qualified to TI through DPC points. We know that. Insani has talked about it a little bit, but we actually got him to talk about that in a little bit more detail. Here we go. Let's have a look at this.
If I'm being honest, I don't really think about being the favorite or not being the favorite. I don't even usually think too much about who I'm playing. I feel like you just walk in, you play against your opponent, you try to play your game the best you can, and trust that whatever ideas you're bringing to the table, they're good, they're solid, and they're gonna pull through for you. So I feel like these things they exist outside of it all, and it doesn't really benefit you at all to think about it. It's like when you go look at the groups and you're like, oh, this team needs to win. It's like it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, all I need to do is go sit down and try to win a game of Dota 2. So usually that's the only things that I try to focus on.
The crowd absolutely loves Team Liquid. We want to convince them about what kind of game is going to be happening way early in the morning. So any words out there to everybody here who is here tonight to convince them to come and see you guys kick some ass tomorrow?
We're all called for TI, so we're trying to play for your entertainment. Hopefully, we'll have some action-packed games tomorrow.
I've thought for a second standing on the stage. I think that might have confused a few other people. I think that's interesting because he was like, no, we're just focusing on the game ahead. A little bit contradictory, but I do kind of get where he's coming from, that before every game he's not going and analyzing it. But it must be nice to have that weight off your shoulders. We've made it, lads. We've made it. Now we can go and enjoy ourselves and relax. Peter, do you think that's a good mentality to be in at this point in the season, where you can kind of ease off, or would you rather that you were panicking?
I don't even know if I believe him, to be honest. Like, I'm a little skeptical. These guys have finished second place twice to Gaming Glad. First at the Lima Major, second at Dream League, which were kind of the two big tournaments so far this year. I feel like they would want that trophy, right? They want to win, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, the rivalry. So in general, what he said, I think, is a very nice feeling. What he said, that like it's one of the best feelings as a player, as a team, to just do your own thing, not care about who you play against, and just play your strategy. That shows that you're confident in what you're doing, and you don't care what the enemy team is doing. You do your preparations in a small way, but that's about it. But I agree, Peter. Probably, like, I mean, they played 2 grand finals against Gaming. The first one, Lima Major, you can halfway count because they didn't have Boxy. They had a stand-in. Their jab standing in, and Boxy is a crucial part to their team. But the last time, of course, like in the Dream League, they went 3-2. It was insanely close. They could have won that thing. They're definitely, like, they will not give up easily. But anyway, we're talking about a series. They first have to get to the upper bracket, right?
Indeed. Sheep, let's talk about the early patch for Liquid, because we've basically seen them since the patch dropped. There were definitely some wobbles in their performance early on. At what point do you think they sort of started to settle down, or did you notice, like, okay, I think they're getting the hang of this?
Oh, when they won, like when you start winning every game. Probably
winning every game.
Yeah, they start winning every game. It feels like they know exactly what they want to do in their drafts. Like, you can see like clear patterns. They prioritize this like Beastmaster or Alchemist, and then they build a draft around it. Insania's playing these safe supports every single game, like the Oracle, the Lich, the Silencer, just stuff that will cover Mickey and allow him to have a really good game. Nisha is getting pretty much one of the spirits mid every single game and just making stuff happen on the map. These guys have a very clear game plan. It's clear that they've figured out what they want to do, and it's working for them.
So obviously Nisha is going to be up against Kiyotaka in this mid matchup. This kid, Kiyotaka, as people have referred to him, as this young lad, he's come out. Basically, this tournament has sort of been his sort of announcement, I suppose. Maybe he wasn't a secret to some people, but to a lot of people, his Tinker was like blowing people away. Is this an exciting matchup for him to be up against Nisha? Do you think that's a core matchup for this series?
I'm a little worried that Nisha might run away with it. I think they cannot let him play Ember Spirit. I feel like he is just on another level on this hero right now, and he makes these little tiny plays that you think maybe they don't have major impact, but they do. And they're the difference makers in this like early to mid game pressure that Liquid was able to get going.
Yeah, I mean, the Ember Spirit is looking really strong right now. They definitely have some sort of idea how they want to draft around it, and they think like they have some certain understanding of the hero, how it has like big impact. Like yesterday, we even saw them pick it on 8 on the first stage last pick. So they picked it really, really early, and usually Ember you pick rather late. So yeah, it's also something I considered that maybe 9PANDAS will look more into it. But I wouldn't say that I think the mid matchups in terms of mechanics is pretty even, personally. Lanisha has always been an outstanding mid laner, but also Kiyotaka, of course, like this has been a very strong tournament for him. I got the chance to lane against many times in pub games. He's really on point on his mechanics. So I think in like the individual skill, there's not a too big difference when it comes down to laning and all that stuff. I
mean, it's impressive alone that he's getting a respect ban for this Tinker hero, who we don't really see anyone else picking Tinker much. He made it look absolutely overpowered. Sheep, I'd like to ask you a question about your expectations for heroes, because we have seen Doom and Beastmaster seem to be core heroes earlier on in the patch, and now they're making it through to like 4th pick and 3rd pick and stuff like that. How did that happen? What changed in the meta to make them less important?
I don't know. I think it's about like team preferences, because like you look at 9PANDAS and they have this like, oh, we want our bounty every first phase. We want to like prioritize supports and get really good supports. Whereas Game and Gladiators and Team Liquid, they're much more like, we want to ensure that we get this Underlord, Beastmaster, or Doom and play around that. So it's kind of like just different priorities. I'd actually say Gaming and Liquid are incredibly similar teams in how they draft, which might give 9PANDAS an advantage perhaps, if they're just used to playing against this over and over again and can figure it out. Or maybe their strats aren't up to snuff and they're not going to be able to beat out this like, we buy auras, unga bunga, we make good plays and we run at you.
Well, we'll find out who's up to what after this short break, when we'll be back with our draft for Game 1. Don't go away.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
going to be up next. Another blast comes through. The Illuminate's not good enough. And look at it jump in. Oh, they grabbed him. Stormturd in trouble. But the sun comes out for Boxy. What a blast off the table.
We want to win tournament, and for this we need anyway win best of 5. And if we have extra game, it is not bad for us.
This lower bracket run has been a dream for us so far.
Once again, Mickey comes in with a 2-man. Bounce back. They have the Doom onto the... Oh, that hurts up. Bye-bye. Getting chopped up.
This also incredibly low in this start situation. Ramsey's going to stand his ground. The key attack is going back into the goal box to set him on a win. Ramsey's still alive and ready to go for more.
Velodrome Arena. It is the last day that I see an entire arena full of people ready for some Dota. So let's bring out your first team. I don't think they're endangered at all, but we will bring in our lower bracket finalists. Please welcome 9PANDAS! And our second team seems to be acting like being here is just a formality, that they're doing it for you. It's up to you guys to prove it to them that there's someone to do it for. So please, a warm welcome for Team Liquid! As per usual, I would like to welcome two representatives from each team to the center of the stage. Could I please get Miero and Blitz? Welcome, my friend. Welcome, welcome. People seem very excited. Now, Blitz, Aiden mentioned yesterday during your winner's interview that they're just here for the crowd's entertainment. That's what you're playing Dota for. What's the most entertaining thing that you think is going to happen here?
That we lose and Quinn has to play against Ramses again.
Miro, do you take charity games? Or are you going to fight for it?
I say one thing. Hello world, and we're here to fight against Liquid.
They're here to fight, my friends. I would suggest that you guys do the whole MMA thing, but it never works out. So a handshake, you do the fighting on the field. And let's see what fighting is going to come out of the draft for game number 1. Period in the panel. It's back to you.
That did seem a little bit more aggressive, perhaps, a little bit more confrontational. Blitz setting up a little bit of a meme there with the whole Quinn Ramses thing.
That's what confrontation looks like to you?
Well, at this point, given some of the lads have said, we wish you all the best and it's really great to see you and everything, I want to see a little bit more MMA style. You would have been good at that, Peter, I reckon, wouldn't you?
Back in my day.
Yeah, back in the day. Bit of PPD, getting out there and flaming the other teams. I would like to see that. Will's too nice, Miera's too nice. They're all just too nice.
Yeah, but I see so many smiles on these cameras. Look at all these players. Like,
Yeah,
they're all
love it.
enjoying themselves. I don't see a single guy who's like, I don't know, I don't do this game before. Like, I don't know, for my honor or something. No, they're all feeling so freaking good. Yeah, I mean, what Blitz said is kind of fine. Like, the Quinn Ramses situation, but I think they're going to try really freaking hard. I don't think they're letting anything down. Once again, they're qualified to TI, but this might make them even play better. They're playing for no stakes. So, Western Europe against Eastern Europe.
Indeed. I must say, I do like the way some of the players, you can tell they're having fun because they kind of play up to the player cameras a little bit. Like we saw Insania fanning Mickey the other day like this. I thought that was a nice touch. So, Sheep, how much would you like to play on a stage like this? Or would you, like me, I think, buckle under the pressure?
I would buckle under the pressure so fast. Oh my God. There's no way. I play like an online qualifier. It doesn't mean anything and I'll still shit the bed, you know, and just like choke it out. So to be on that stage, I mean, you got to get used to it, right? Every time a team comes to a major and they're like bringing new players, like LGD at Lima, for example, usually they tend to underperform and they have to like get used to it. Or sometimes you're like OG Thompson, whatever, I don't know. Yeah, it affects everyone in different ways.
Yeah. If you've never participated in esports yourself, you know, you kind of, before these big matches, you get those butterflies in your chest, and I think that means, you know, you really care, and it's a lot of fun.
I did talk to one of the players about, because I get nervous before doing panel stuff, and they were like, you still get nervous? And I was like, well, don't you get nervous playing Dota? And they were like, yeah, it's a fair point. Like, even though it's something you've done before, you still get nervous about it. It's human nature, isn't it? Stormer, when you're playing, how do you overcome nerves? Or is it just as soon as you sit down?
So actually, that's pretty cool. I got a pretty good answer to this one, I think. So first of all, to run up what Peter said, I think running up on stage is probably one of the best feelings ever. Like, you got this nice music, you got the crowd, you got everything. You're sitting in front of your desk, and you're just, I don't know, at that moment you just want to play and enjoy yourself, right? But actually, one time, so one of my biggest idols in Dota has always been Dendi, Navi Dendi. Shout out to him. He's one of the greatest players, I think, who ever existed. Big shout out, Dendi. So one time, I texted Dendi, and I was in an official game, and he said, hey, how do you stop being nervous? And I was like, my friend, just take the first last hit, and then you're gonna do fine. And since then, it somehow worked out. So
unless you miss the first one.
And if you miss the first one, then you're not fine.
You get nervous.
No,
yeah.
but he was saying being nervous is totally normal. I've played so many years of Dota, I'm still getting nervous, so it's nice to have even such a big idol like that, like saying something like that.
It's nice to have a little mental thing to sort of go, that's just all I have to do.
In that moment, I was just impressed that a person like Dendi can still be nervous after so many years of competition.
Yeah, crazy.
Draft is on.
Indeed, and we've seen Kotal and Medusa banned, and Doom, and then what might be next here? What are we thinking?
You can hear some small voice lines in the back.
We can hear some voice lines.
Honestly,
I heard Purge.
Really impressed. Honestly, I'm really impressed. They're spamming voice lines in the draft. That's how you know that they're all in zone, you know.
They're serious.
Looking good.
3, 4, 5, 6,
That's
7,
9.
8. That is 9.
Let's go.
That is 9 pandas. Well done.
Impressive.
I think Liquid will ban Alchemist. I don't think they want 9PANDAS to get their hand on that hero.
Yeah, so 9PANDAS as first pick. I think that's pretty good for them, honestly. I think Liquid has been looking as an insanely strong first pick game the last years because I think they did not lose with Alchemist, they did not lose with Beastmaster, and they never got Medusa. So their first pick looks insanely strong, but things have switched up. As you said, Alchemist being banned out for 9PANDAS this year is just too prominent. What is interesting about this right here, what we didn't point out, is that PANDAS is first pick, but they banned the Medusa themselves. So they were not interested in taking it and also not giving it.
It's a big draft disadvantage for them. Many teams would just take that first pick Medusa and use it as we've seen it, you know, to be so OP. But they actually taking a book out of Team Liquid's book, and I'm glad they did this. They're not letting Zai play Doom or Beastmaster, which I think is really important for this series. Zai has just been too comfortable and too successful as heroes this tournament.
So they trade offlaners, they get like Underlord +1, do you think?
Yeah, but Underlord is kind of, I mean, he's a great offlaner. He's really good. I mean, they probably will take it.
They're both really good, right? But I love this.
What's alternatives?
Yeah, if they don't take the offlaner right now, then it's probably going to get banned second phase, and they got to go to that next tier of offlaners.
Right.
They are taking the Monkey King. This is a hero that has been a bit overlooked, I think, in this meta. I think he's looking insanely strong because especially all the offlaners are kind of countered by it. Of course, Doom is not in this game right here, Underlord as well. But I think Monkey King carry is looking insanely good this patch. Even against, I think, Beastmaster, it can look really strong. I'm not the biggest expert on the matchup, but we saw yesterday how Monkey King also smashed Beastmaster so freaking fast. So I like this opening, even though the Oracle is very interesting. Just Insania playing on his comfort, I guess, having some ideas. What do you think?
I think Boxy played it as well. They're kind of flexing it between both supports, but the overall idea is that they have been leaning towards having one support that will make sure that Mickey has a perfect game. Like, whether it's the Silencer, whether it's the Lich, whether it's the Oracle, it's like, we want to make him have a comfortable time and be able to take these fights, because they get Mickey very involved early nowadays in this patch.
Chen, I love this.
This is some Zeus stuff going on here. Beast and Chen, huh?
It's these teams playing to their comforts. I think once Liquid kind of figured out what support heroes worked best for their duo, it was about, you know, halfway through the tournament, they looked like a different team. You know, originally we thought, oh, Chen, Ensh, Crystal Maiden, these are going to be Wisp, right? These are going to be the popular heroes. But now we see Liquid going for Oracle, Techies, Caudle and what was the other one? Lich.
Lich, yeah.
Right? So they've kind of switched up their pool to fit their playstyle, and I think that was a great adaptation. And 9PANDAS is the same way. They're playing to their teammates' strengths. And Roger on this Chen or Enchantress has looked, he's the best Chen or Enchantress at the tournament.
I think he's looking really strong. He's a Grandmaster Chen. You could just see the smiles on his face. Like, he just wants to play this hero. He's getting the 8th pick, which means like the last pick in the first stage for this team, which is like a super strong, important pick, and he just takes it. Give me Chen. You know,
get those skelly boys marching again.
Yeah.
Oracle doesn't deal well with Chen. It's a lot of stuff, and it's sustained.
This hero, it can scale really well out of a 5 position, honestly. It gets all these auras up and gives you so much tankability for your team. So, can go quite crazy.
Is that the married couple? Or
congratulations.
That's not the, I guess, yeah, just married, not just engaged, huh? Lots of love in the crowd.
Herald is also a human.
Well. Did you just say well?
I said well. I played with quite a few Heralds. And
are you a Herald?
No, I'm not a Herald.
Oh,
well, maybe with recalibration I am.
If you watch his gameplay, his badge doesn't represent his game.
Oh, bless you, Sheep.
Yeah, you're worse.
Oh, thank you, Sheep.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's important to note that Liquid will have the pick out of the draft. There's no longer an Underlord for them, and then they banned their own Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Popular heroes still in the pool, or I'm looking at these mids, the Void Spirit, the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what also
Pangolier potentially as well is quite good against summons.
Yeah, yeah. These heroes are also what I'm looking at. At some point they can run out of damage against the Chen, but once again they had huge success with it, so I think they are not afraid to pick it. Also, they got the pick coming into the stage, and they usually love to pair up all these Spirit heroes with some aggressive support. And what they did run was, for example, the Mirana on Boxy. So I can see them, for example, now picking a Mirana in the beginning, seeing what the enemies will double pick, and then just take a casual Spirit hero or something like that for Nisha.
You guys were talking about the fact that if they don't pick this offlaner Underlord in the first phase, it's going to get banned out. Now, 9PANDAS is just banning out offlaners.
All of Zai's heroes.
This is going to narrow Zai's selection down a lot, isn't it? So what choices does he have left? He has to think about Beastmaster and Chen.
This was a direction I thought they would go in, is get rid of these early offlaners and make sure that Zai doesn't play that Beast in Doom. And because Liquid didn't take the Underlord, you know, for exactly what you mentioned, now it's gone. Darkseer's gone too. The other heroes he played were Dragon Knight, he played a Necrophos game, and he played a Magnus game, but I would argue those were some of his weakest performances this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some just S-tier offlane heroes that seem to be really prominent in this patch, like the Doom, like the Beastmaster, Underlord, Darkseer. So I agree. I love the drafting approach in that regard about the offlaners. I think this is like one of the most critical pools in the game. In general, I still love the Beastmaster first pick. And of course, Team Liquid has to... They will just respond to what 9PANDAS is going to pick, because 9PANDAS has to do the blind pick in the coming stage. They have to either blind pick their carry or the mid lane. There's no flexing around or anything. You know the Beastmaster goes to the off lane. So Liquid has the little bit more relaxed approach. Spec banning Tinker and taking TV. Okay. This means that the Monkey King will be position 4, obviously, or on Nisha. We have seen it on Nisha before. So still some flexibility. TV is looking like an insanely strong hero this meta as well, I feel like.
Would love for Pandas to pick up that Kiyotaka Puck right now. Not any disables really on Team Liquid so far, and one of his comfort heroes. He, you know, can scale well into the late game and provide like good damage even for Terrorblade. But grabbing that PL, Ramses, I think he had an interview where he said this hero is just just strong this patch and one of his favorite heroes.
Yeah, it's looking good. I think carry to carry matchup, it's like the S tier carry matchup to TV. Like these illusions, they just overwhelm Terrorblade. You don't have much to do against it. You cannot figure out which one is the real one, and PL just hard counters TV. But that being said, they still have 2 heroes to pick on Liquid. They can take 2 cores who can deal with illusions as well. Like for example, an Ember, a Pangolier is also in the pool. So it is a bit, I would say, cocky as well to just pick it right here. He doesn't know what he lanes against.
Yeah, I agree.
It's going with the Chen, so everything's revealed, and Techies, another Antara special. He lost his hero. I think he's a Grandmaster on this one too.
These are also Beastmaster and Techies, 2 heroes that Liquid have enjoyed playing as well. So picking them for your own team, but also denying them the enemy. Pretty strong draft from 9PANDAS so far, you think?
They're fully sticking to their comfort. They got a Grandmaster Chen, they got a Grandmaster Techies, they got Ramses, who apparently said this hero is super freaking good.
I'm not sure about the PL. That's a question mark for me.
Yeah, that one is a bit like, once again, a little bit cocky.
Now Zai, he's probably going to pick the offlaner here. He's going to pick his matchup into PL. I mean, there's not that many offlaners left in the pool, but at least he knows what he's getting himself into.
What about a Timbersaw? That's what I'm looking at right now. This hero comes to mind. He likes the hero. There's probably multiple options, but this hero doesn't care about Beastmaster that much, doesn't care about Chen in any way. Naturally pretty decent against PL, I think. Cares about mana burn, I guess. Techies can be annoying, though.
I actually really like that suggestion, because when we look at the potential off-lane Pango, that hero's a kind of a weak laner, right? And you're playing with a Monkey King, like double melee, maybe it doesn't work out super well. Timbersaul's ability to be left alone and let the monkey roam and be annoying on the map, that sounds very ideal.
Yeah, I think Pangolier off-lane, if they would pick Pango, would be mid, rather. I think the off-lane Pangolier is not so strong in the lane, and you see what you're laning against, right? You see Chen, PL. So I think Liquid is thinking, like, we want to punch this lane ideally if they find something.
I would like some Pango mid. I think the only thing that makes me feel a little bit sad, if this monkey does go to a support role, you're playing two supports with, like, pretty low damage overall. And it has to come out of your cores in that case, but I think Terrorblade and Tide also a little bit low damage early on.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Or the crowd loves this Tide Hunter. Or?
I think they're cheering for the flashing lights.
They're loving something.
Who's cheering for a Tide? Anyone cheering for Tide Hunter?
Yes. Me. Well,
one guy.
I don't like it that much.
so yeah, they decide to go for the Tide. I guess also a decent option. Probably gonna have a free laning stage against PL and Chen. I think he's pretty annoyed by the mana burn later. Like PL can be a pretty annoying, like poking hero from the distance, throwing lances, burning his mana. But yeah, Zai's comfort as well. Likes the hero. And once again, like the monkey, it's not set in stone yet if this monkey will be a 4. It can actually be mid as well, I think.
Yep.
9PANDAS now. They got a blind pick Kiyotaka.
Puck is gone.
Puck is gone. Tinker's gone. Tiny's gone.
Kind of surprised Liquid didn't take Pangolier for themselves instead there.
You mean in this pick right here?
No. Instead of the Tide Hunter, they could have had Pangolier up against PL.
Yeah, instead of Tide, right? Yeah. I guess I just want to take one of those off-laners maybe, just because the pool was getting a bit scarce as well.
Tide is kind of that big wall hero, and Pandas does have Chen and Beast, so lots of summons.
Yeah.
They can't really go through him.
No, I can definitely see the idea behind the pick. It's pretty tough to take him down in this game. 9PANDAS probably thinking ideally they take a Kiyotaka here which can threaten Tide Hunter. But once again, like Liquid, they can put the Monkey King mid, they can also pick whatever mid layer they want into Kiyotaka. Yesterday he confidently blind picked Tiny, which obviously is out of the pool. Pool is getting pretty low. There's a Void Bird, something like that, which is generally pretty bad against Monkey King now.
Lots of mid heroes being banned cheap. What's left in the pool? What are the options here?
It depends on who you're playing, because these players have both dipped into like a lot of other heroes, like the Queen of Pain, the Shadow Fiends, the Magnuses TAs. We've seen all of these mid. We've seen a Ricky mid. I don't want to see that one again. We saw Invoker yesterday, which I did not like.
Oh, Invoker.
We don't want to see that again.
I did not want to see that one again.
Oh, Invoker.
No, Stormstormer, no.
Go.
Yo, actually, what are your opinion on Invoker this patch? Have you played him a lot?
Not leaking. Not leaking.
You're not leaking? Okay,
no,
okay.
it's looking. It's
oh my god, he's spilling it all over himself.
It's not a beer though.
He's gonna have a sticky neck for the rest of the day.
Getting all the energy in for today. It's gonna be a long day. Good luck, brother. But yeah, Invoker is obviously received some nerfs. His laking got a bit nerfed, but he played it yesterday, so Kiyotaka might have different opinions on it. He is also a Grandmaster Invoker player, so he might be looking at the hero. With that being said, 9PANDAS would maybe like to have a hero that can synergize with the techies to do some rotations and movement on the map.
Yeah, they need somebody to initiate. They need somebody to start these fights. They need somebody to jump this Oracle in the backlines.
The pool is just so... I'm trying to think.
It's getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, like...
Could they... I don't know really what his favorite heroes are.
Queen.
All right, yeah, they go the Queen. This is something he's played well before. Queen has been picked kind of in this position a couple times this tournament. Generally, just a strong laner, no matter what he's up against.
Honestly, I mean, the hero's pretty okay. I wouldn't say it's amazing. I think it's just hard to pick a hero on the stage, honestly. That's about it. I think many heroes are already out of the pool, and Queen of Pain is just, as you said, a decent blind pick. Can be a little bit annoyed by the Fate's Edict of the Oracle, because all your damage is magical. Hi, Tsunami.
Yeah, but at least he has that built-in blink, so he can maybe jump the Oracle. He can pick up, I don't know if he's going to go Orchid, but he could potentially jump this Oracle, kill Oracle first, and then work on the rest of Team Liquid.
There's been a change with Quop's, is it Hashad or Harags? I can't remember. Someone was explaining it to me the other day.
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
So she got it's a pretty huge buff, to be honest. Like, the Aghanim Scepter made it that the Shadow Strike triggers Scream of Pain, and it also hits a target that was affected by it. So these damage.
Flash Strike. That's not a, isn't that not a great matchup for Lesh, first QoP?
No, it's all right. I think it's gonna be pretty even, and it's also enabled really hard by the Oracle. It's a skill-based matchup, but I think Nisha picking confidently into it. It generally has, of course, a super good matchup against the Peel, but when I played Lesh against Chen, I've often been annoyed by these auras. Like, Chen is a big aura hero. You find these small Centaur creep with the magic resistance and maybe get a pipe. Leshrac damage can really suffer.
You could also get the Mage Slayer on PL, potentially.
Yeah.
If people still buy that. Those
Probably
three
will.
things together seem very good against Lesh.
Hard to
Favoring
tell.
anyone, Stormstormer?
Hard to tell. I think 9PANDAS has like a really strong comfort draft, and I think the Chen, in general, I love the drafting approach in this patch. But once again, like, I'm not sure how this PL pick works out. I think the lane honestly should be fine against the Tide Hunter. It's not as hard counter, so it could work out. But also on Liquid, what is insanely strong is this Oracle Leshrac combo. Like, strong synergy by nature, healing up.
Strong synergy indeed. Talking of strong synergies, two people I know with a strong synergy are Sunsfan and Syndra and our casters. Lads, how is it going?
Great. Thank you, Pyrian Flax. How are you doing, good sir? You can't speak to me, so you can't actually answer. Sunsfan here with Cinder in lower bracket finals. Team Liquid versus 9PANDAS on the new patch 8.0, otherwise known as 7.33.
B.
This is going to be, yeah, true, epic. This is going to be an epic matchup. 9PANDAS have been extremely strong at this tournament, and Team Liquid, we already know their pedigree and whatnot, so your thoughts, good sir?
I feel like this draft, the way this developed step by step, I really like what Liquid did to try to solve some of the problems that 9PANDA were throwing at them. The Tide pick for me is really good for a couple of reasons. As the panel talked about, it kept the Monkey King flex until the very end so they could decide which path they wanted to take. And overall, Tide is also a good wall against the Chen army, and the way this hero plays the map, it's also good against Beastmaster. It's one of the heroes you can't really, just roar and kill. So there's a lot of pros for this hero. On top of that, I don't know. I feel like having two good friends as Oracle is really nice. Both Leshrac and Monkey King love to play together with the Oracle, as well as the Terrorblade, who's obviously the carry this game instead of the Monkey. So plenty of ways for Insania to play this game. Now, for the other side, for 9PANDAS, I think in this game you want to play tempo while Ramses is farming. Your other four heroes really want to put the pressure on the map. And my big question is, are you going to get through the wall of Tide? Like, this hero is really going to determine the game, I feel like. So maybe you start trialing against this guy. Can you do that with your heroes? Can you pressure him out and give him a bad game? Or we'll see.
Yeah, what do you think the reason is we haven't seen a whole lot of Tide in this tournament thus far? There were still a lot of offlane heroes available, as the panel was talking about, so they purposely chose for the Tide relatively early.
I don't think we've seen the trio of Chen, Beastmaster, PL very much, which just gives the hero more and more added value. Usually we will see maybe one of these heroes, maybe two. Let's imagine the PL was a different carry entirely. Then the Tide pick looks a lot worse, but it doesn't necessarily look bad if it's a different carry, but it's just like an S tier pick this game because of the added value that it has. However, worth noting, obviously Tide is pretty susceptible to getting mana burn, and PL will absolutely be going Diffusal. So it's a little bit of a, you can poke and prod, you can maybe drain his mana, and then you can go from there as Ramses in this game.
Yep, that is true.
And it feels like that might be how you have to play regardless later on in the game, right? It's a little bit of flanking, playing on angles instead of just brute forcing S5, because you would be brute forcing into Monkey Ring, Tide ult, Lesh. It's hard. So
there's not exactly a silver edge carrier per se on 9PANDA's side though, so you have to kind of force it a bit onto the PL.
True.
Yeah, we'll see what they opt for if it gets to that point. I mean, we've seen this patch is really interesting because we have seen some crazy games. We've seen a lot of stomps, which we're kind of anticipating because of the fact that it is a new patch. But now that we're so deep into it, are you expecting any differences now that these teams are kind of following a meta closer than the other teams would have because they've actually made it late into the tournament?
I still think inherently the way the patch works right now generates an opportunity for teams that get off to a good head start to just absolutely run away with it. So I would be surprised today if all the games we see are close. I think some of them will be pretty one-sided, and that's going to be because either a team just out-executes in the first 10 minutes in the laning stage, uses the gates better, or because they have a strategic advantage where they've just counterpicked the lanes better. It's hard not to drop the ball a single time in this stage of the tournament. There's so much more to think about because the teams are showing more and more strategies, so you have to consider additional bans, you have to consider additional laning setups. And again, that's something Liquid have done a really good job at in this game, in my opinion, is to make their lineup very difficult to draft against. So 9PANDAS lineup in a vacuum is very solid, the way it works and what it tries to do, but Liquid definitely didn't make it easy for them.
Yeah, because we have a blood grenade used in the bot lane. And Sandy's going to take a sticky bomb to the back here. We'll be able to walk it off, though, as the harassment continues on. The mid lane is what I am most interested in. It is Nisha on the Lesh versus Kiyotaka's Queen of Pain. The panel kind of talked about this matchup. I'll let you take over as well. But the last time we cast Kiyotaka, a couple days ago, that was the old Tinker game, and it was a thing of beauty for some. People that hate Tinker, maybe not so much, but that was an impressive performance nonetheless.
Yeah, I think this lane is... I mean, first of all, I'm going to judge... let's try that again.
Trudge it up, son.
I'm gonna trust Storm's judgment. There we go. That was hard to say, apparently.
Roger's getting blocked in. This could be first blood. Boxy and company will be taking it. So first blood the way of Liquid, and it looks like Boxy will be able to get out just fine.
Yeah, so about the mid, just I will trust Storm on this one. Obviously, he's the mid expert. I think it makes a lot of sense as well that this matchup should be skill-based, and oh, nice stun there from Nisha. Good harassment, because Queen of Pain is going to throw out her Shadow Strikes and try to get an advantage on the Lesh, but Lesh is one of the mid heroes with the highest just raw spell damage from range, so he can fight back and stand his ground. And then it comes down to, you know, just raw last hit damage. Both heroes have basically the exact same damage, so yeah, it checks out that this should be a pretty even matchup, and so far so good, right? Both players with 9 CS. A couple more denies on Nisha as well as the first water rune. Yutaka has a bottle coming out, so he'll go top now.
Yeah, so we'll be getting that trade, and we've been seeing a lot of movement at the 4-minute bounty, and obviously the 6-minute power rune has been just as powerful and important as the last patch. And Miero going to continue out with those axes. Is this an Aghanim Scepter build? Is this a good game for Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster? The drums.
So for now, he's considering Helm of the Dominator. I think the way their lineup works, they want as many auras as possible, right? They want to play with Chen and Beastmaster's auras, so going Dom and then having Chen buy the aura items is probably good. You can probably get drums at some point down the stretch here if this becomes a longer game, but I don't think it should be your go-to plan. So it's still a little bit of a mystery item to me, I'll have to admit. Like, I'm not completely certain when it's truly good. We've seen some games where it's been amazing, and we've seen other games where it's kind of underwhelming.
Yep, that is fair. And Ramsey's in the top lane, 11-2 CS. Zai in the meantime, 12-5, so he's doing quite good. Obviously, Tidehunter against melee heroes in general is going to have a decent time as long as he's able to get these levels.
This hero's amazing against PL in lane. The PL just offers nothing against you. You block a lot of the damage with the Kraken Shell, you buy Ring of Health, and you just anchor smash every time he wants to CS. And PL coupled with Chen can't really bully the Tide. If the support was a different kind, maybe you would have a shot at it, but Chen needs to have, effectively Chen needs to get a Chain Lightning Harpy. I think that's more or less the only way you bully Tide level 1 and 2. And once Tide gets level 4, even that won't cut it anymore.
So you're saying Roger has been very unlucky in getting these creeps.
Well, it's part of the game.
That's right.
They've also blocked the... Wait, did he? He unblocked the small camp himself, but now Tide is going to walk in and body block it, so Roger will have to explore his options. He'll find a little Centaur. That ain't great.
Okay.
And now the Kobold camp. Maybe he'll take the healing creep and just... Oh, he'll take the Foreman. Nice to have some move speed, I suppose.
And Boxy jumping in, just able to do a little bit of chip damage. 9PANDAS did control the 4-minute water rune, so Kiyotaka able to bottle one, and Teres just takes the other. So Nisha a bit starved on the mana department. We can see he does have a half-level advantage in the mid lane. Pretty significant, but there is a full wave now for Kiyotaka to catch up. I think this 6-minute rune is going to be extremely important, as Nisha's actually just going to walk back to base.
Yeah, if you get the right rune of Queen of Pain and you get level 6 before Lesh, you can absolutely solo kill this hero. I think Kiyotaka will equalize the experience now. If he sets this up well and gets like 2/3 of this wave, if not the whole wave denied, then he will actually have that advantage. Nisha's coming back now, so he only lost 1 creep. He'll be completely fine.
And Boxy continuing to harass Roger as Antares. He's going to get caught potentially. Insania and Mickey teaming up. And that's going to be a casual kill for Mickey in his meta form. So second kill for Liquid here in the lower bracket finals of Berlin Major. As Kiyotaka looking Oh, it's going to take a lot of damage from Boxy right now. The Jingu stacks are stacking up. He's going to be able to blink away, trying to kite him a bit with that Shadow Strike. Applies another one. Trying to dodge it out, but Boxy, he's going to end up falling. Scream of Pain is there, but Nisha's trying to help out as well. Gets the deny. Nope. Kiyotaka ends up netting himself the kill. Just barely off time there for Nisha. Good attempt.
Taking full advantage of all things. We were kind of joking about it, but the Kobold move speed aura, he kept...
That's true, actually.
He actually kept outranging the Monkey King by like 50 range non-stop with that move speed. And
very valuable.
Nisha now could be in trouble.
He is. 6-minute power rune's going to pop. It's going to be in the top, and that means Kiyotaka's going to get that along with the kill. But no Boundless Strike from Boxy. He's able to steal that at the very least, but obviously Nisha dying is not what Liquid would want. Antares falls to Insania. He's made the transition over here as well. But a little too late to save the Lesh.
It's a big kill for 9PANDAS to find that Lesh rack there. And yeah, sure you don't get the power rune, but he didn't either. I guess Kiyotaka might have to go to base after this wave. Like, he is a little bit exposed if he gets caught by a Monkey King stun into Lesh stun. Does have no bounty rune to take either because Monkey King has cleaned that one up, along with Ramsey's Courier, of all things. 2
juicy range creeps. He needs that XP, surely.
Yeah.
Gonna stick around a little bit longer. You can see Boxy backstabbing here potentially. He's not sure
spotted by the Courier
there. Double stack into a triple, it looks like. Boxy will not be blocking it. As a pause. How many, let's start with 9PANDAS. How many 9PANDAS fans are in the audience today? Okay, all right, not
That's
bad.
more than 9.
Yeah, that's decent. And Liquid fans? Liquid? All right.
It's relatively even.
It's not as polarizing as I thought it would be. That's good to see.
People are just cheering for good Dota.
That's right. That's what we always want to see. That's Boxy making his way over to the bot lane now. Did not use the gates. This is he actually just walked basically the entire way. But we'll be able to go onto the trees, and
I think
Tower
saw him.
Bottom, and the axes bring him down to the ground. Don't think they want to commit any further though, as a Fate's Edict is there to protect him. Just the fact that they've spotted him, he's wasted quite a bit of time now.
Overall, looking at the CS though, it's looking very good for Liquid. All 3 lanes, top CS. So even with these couple of kills going either way, Liquid have accumulated a 1,000 net worth lead, just primarily from raw lane creeps. 50 on the Lesh, 46 on Terrorblade. And a good amount of denies too, which means Miero will be slightly behind in the bot lane. Will get his level 6 soon, and you would imagine that Queen of Pain is going to probably skill her ulti on level 8 in this game, and try to connect to play with the Roar. He's actually going to have to use it defensively.
Has to use it. Boxy comes in, the Boundless Strike he used only to kill the boar, knowing that the kill onto the hero itself was unlikely. So a lot of movement here from Liquid, not ending up netting a kill, but they do force the Roar out.
Oh, that's decent.
And Kiyotaka, like you talked about, just about to hit level 8. Has an Invis rune, and we'll see if he does level that Sonic Wave coming up.
That's the thing. I feel like he would have loved to connect with the Beastmaster Roar and kill the Terrorblade bottom with Sonic Wave, but now that the Roar is on cooldown, this timing might miss.
Yeah,
Boxy.
that is true. Boxy spotted out.
Yeah, he's mega dead.
Bomb into the initiation from Antares. More than enough damage, so a kill going the way of 9PANDAS.
Yeah, nice little ward there. They've had it for a while. Boxy placed a sentry, so he will know they have these wards now.
Mid lane, Kiyotaka's in a lot of trouble. They set up a nice stun onto him. Able to break out, but the Lightning Storm somehow procs. Okay. Is quite the range there.
One of the less known changes of 733B, Lightning Storm now actually has global cast range.
Antares is going to get caught in the river. Still 3 members of Liquid here, easily cleaning him up. It looked like it was Catherine, and then it didn't technically proc until after the blink went through. It was kind of a weird interaction.
That's the thing about Lightning Storm is when the animation finishes, the spell still
small delay.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like Finger of Death, right? Yeah. Where you see the animation and then the damage comes delayed.
Oh, Nisha stealing a nice stack here
that
on the hard
huge.
Camp. And obviously Miero is going to be want to be able to take this ancient stack by himself.
That's such a big win for Liquid, though, getting that out of Beastmaster's hands. You're delaying his Helm of the Dominator so much here. Ancient should go his way, which is obviously the bigger of the two, but a couple of 100 gold.
10-minute rune. Where will it spawn? It will be top. It is an arcane. Actually will not be denied, so Kiyotaka just takes it for himself. And now Miero finally left alone to get his ancient creeps ever so slowly with those axes. And in terms of the farm between him and Zai, I mean, there's a pretty big difference. Zai, 800 net worth lead right now. And I mean, you talked about this lane kind of being free for him. At some point, do you think Ramses needs to leave, or is he fine to just try to farm with Anchor Smash as the permanent debuff applied to him? He's going to be spotted, though. He's going to heal up a bit. Boundless Strike is there. Zai gets off the Ravage. Gush to follow, and a casual right-click is enough. Mickey even coming through the gate to provide moral support, if nothing else, and now they're going to turn this into potentially a tier 1 top.
Yeah, usually PL, the way he sustains in this lane is that he gets the defusal a little bit earlier than this, and then he just drains Tide's mana to stay, but hasn't quite got there yet. And of course, that is kind of a consequence of the lane they were playing with, as well as the support, that you couldn't really stop Zai from denying a lot of this. He's got 14 denies on the Tide, and imagine all those are CS on PL. He would have had defusal 2 minutes ago, and he could have definitely stood his ground way better than this. Now he's gonna retreat to the jungle for now. I wonder how 9PANDAS are going to distribute their heroes. Who's going to be sitting top? Is it still going to be the PL just cutting between this and the jungle, or will they give a bit of space to the supports? They're going to go on Tide.
Yeah, Zai, his Kraken Shell does activate. The roar to come afterwards. Blast off activates the Kraken Shell again, and he's going to be just fine. Insania comes out as well, provides some support.
Tide is so good this game.
Insania, though, he might be the one in trouble. Has to pop False Promise on himself, Zai. They know that he does not have Ravage, so not as much threat, but Nisha has plenty of time to get over here. Insania does drop 3 members of 9PANDAS under the tier 1 tower. And Teres, he's going to get one more sticky bomb, but inevitably will fall. Nice Sonic Wave onto 2, and Insania, or Nisha, I should say, dropped by the axes. And Zai thought he was invulnerable, but now he's outnumbered 3 versus 1 as Boxy's going to chop down the tree again. Triple kill for Miero. Boxy gets off one more Boundless Strike, and he will fall shortly after. Somehow, 9PANDAS end out on top of that fight.
Yeah, amazing push there. They know that there's no Ravage because Tide used that on the PL top, and they feel confident that they can handle this with Hand of God and Mech, and they would be right. The fight gets so long that Beastmaster keeps stacking up the axes and just does an amazing amount of damage in this team fight. Actually second to Techies, who did the most. A lot of damage from, I think it was 2 proximity mines coming out from Antares and a good blast off there. So for the first time this game, 9PANDAS now taking the gold lead. It's not by a significant amount, but it's a really healthy sign for them to be able to take this tower. I actually thought this was going to be a bigger challenge for them against the Tide, but they managed to get through it.
No. Boxy showing himself in the bot lane again. He has been chopped down at 2 or 3 trees this game.
Yeah, he's pretty low level. He needs a bit of space here. He's level 5 and at 13 on that monkey.
Yeah, not a particularly great start for him, but he's going to spot out Roger. Going to attempt to take the gate, but the Boundless Strike will cancel it. There's the mech. Trying to TP out the old-fashioned way. Will barely get back to base.
Yeah.
Living on a very close.
Actually, a little bit of a mistake there from Boxy. I think he stunned way too early, and that was a little bit of muscle memory, I want to say, from the earlier gate. I think he stunned with more than a second channel left on the gate. Obviously, that got changed from 3 to 4. If he waits a bit longer on that stun, they get the kill on Roger, because he has to commit on the gate for as long as possible. So, slight misstep there. Could have got them a kill. Not the end of the world, but for himself in particular and the Monkey King, that kill is actually pretty impactful. Now he will find the 14-minute wisdom here, which will help him a lot. This will get him bridge the gap to level 6.
Let's see how much it gives him. Oh, yeah.
Almost.
That feels good.
And he could technically TP to the left side and take that one as well, but more than likely going to leave that for someone else, maybe Nisha.
Well, Boxy took the other, yeah, actually you're right, it's still there. And we'll see who ends up taking that, but
it goes to
Liquid do have control of that area, so yeah, they do get both. And we have a smoke now, double damage onto the Quap. They can find something, but actually breaks the smoke just to kill some Wild Wings. As you can see, no members of Liquid in this area. And Roger has quite a few creeps at his disposal now. I mean, what are the most popular creeps these days for the Chen players?
Oh, that's a good question.
There's
there's
a lot
so
to
many,
choose from.
so many options. I mean, Roger loves his troll summoners, that's for sure.
Hasn't found any.
No, he hasn't gotten any yet. Alpha Wolf is always going to be an S tier creep as long as it has this aura. Like, late game, this is just one of the best ones. If he gets the shard, I think there's some interesting ancient options, of course. which I'm assuming they will really try to prioritize getting the shards here because both his and the techies are actually very useful this game now that the taser... The old techie shard arguably was better, right? But with how the hero has been changed and the blast off now being a stun, the shard being the reactive taser cast on allies is pretty useful against a hero like Terrorblade. So I think they would love to get the Tormentor as soon as possible. Just make sure to keep Ramses on the other side of the map and you'll do it just fine.
Never gonna live that. Another tree chopped down into a roar. Boxy just getting caught out again and again. You gotta give a lot of credit to 9PANDAS. Of course, they have the tree killing abilities. Nisha, though, they're gonna try to turn this around. Split Earth onto Miero. Mickey popping that Metamorphosis will be killing off the creeps of the Chen as Miero will eventually drop to the Pulse Nova. So ends up being a 1-for-1 in Liquid's favor.
Mickey actually showed up and popped meta. Felt a little bit unnecessary here. Not sure if he was anticipating a bigger fight to break out, but I guess he wants to use it to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower, so fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, he will do just that. And we'll see now that that 20-minute mark is approaching relatively soon if they're going to occupy this space even more. But they're going to first TP into the top lane, trying to get Antares on this very annoying techies. Split Earth is there. He gets off a couple mines, but inevitably will die again.
Nicely distributed from Liquid. They still push the bot tower with Terrorblade, so they get both objectives. If you want to call a techies kill an objective, maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but they accomplish both plays at the same time. Don't really lose much efficiency. Nisha kind of wants to be up here anyway to just push out and farm.
They protect an objective as well in the tier 1.
That is true.
Zai has his Greaves. And I don't know if he's going to turn this Ring of Health into an eventual pipe. I would assume that might be the case. Kiyotaka going to be forced out by Zai, who is pretty high level, level 12 right now. Looks like he'll go for the cloak into Blink, so maybe pipe after the Blink. Now that that is a little bit harder to build without the hood being a component anymore.
Their lineup doesn't have that much catch, right? It's the Monkey King stun. And Boxy's game has not been great, and he has level 1 Boundless only. So if Zai can jump in and set things up for his other teammates, that's probably a well worth investment.
Yep. Gotta love that Diabolic Edict interaction into the trees. Seen that time and time again as the tier 2 tower fortification popped. Backdoor is protecting it for a decent amount of time as well, so it'll be slow, but I do believe 9PANDAS are just going to give this one up.
Yep, they're trying to trade for bottom. Roger has found a Troll Summoner.
Oh yeah, the Skelly boys are back.
So,
but the defense is mounting for Liquid as Boxy jumps in and kills a lot of them. He's going to be happy about that one. Of course, a lot of the XP shared, so not really able to gain any significant XP for himself. As Roger and company will back away safely. But tower advantage definitely in favor of Liquid right now. But the gold lead just slightly in 9PANDAS' favor, which, like you brought up earlier, I'm sure they're happy with, considering the state of the game. Mantla style now online for Ramses.
Yeah, he hasn't really been involved in anything from 9PANDAS just yet. He's just quietly been farming. He's 0-1 and 0 and just keeps ramping up. I'm assuming Heart is next to come. The matchup against Lesh is interesting because Lesh has timing windows where he just completely obliterates PL, but you can also reach critical mass in some teamfight situations, especially if you manage to kill the Oracle first, so you can just overwhelm Lesh when you're big enough. So we'll be curious to see.
Boxy, another tree chopped down. My goodness. They are all over this right now.
And here's the problem. Yep. Starts getting drained.
Mana's starting to get drained ever so slowly, getting slowed by the sticky bomb. The Triceratops doing some work as well. Pops the Bloodstone. There's the Roar on top, and they're doing so much damage from afar. They don't really have to fully commit. Sonic Wave. False Promise keeping Nisha alive right now, but there's the blast off Ravage to come. Nisha's at full HP as a result of the False Promise, and the rest of 9PANDAS now retreating for the time being. Nisha perpetually slowed, it feels like, as Ramses thinking about going back in. Is he going to get stunned out, getting extremely low? Pops that Doppelganger, will find the distance. Now they might just wait out this Mickey Terrorblade Metamorphosis.
So when all said and done, that was a 1-for-1. I guess they killed Boxy to start, so 2-for-1.
Yeah, the False Promise is a real issue, and it's going to be hard to kill Insania for that. This is obviously a comfort pick from him. He picks it regardless of the meta. We saw it, I think it was the first pick of the tournament early on in the tournament where nobody was picking this hero, and he's Very good on it.
I do like the way 9PANDAS set it up, though. I mean, first they kill the Monkey King, and then they roar the Lesh to force the Oracle to come out of hiding and use that ult, and then they just kill him off, right?
Yeah.
If... Oh no, Ramsey's not again.
Are they killing the Tormentor?
No.
Roger.
Ramses,
please.
Oh my god, he's trying to get revenge on Roger.
The Tormentor remembers Ramses. He wants blood.
Dude, this is literally 9PANDA's strongest opponent this tournament. They cannot beat this one.
Miero coming to help out.
Ramses, don't do it. Don't do it.
Ramses going back in. He has no fear.
There it is. All right.
And the shard will be picked up onto Roger.
Yeah, that's good. So now he has the ability to take one Ancient.
Yes.
I think I'm a little bit torn between whether you want the Dragon or the Golem. So obviously the Golem aura is really nice, but perhaps some split pushing with the Dragon could also cause trouble for Liquid, who will claim the biggest neutral of them all.
That's right. Mr. Roche, he has gone down. Nisha will take the Aegis, one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, of course, on that Lesh. But yeah, from Chen's perspective, Shard, like you said, allowing you to take Ancients now, but also adds that extra level to the creeps.
Yep.
And now that we're at the 20-minute mark, that means they can be up to level 3, and then at the 30-minute mark, you can max them out at the level 4 abilities, which is only available to Chen. And, you know, I'd have to go through the notes again to see every single neutral creep and how they actually scale. I know that the Ancient Granite Golem does scale very well, because the level 1, I think, is the old regular level in terms of how much HP gain you get. Not sure about the Dragon, though. Have to see once he picks an Ancient to go with. Of course, he could still just go with the Skelly Boys. They did serve him quite well in the tournament so far. There's the Ancient Granite Golem for Miero.
Took over a new creep just in time, so Nisha got no bounty. He ends up dominating a Kobold Foreman. This is the tankiest Kobold Foreman you guys will probably ever see. 1860 health.
I wonder what's in that cup. That's what everybody... Oh, yeah. Delicious. Love that guy. Need to get some more lore concerning him. As the Blink Dagger now up for Zai, so they have a real way to initiate. So next time Boxy gets cut down from a tree, there will be a Ravage soon after, I'm sure.
You still got to be pretty careful as Zai. I don't think just Blink Ravaging, even if you hit multiple heroes, is necessarily great. You really need Nisha to be able to connect on it immediately. If the stun duration goes to waste, you're setting up PL for a much, much better fight.
Yeah, trying to kill off Roger's creeps. Oh, the Wild Wind takes it. And the Ogre guy, whatever his name is, with the ice armor dies as well. Nobody remembers his name.
The Ogre guy.
They just remember his spell. Okay, it's the ice armor dude. He can't survive as the Aghanim Scepter now up for Kiyotaka. Have yet to cast a game with this one, but that is going to be fun. And Tier 2 tower falls.
While this may be slightly slower than average, I think that is a bit skewed from previous queens not going these 2 build-up items in Witchblade and Kaya Sanj, because he is farmed.
Yep, Ancient Dragon was the choice. Actually, I think that's Miero's creep. As Mikke in that meta, pressuring this Tier 3 tower bot along with Nisha, obviously still with the Aegis. Split Earth connects on a Kiyotaka, but he'll blink away. They will get the tower freely. Now Ramses has come. It's off a Spirit Lance. Now applying some pressure to make it. This early Sun. There's a big Ravage from Zai. How much damage do they have, though? Kiyotaka able to blink out. Sonic Wave comes, pushing Nisha back as Ramses getting very low, being pursued from the other side of the trees. Will find the distance into the fountain as the Wukong's command gives a little bit of space, but they're not able to get that much. They get Antares, but no full set of racks for Liquid as Nisha might be in some trouble. Boxing Company trying to save a nice Centaur stomp onto 2. Nisha looks like he'll drop his first life in all likelihood. He's deniable. Will they pursue any further? Boxy attempting to TP out will be fine. Nisha, Aegis down. In all likelihood will be surrounded now. Attempting to TP out. That's ambitious thought. Yeah. Double kill for Kiyotaka and a successful defense from 9PANDAS.
Great hold from them. That just goes to show you that looked like a great Ravage, but just barely, just lacking a little bit of damage. And once they get to reset, you kind of have to get the hell out of there as Liquid. You used Monkey ult, you used Ravage, and you didn't get kills.
Yeah.
It's just a hard disengage, but 9PANDAS are on their tail really quickly with the defusal of the PL, and of course Queen of Pain has good chase potential too. Didn't let them get away with that one. Now 5k lead for them. Obviously a huge part of this net worth discrepancy is the Chen. This hero farms a lot, and after the change where you get gold when you use Holy Persuasion as well, it just gets even richer. So you see here the Ramsey's PL barely getting saved by the Sonic Wave. He gets to reset back, and this push is actually over now, but it's really hard to get out for Liquid. They've already used Oracle, there's a techies cutting him off on the back, and Nisha's in really deep, so yeah, no Oracle ulti here, and that Stomp's just very nice.
That was nice. That was beautiful.
Queen of Pain damage is pretty nuts too.
Yeah, that's the. Let's talk about the Aghanim Scepter, because there's actually an interesting interaction that I think I just saw, but I might be wrong, so you have to correct me. So the way the Aghanim Scepter works is the Shadow Strike is now an AoE. Might have to hold this thought though. This will be a very long discussion. It'll probably take 30 minutes to explain. As Ramses will find Nisha in the tree line. Doppelgang's out of the Split Earth. Nicely timed. Nisha pops the Bloodstone relatively early. Boxy with the Wukong's command. Miero gets off his roar onto Insania, and that is a big kill. But Nisha already had that false promise applied. And Kiyotaka on the outskirts, getting more Shadow Strikes over and over and over. Nisha still being pursued and will eventually be brought down. Mickey gets a nice Sunder onto Roger, but he's still surrounded. Another Shadow Strike, another Sonic Wave, a full team wipe. Kiyotaka and company absolutely destroy Liquid in this fight.
Did Nisha die to a sticky bomb in the fountain?
Maybe.
He died to techies in the fountain.
That's insane.
All right, I mean, okay, they're at least getting one lane here, I'm sure.
You're sure? Yep. 20 seconds on Nisha's spawn timer here.
This is a pretty
lot
fast
of creeps.
push.
Yeah, they're gonna pop that fortification.
No need to go back here. They know Ravage is available, but 15 seconds. This goes pretty quickly.
So they will even it up with the towers. Will they be able to get the set of racks as well? And even if the Terrorblade comes back, you will not have meta. We've seen this so many times with these transformation type heroes. And 9PANDAS looks like they want it back. So
I was sure they were going to get that. Okay, they got the range tracks, but not the full side. Yeah. Still a huge win for them. That's about a 10,000 gold swing because they stomped that fight. I think, was that a 5-for-0? No, they lost
5
Roger.
for 1. Yeah, Roger died.
So 5-for-1. They get the tier 3 tower. They get 1 barracks, and now all of a sudden things are ramping up really, really nicely. Yeah. Ramsey's now with the Mage Slayer. So you wanted to talk about the Queen Eggs.
Yeah, okay.
I think I know where you're going with this.
AoE Shadow Strike, and then when the Shadow Strike ends or is reapplied, it casts Scream of Pain. When it's dispelled via Kraken Shell, what happens? Because I could have sworn I saw Scream of Pain go off. Because if you're reapplying it over and over on the Tidehunter, he's technically hurting his teammates with the Scream of Pain, right?
Yeah, I guess the Scream ends when it gets dispelled, right?
That's what I'm not 100% sure on. But that is an interesting interaction. You can take advantage of a hero being extremely tanky.
So what I thought you were going to say was if you have Shadow Strike on Terrorblade's illusions and they time out.
Oh, that.
Because then it technically ends as well, right? I have to say I don't know this for a fact. This is a... I mean, this Ags was a thing in the previous patch, but people bought it very rarely, and we didn't really get to see it have great effect as we do now. Tower's gonna miss that one.
Yeah, Box TP's on the tree. It's fine. But either way, 9PANDAS is able to take advantage of that timing. The high ground defense was successful, and they kind of just flipped this game upside down, and now in a very favorable position. 15k lead at the 29-minute mark. Tormentor still not taken by Liquid, by the way. It's just been sitting there ready to be consumed.
That's pretty surprising, because I think this is an awesome game for Reign of Destiny. I think you want to get the shard as much as possible when you have Oracle in your team. This spell is generally good, but there's just some games where it's better than others. In this case, Reign of Destiny against PL is pretty nice. You know, it's kind of a cluster game where a lot of things are grouping up all the time, so you get added value. Yeah, that's very surprising. The Monkey King shard not as good this game, but we even saw some cool usages with that yesterday.
Yep, I will take back my words. It's not a meme. It's underrated, probably. Not too bad. You wouldn't be sad to get that. But yeah, Reign of Destiny, obviously extremely good. Obviously a nerf version versus the Ags from the prior patch, but I think it went from like, it was like a 40% nerf or something like it. It's still really good.
It's amazing.
Okay, looks like they remember that the Tormentor exists.
They're like, it's 30 minutes, guys. Let's get ready for the Tormentor. Oh, wait, we never killed the first one.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick one.
It will be the Monkey King.
It will be Monkey King. Does that thing get... angrier as time goes on. The crowd is cheering for something. I know you're confused, Syndrome.
Yeah.
Oh, Roche. He's back. He's going to be gone on now by 9PANDAS. And you can see Liquid kind of hightailing to this area, but I think it's going to be too late. So this is going to be the not the Aghanim, separate, the Aegis and Cheese, second Roche for 9PANDAS.
This is huge for
them. The real question is, does Liquid want to fight after the fact?
Ramses can play so aggressively now that he has Aegis. There's no risk. This is one of the problems that Tide has until in this stage of the game, until Super League and with Refresh. Okay.
Oh, the Ravage from Zai. Do they have the damage? They're going to go for Roger first. Absolutely. He is donezo. Miero, he does get off the roar. Where's that false promise? Finally applied to Nisha, but a big sonic wave comes out from Kiyotaka as Ramses trying to finish off everybody on the sideline. Insania getting pretty low. Nisha about to end the false promise. He's fully healed as a result. Zai ends up dropping, though, as Mickey's still in that meta form. 2 have died from 9PANDAS. Ramses, remember, he still has this Aegis. But how much do they want to actually put on him? Looks like they'll get that first life as Boxy attempting to TP out next to the gate. Will not get out, though. More burst damage from Kiyotaka. And the rest of Liquid will have to fall back.
That fight actually went a lot better for Liquid than I expected with the start, because keep in mind the PL, you Ravage and you kill off 1 support, but PL in the fight has effectively 2 full health bars afterwards, but they navigated it pretty well. They got off a good false promise and found a couple of kills, and with PL losing this Aegis, I think 9PANDAS would have loved to use this to try to end the game. And now we might end up dragging this one out quite a bit, because as I was going to say, one of Tide's issues in this stage of the game is the hero doesn't fight too well into Aegis, right? Like, Ravage is a really important tool. You often want to use it to kill a key enemy core, but if that core has Aegis, your cooldown is just way too long. And it's a very high commitment spell. You can't just, like, play around it, and yeah, it's tough. So,
well, that's kind of the issue, is they're running with 2 long cooldown spells in the meta and the Ravage, right?
Yeah,
so
very true. You definitely need to get value when you use these spells, or 9PANDAS are just going to take advantage of you.
Yeah, and I would say the longest cooldown on the side of 9PANDAS that they kind of rely on is Roar, and that's not very long. It's a minute. I guess the Queen of Pain ult is a little bit longer, but I don't know if you necessarily like have to have that available for a fight. Obviously, you'd like to, but...
Did you mention the drums of Slaw?
I did not. We have to hold that thought.
And we also have the minefield sign.
Oh.
Techies with the eggs as well. So this is going to be an absolute mess. It's going to be drums of Slom. There's going to be the minefield. There's Queen of Pain Shadow Strike. The amount of AoE damage that this Dire lineup has is actually kind of disgusting when you think about it.
Yeah, but Nisha does have Shard now, so Split Earth will continue to go off over and over, which for high ground defense is pretty damn good.
Yep.
But yeah, drums of Slom. Now, my question to you, I don't know if you played Beastmaster yet, but does the drumming become annoying as the players? Like literally for the rest of the game, you're going to hear drumming in your ears, right? I guess that is.
That's a good question. I think that's individual.
Okay. So there's a lot of people with ADD that would be pretty annoyed.
And I'm digging the beat.
Yeah, it's good for now. Just wait 20 minutes later.
It's a little bit fast, doesn't it?
Of course, it increases.
It's distracting.
But yeah, this is definitely a cool Aghanim Scepter, and I believe they buffed in the last patch, right? So even better than before.
I mean, it would be cool if you're a drummer that you played more than just one single. Literally plays the same sound over and over again. Like, get a kit or something.
Yeah, true. They need to add more musical Aghanim Scepters in the game, so that way you can have a full symphony with the right 5-man lineup.
Symphony of skills.
That's right. But yeah, Miero is mega tanky. This is not a hero you want to go on. He's about to hit that level 20 as well. There's a smoke coming up. And I do want to talk about the Techie's Mind Sign, but we're going to have to wait in all likelihood. Nisha showing himself. He's immediately inhibited at half HP. Insania is not near enough for the false promise. Finally getting in range. Gets it off just in time. Now they're trying to focus them down, but a big ult again from Zai. But where is the damage from Liquid? They lose the Oracle. Roger's going to be the trade. Nisha, he will die inside of the false promise. Too much damage to handle, and Mickey is next. 4 dead for Liquid. 9PANDAS getting basically everything that they want. 3 buybacks available from Liquid, but again, they don't have meta. I mean, the TB doesn't have buyback anyway, and no Ravage. So now, 9PANDAS pretty comfortable to go for these tier 4 towers.
Yeah, so watch this blast off there, slowing down Insania in the back. He does get false promise off in the end, but Nisha's already almost fully drained of mana, can't really stand his ground, and now this fight is just absolutely over. Just a little bit of a misstep from Liquid, out of position for a team fight.
Continue going here. The tier 4 tower fell for the first one. Second one being targeted now. Buyback comes out from Zai. He jumps in with a big anchor smash onto one hero. Not really that fearsome at all for 9PANDAS, as now they're going to go through the old-fashioned way, getting that tier 3 in the mid lane. As Zai continuing to just get poked and prodded with these sticky bombs, these shadow strikes, pops the pipe, definitely helping a bit. As Kiyotaka, he can focus now on the tier 4 towers. The rest of his team gets the mid racks. And there's the techie's mine sign, creating a minefield for him that no one from Liquid want to enter.
It's a theoretically really good pushing spell, right? Where you do get it placed offensively like that, if Liquid were to take a team
down the
fight.
strike into, okay, pops the BKB to avoid the split earth. 2 sets of racks in favor of 9PANDAS. Mickey still with no metamorphosis. Sonic Wave is going to connect onto both cores for Liquid, but 9PANDAS, they're going to play this disciplined. They forced out at least one buyback, I think, onto Zai, if I'm not mistaken. 25k lead now and firm control of this game.
Yeah, it's just at this point for 9PANDAS, it's just a matter of don't drop the ball, right? If you play tight, if you don't get caught off guard and you save each other, as they have so far, they should be able to ride this one to a W. And Liquid understand this. They know, okay, we have to kind of catch them by surprise. So they're going to go for an immediate smoke move here and try to see if they can intercept 9PANDAS' full reset. Obviously, Queen of Pain out of mana will have to go all the way back to base, and Liquid trying to get an opening on maybe this Beast. It's just hard.
He's a hard kill. I don't know if you can.
There's a 9-second BKB now as well on Miro. I feel like your lineup just flat out doesn't kill this hero when he's BKB'd. Even if Terrorblade is laying into him, as long as he's banging the drums, as long as they have all their heals, Greaves.
How far we've come. If you told me that you'd be saying this in a cast, banging his drums is going to keep him alive. What a stupid thing to say, but it's very relevant in this game. Terrorize, or Torment, whatever the hell this thing's called. The building is dead. Aghanim Shard goes to the Beastmaster now, so his Hawks will have Dive Bomb, which only roots now, right?
250 damage in a 2-second root. Pretty nifty.
Yeah.
Could make for an interesting play against the Oracle. Maybe we can catch him off guard and root him as he's coming in to try to save a core, but more likely is just going to be a 5v5 static fight where everything will be cast and the side of 9PANDAS will try to overpower it all.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot in this patch where one team gets an early advantage. They're able to starve out basically the whole map, and if you're able to do that, you get more wisdom runes on average, and of course the bounties in terms of the gold, huge discrepancy.
Right,
as Kiyotaka just goes straight in, gets that last tier 4, now focusing on the Ancient. Scream of Pain is there, so he'll still have that shield rune. He's going to get stunned to outright. Zai with a nice Ravage. Kiyotaka at half HP, but able to get off that BKB as the Roar expended just for Mickey. Zai now basically out of mana as Kiyotaka looking for a nice Sonic Wave, clips him, kills out Tidehunter. No buyback at all as Mickey now gets off the Sunder. The False Promise a little bit early. Might have to fall back into the base as this runs out. Nisha will not have that for himself. And the Ancient targeted by all the creeps right now. Boundless Strike is there, but Kiyotaka and company able to finish off Mickey just before he steps into the fountain. Kiyotaka still relatively low, kind of baiting everybody in as the Spruilers continue to mount, but they can just focus down to the Ancient, and that is it for game number 1. 9PANDAS, very impressive game number 1.
Yeah, great game from them. We talked about pre-game how the deciding factor in this game was going to be how they handled the Tide. They did a good job still finding their farm on the peel. I think that bottom move where they get the tier 1 tower and get 4 kills really set the stage for them to get across one of the most difficult times in this game. And they start getting up all their auras, they start getting tons of AoE teamfight damage through the Queen of Pain, and the PL just had a wonderful time, really, after what could have ended up being a really good Liquid start. They kind of neutralized it.
It's kind of weird because Ramses didn't really have to do that much this game, right? Like if you look at his scoreline, 3-1 and 12, Kiyotaka was very active, 13-1 and 9, all over the place, creating so much space. Ramses was super farmed at the end of the game, but he didn't really have to fight that often. He wasn't really pressured much from Liquid, and yeah, just a tough game 1 for them.
And Queen of Pain seems like it seems like kind of sleeper how much damage it's doing. You're not necessarily noticing it, but at the end of this game, 54,000 damage done by the Queen of Pain, and more than any 2 other cores in his team combined. So what a standout game from Kiyotaka here.
Yeah, so 9PANDAS take game 1. Can Liquid force a game 3? We'll find out soon.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Suns fan. Wow, I really thought Liquid were doing pretty well in that game, and then one bad fight, and 9PANDAS just never seemed to stop. Did I miss something?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think Liquid was doing pretty freaking well in this game, but then they went for this one very confident high ground push, and from there it kind of slipped away. Like, they had this Aegis, they went high ground on the bottom side. I think Hellraiser's got... Oh, I said Hellraiser's got the 9PANDAS.
Right, yeah.
9PANDAS got like 4 or 5 kills in that fight, and completely came back from that. In the end, like, the draft just becomes too strong. You got this Queen of Pain damage kicking in, PL's getting his 4th or 5th item, and all his Chen auras.
Yeah, the Lesh really didn't deal with these PL illusions that much. Like, once they had all the aura items, PL kind of was just the boss of this game, and we saw that Terrorblade versus PL matchup. Terrorblade just doesn't really do anything to this hero.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, in the end, like, Leshrac counters PL in some ways, but when PL has like this 5th item, he just gets too tanky. And once again, as I think I said before the game, these Chen auras are really annoying for Leshrac. You get all of these auras that make your heroes naturally tankier, and it takes so long to get any kill.
Yeah. I think it's also like really hard when you're playing this Lesh and you're forced to kind of come bot and take these fights, and your supports just like aren't that strong. So as soon as 9PANDAS would like rotate a hero back to counter their move, then they just die on heroes. Like they had a very Liquid-esque draft where that's not going so well for them, but they're still upkeeping net worth on cores, which is how they were able to kind of mount that like high ground push in the first place. But it all falls apart when they make one mistake.
Yeah, for sure. Once again, I think to highlight, like, I think the drafting for PANDAS just worked out so beautifully with the Beastmaster first pick, and once again, like, actually the Queen of Pain last pick, like, it worked out really, really well. Like, there were so many heroes being banned out, it was hard to find like a fitting last pick that was also fine to be a blind pick. But the Queen of Pain worked out really well, and just punched him.
Did a hell of a lot of damage. Here's a question, Peter.
What do you got?
I see, as a POS4 enjoyer,
okay,
I see Chen, I see PL, I see Beastmaster, I see a lot of units. My mind is saying Echo Slam. That's what I'm thinking.
You want an Earthshaker?
This hero needs to be fixed. It shouldn't be possible to have that many things in one place without an Echo Salami happening. What's going on with this hero? Where's Earthshaker?
I mean, they could bust it out. I don't think the hero's that poor, but they're sticking to their guns. They're sticking to what's worked for them so far, and that's not a bad strategy. So
yeah, better than my strategy. Yeah. Anyway, all right.
You want to go backstage and suggest a shaker to them?
Yeah.
I'll try that, Storm. That sounds like a great idea. All right. DHL Man, portrayed by our beloved Sir Action Slacks, is embroiled in quite the predicament. Let's catch up on the story now.
This time, with subliminal messaging and dark magic, the Sideshop Man hopes to take advantage of the unaware DHL Man and his hard-working colleagues.
Dota 2 is perfect. Major does not need to be saved. Nothing's wrong. 40%. It's okay to keep working. It's okay to keep working. Now just remember.
It's 2 o'clock. Time to get back to work. Goodbye. Thank you, Ice Cream Man. We love you. Yeah! This guy. Get out of here, bro. Aren't you supposed to be a break?
As long as I keep him working in the simulation, he will never be able to stop my plot.
Bot.
Finally, you have been dispelled and I may speak to you once more.
What do you mean? Also, your voice is super weird. That is not how I expected you to sound, at all.
The new frontiers need saving. Sideshop Man wants all the wisdom runes for himself. You must stop him. It's up to you now. Remember.
steam up tape. Okay. Oh, come on, it's gonna take forever. Shit, I thought I locked the door.
Okay, this is fine. I just need to get out of here as soon as possible. My glorious plan is still good to go.
He must have some kind of plan or another safe house somewhere. I gotta find him. We need to stop him.
Well, looks like we're going to Berlin.
Is Berlin like 40% bigger now? I could use a warp key. There's no time. Yeah, there's always time for a kebab. Oh no! I'm too late!
Yeah, you can check out more on esl.gg/DHL. And don't forget, you can enter a competition there where you could win tickets to the next ESL 1 event. Talking of our event here, that is the end of Game 1 of this first series. There will be a second game coming up just after this break. Don't go away.
Team Liquid just got 2 tickets to Stack City. I got Boxy and I got Zai, here to play a little game. Although, is it a game or is it an actual test of your Dota skill? You have 3 opportunities to stack. How many camps can you get? And what heroes will you choose to do it? You'll be level 6 and you'll have 5,000 gold. Zai, what hero are you picking?
I'm just gonna play Phoenix.
Phoenix! Ooh, that's a good one, okay. Boxy, what's on your mind?
I think I'm playing Naga Siren.
Okay. He has faith in his micro. Alright, you got 10 seconds. Get ready. He's got his control group set up. He's aggroing, he's pushing, he's doing it. Zai, Icarus diving, Sunray.
I fucked up.
Okay, I see at least 1 camp stacked for you.
I got 1.
You got 2. You got 2.
3.
Oh no, dude. I could have done
You got
better.
4.
I could have done better with just a range there.
The mirror images are out. They're swimming along.
They need to have like a certain distance.
They do. You need to make sure you get the times right. Oh, we're getting ambitious. We're getting real ambitious now. Oh, close, but no cigar.
We lost a couple stragglers on the way.
You did. As long as 1 creep from the camp remains, then I count it. So that was another. Would you get another 4?
No, I just got 2 this time.
Boxy.
I stacked 1 camp.
That was your opportunity for a comeback, Boxy.
And I slept the camp so it wouldn't run back.
All right, 52 seconds. Let's go. What do we got?
Oh shit.
Those are. Wait, are you telling me the clicks of frustration actually did better than your normal run?
No, I got 2 at least.
Okay.
I just got 1. I just did it perfectly.
How did you do so good on the first one?
I don't know.
I got 2 at least. I might have gotten this one.
This moment of truth for something that likely does not matter. Did you get the other camp?
So I realized the camps have to be in fog so that I can move command there without move commanding on the creeps, like easier. But I warded all my camps. Yeah, I did get it.
Okay.
So I got 3.
Not bad.
That was pretty
Not
good.
bad. I guess so. High score for 1 run was 4. High score for you was 3. Pretty close.
I'm doing it again. So I have 1 more run.
1 more run?
I don't care what he says.
Double or nothing? Let's go. This is the 5 campers. I'm feeling it.
It's not even
No,
close.
it's not. You didn't even go for the sunray on the other one. You almost had the timing.
Thing is, I don't know what happened.
This one didn't stack.
What did happen?
What just happened?
No, I got 0.
This one was like so far out. I don't even know what I got.
I think maybe...
I got 0. I think they blocked it or something.
I mean, I think they kind of blocked themselves or something. Or I'm just coping. I don't know.
I got
But
1.
I did it.
I got 2.
I got 0.
You heard it here first. Get ready for Berlin Major Boxy Naga Siren. Coming to you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Game 2 coming up between Liquid and 9PANDAS. 9PANDAS with a sort of mini comeback, I suppose, taking advantage of a blunder that Liquid made, going high ground in the first game, have taken a 1-0 lead in this series. Remember, loser goes home, winner goes straight to the grand final against Game and Gladiators, where 9PANDAS, I'm sure, would be thirsty for revenge. Do you think that's likely?
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think they're gonna adapt, Mr. EPD?
Well, I think Liquid will probably take first pick themselves, so we'll probably just see a different draft in general.
I like what you said. That was also my first impression.
You are
First
correct.
idea.
They have taken first pick.
Yeah, and they actually banned Beastmaster themselves, which is very surprising.
Oh. Wait, do we know if they chose it or what?
Oh, they have to get Alchemist or Medusa as a result.
Yeah, so still interesting though. I guess like because they see the first ban on the Doom, they, as you said, they know they're gonna get the Alk or the Medusa, and they prioritize those over those heroes. And of course, Mirror on the Beastmaster last game was looking pretty good. So they're banning their own comfort, but once again, if the other team can also play an SC hero the same way you do, then you might just ban it and not trade it.
What would you take, Alchemist or Medusa?
Alk or Medusa, that's the next interesting thing is Panda's going to leave both of them in. Because that makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
they do.
Oh, you are correct.
So they're leaving both in. So this is really curious. I'm not sure if Liquid got Duse at this tournament. I'm not sure. I know they've
played it twice, I think, at least on Mickey.
In the group stage? Or
yeah.
Okay. Well, their Alchemist is looking insanely strong. I think the last Alchemist has owned every single time.
I also think you don't want to give Ramses the Alchemist on the other side, so I feel like it's probably the better pick. 9PANDAS hasn't played much Medusa themselves either, but it's risky. You know, you're down a game. Do you want to lose to this snake lady?
Yeah, it's not obvious. But you got you know exactly. I think they take the Alchemist because you know that 9PANDAS last game had first pick and they banned it. So they're not too keen on this hero themselves.
They didn't even take it, wow.
And they just ignore it. Yeah, like Medusa completely ignored it. Like, do you take it now as Liquid? That's a funny thing. Bounty TB. Pandas again loving this bounty as a hero. They value it so highly.
They could probably just pick a Lich here to protect their Alch. I think that was their previous sort of response to Terrorblade, because they know it's like the best carry matchup against Alchemist. Or they could take Medusa.
And they do. Oh my god, he's laughing. look at him. William is laughing so much. Enjoying himself.
Stupid hero, what can you do?
So this is interesting. So what kind of flexing potential do we have anyway? So 9PANDAS, of course, they have the bounty hunter. They can put it on the offlane or the position 4 role. If it is offlane, laning against the Alchemist, I think that would be insanely good for the bounty hunter matchup. But Liquid, of course, they have Deuce and Alchemist. They probably play Alchemist, I would assume, on carry, mid, and boxy. I would assume.
No. We don't need to see any 4 position.
Okay, no
Alchemist.
4. Okay.
They haven't played at this tournament.
Mid or
before.
carry.
Okay, they just do carry anyway. Okay. I mean, I think if they do that and the Deucer just goes strict offlane, then I think the bounty under offlane for 9PANDAS is going to be really good against it. But we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We haven't seen Medusa position 5. Could it be a support?
We saw it, yeah, right. Who did that? I forgot. Was it EG? There was one team in the lower bracket who actually did Medusa position 5.
I don't remember.
I don't
Flexing
remember.
so much. But that was a crazy game.
It was
like,
EG.
I think it was EG against Talon.
Was that the
That's right.
And that was
the
like
AM mid and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. There was like an insane amount of flexing, so it's not the average that you would expect. Liquid banning out Darkseer and Techies, respecting the Techies from Panda's last game, and once again, he's a Grandmaster player on the hero. It makes a lot of sense to ban it out. Darkseer, also a highly contested offlane pick, it was banned last series as well, and generally a very strong pick to close out the second stage on Pandas. Meanwhile, Silence banned so far, potentially protecting some... I'm hard to read what this is all about. I guess Silence just being a solid hero that protects some of the mid heroes the Liquid might want to pick. Once again, they have to probably blind pick their mid in this coming up stage. But they could double support as well, actually. No, never mind. I'm talking about the Alchemist 2's draft. They might just do position 4 and 5 in the second stage.
Well, with Liquid, if they want to flex this Medusa to offlane, like I know Zai likes playing it, and he would be happy to. We've seen Tundra play it, and they buy like this phylactery and stuff. They usually pair it with a really strong force support like Bounty. Obviously, they can't take it this game, but if they do want to put it there, I'd like to see some kind of like, I don't know,
Monkey?
support to just enable. Yeah, maybe.
Is it possible that like Roger would play the bounty, or maybe it is just offlane bounty and they have Skywrath, which they've done yesterday twice?
I do think both those options are viable. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think they will. I mean, Miro literally yesterday played 2 games of Bounty Hunter in a row. I think he just really feels the hero. And once again, I think that position 4, he has like 4 or 5 heroes that he's like really, really comfortable on.
Yeah.
The Techies, the Sky Mage. I'm missing something as well, but like he's like a small hero pool that is really, really, really focused out.
Antares?
So, yeah, Antares.
Okay, Skyroth, Techies, Bounty, Rubik, Pugna, and Ench this tournament.
Okay. Then the bounties in this pool like really high up as well, I guess.
Given that they lost both games yesterday where they picked this bounty, they must really believe in it to be picking it here. Are they just that certain?
I think they're certain that he could be laning against Alchemist potentially, and I think that matchup favors the Alchemist much, or favors the Bounty Hunter much more.
I think it's insanely good. I can tell. I think Bounty against Alchemist mid is completely unplayable for Alchemist, but I think on the nobody plays Bounty mid really except like Tundra 9. On the offlane should be really good as well. And I think, by the way, why 9PANDAS also likes Bounty Hunter is one of Kiyotaka's special heroes, which is the Tinker. And they are one of the rare teams who play it, and Tinker Body, of course, being a really strong combo together. And they threatened this this pick to close out this stage or the next stage.
Stealing the Oracle. I didn't see this coming. What do you guys think?
Well, so I was curious already why Liquid like prioritized it so highly last game. Of course, insane being an insane Oracle, and it did look pretty good. It's like they had good success with it. Like I think this game was still looking pretty good for Liquid for the most part. I'm not sure Roger Oracle now. I mean, I'm not sure how if he played yet this tournament, if he's like feeling really comfortable on it. It might just be a denied pick, as you said, and might lead into some strong later picking down the line to synergize with it. It doesn't really provide any lockdown to 9PANDAS draft yet. They will have to look to pick some sort of lockdown. Shouldn't be too hard though, because they see what Liquid is going to pick in the next 2 picks.
Definitely think there's some deny pick going on.
I think it's definitely a deny.
Oracle plus Alchemist is a pretty good combo.
Yeah.
He can heal during his ultimate.
It's actually very good. And Liquid stealing the Skywrath mage. Okay, things are getting a little bit crazy here. That's kind of funny. So, I mean, that has to be position 4, right? That's going to be a boxy
Skywrath definitely one of the best position 4s in the patch, I think, right now. So, if you're a Sky player, now's your time to shine.
Yeah, looking pretty hot.
I'm kind of glad 9PANDAS didn't take it as well, a little bit, just because when I see this Sky vs Medusa matchup, if it is a core Medusa, like, it does so little damage.
At some point, you don't do any damage anymore. Yeah. For sure. Also, Liquid, by the way, so they got this Alchemist Dusa. They didn't ban like any hero that's specifically good against the Dusa. There is still, I mean, oh no, I'm saying this in they always pick TV on Pandas. I might miss my thoughts. I was thinking about heroes like Anti-Mage Appeal, but obviously it makes no sense. This TV's already picked up.
Yep.
But now,
why don't they just play a mid anti-mage? Some Chris Luck anti-mage.
Like Chris Luck? I think that series is just a very special one. I don't think you get to see that too much. Pangolier. Okay.
Pangolier.
Okay, that means they're committed to Alchemist on the safe line?
Yeah. So
Pango mid, so Pandas could potentially take the, if they want a new offlaner, which I feel like they're pretty happy with the bounty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there is the possibility that Alchemist does go +3 on Zai and Dusa does go +1 on Mickey maybe. So that might be the last fixing. I would be really surprised if really just lock it in. I think that's at least what 9PANDAS is thinking. But I do think that if they think the Alchemist goes position 1 no matter what, that the Bounty Hunter will just match up against it. He did it 2 times yesterday. The question is then what heroes do they take for Antares? Of course, this hero is still...
Yeah, right now they're basically decided, like, do they have 2 supports or do they have 2 cores right now? Is Bounty support or core?
Yeah.
And so this pick will be very telling.
Or actually, I mean, they could also just pick the mid right here. He sees the match on the Pangolier mid. It could be flexed off lane, but realistically, it's just going to be Anisha Pangolier. Like, it's no reason to believe that it goes to any other role, I think. So, Pandas could also just pick something casual like an Ember Spirit, or a hero that punishes Pangolier a little bit more.
Tiny? He likes his tiny.
Yeah, he likes his tiny, right? It's not particularly good against the Dusa in the end, because once again, I mean, Dusa is picked in this draft here and not addressed at all with any mana burn or something like that.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, do you think that they're lacking damage right now to kill Medusa?
Yeah.
And so do you have to go for something with Diffusal Burn, or do you just go for something, like, overwhelmingly strong?
I mean, I'm not sure. This new Dusa hero, the mana shield is just too strong. I'm not sure if this hero dies if you don't have any mana burn. Like, I'm not sure if this TV can ever chew through a Dusa or anything like that.
I feel like you just need to kill everyone else first. And
that was certainly what they hinted at in the interviews about, we're not scared of Medusa, we'll just kill everyone else and then worry about Medusa. Whether they can pull that off, of course, remains to be seen, but that seems to be their approach.
Batrider. Okay, so this is... I know that Miro plays Batrider too, so this is going to be a flex between Kiyotaka and Miro. I do think because Batrider sees... they saw the Pangolier mid, they're just going to probably put it mid. It's obviously having a decent matchup against Pangolier. And I gotta say, I like the pick. Like, it's a pretty free Batrider game. This hero only struggles when there's like a bigger amount of lockdown in the enemy draft. And there's this new build that people love to rush Octarine on Batrider and skip like this BKB, which used to be the old build. And this game is completely unpunished. Like, he can dance around the enemy, spam his Napalm, spam his Flame Break, and yeah, looking like a really strong pick. I like it.
I love how sort of mysterious 9PANDAS draft is. Like, I'm still, we're still uncertain exactly where this Batrider's headed, and Liquid has to sort of blind pick their, their next core, or, I mean, I don't even know what's going on with Liquid's draft either, but they need to blind pick their next hero and try to make sure that their lanes are going to be okay. But, what do you pick against Bat?
Yeah, that's...
Right, that also maybe is okay versus Bounty.
Yeah, I see your point. It makes a lot of sense. Like, it's not too obvious where the 9PANDAS heroes goes. I mean,
could something like a Legion Commander do something with the Purge there? But there's really nowhere to fit it into their draft is the issue.
For Liquid, it would have really good synergy with the Skywrath Mage, but it is just very hard countered by the Oracle, of course, if he's in position to counter that duel with the False Promise.
Do you feel like Insania has his hero yet?
That's the thing. I think also that, like, you look at these 4 Liquid heroes, you're like, there's no Insania hero in yet, right? You don't know, of course, how they scrimmed, what they tried, if they are ready to play like some Alchemist 5 or something like this, or the Dusa 5 like we saw in another series. So
Liquid are usually very confident to do that. Like, they're like, oh, we picked Doom. Oh, we're flexing it to +4. Like, I think they like to just... They have very competent cores who trust each other a lot. Like, Mickey will just take random heroes to the safe lane sometimes. If any team's going to flex and catch you by surprise at the end of a draft, it's usually Liquid.
Yeah.
They ended up banning Disruptor and Clockwork, which I think are to protect this, not just the Batrider, but also the Bounty Hunter. These two heroes are particularly good at finding this Bounty Hunter who likes to, he likes to be a little bit farther than he should be, generally speaking. And try to, you have to catch him and punish him.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, like both Bounty and Batrider, they love dancing around the enemy team fight, spamming their spells from distance and slowly poking the enemy down. So Disruptor would have been perfect against that. Clock also against Bounty, not so much against the Batrider, of course. Meanwhile, Liquid, they're banning the Queen of Flame, which you saw last game pop off, and the Tinker. I mean, it makes sense. The Tinker here with the Bounty Hunter could have been such a nuisance. This is why it's so annoying to play against this 9PANDAS team when they have this flex open. You have to think about so many bans. Now there's still maybe some off flames that you're concerned about that Miro might pick for his last pick. And now it's time to shine. 11 seconds left. Wow. It's just Shadow Demon.
Well, that gives you some save against the bat. That's what you were wondering about, no?
Yeah, so Shadow Demon is very, very good against Batrider. The shard continuously, you can buy the shard and continuously purge one of your heroes, and that counters Batrider super hard.
Who buys a shard these days, Stormer?
Okay, you can take.
You kill the architect.
I'm sorry.
It also purges a lot of Oracle spells as well. Purges track.
Yeah, you constantly purge it. Yeah, that's true actually. Constantly purging the healing, and just a Storm Spirit to snatch it up.
This Storm Spirit is a bit of an issue for these supports. I think it's very easy for 9PANDAS to now start, given Vision by Bad or Bounty Hunter, find Shadow Demon, Skywrath, these heroes will just explode instantly.
And they have to save just in case, Storm Spirit gets a little ambitious and, makes a mistake, which these mid players are kind of put into that position. They have to take the risks for their team to try and start these good fights. But having, we saw Silencer kind of back up Storm in the past, Oracle in the same way can protect the Storm and enable him to play as aggressive as he wants to be.
I like the Storm Spirit as well. Like, it's good against Pangolin and SD. Gotta say though, Sky Mage is two-sided, of course. Like, you can jump the Sky Mage and kill the Sky Mage instantly, but it's very two-sided. If you manage to get the silence off on the Storm Spirit, then you might just die instantly on the Storm, in that burst of the ulti and the what's it called, Ancient Seal.
Yeah. Are you worried at all about this Alchemist laning against Bounty Hunter?
I mean, it's a +4 bounty, right? It's a +3 Batrider and a +4 bounty. So I'm not sure how much the Alchemist really gets threatened by the Bounty Hunter. It might just be a fine lane. I think it will just be a farming fast Batrider cutting some waves maybe, or and Alchemist farming safe camps.
I mean,
I like both drafts.
Let's go Dota.
Last comment, Alex.
They have their hyper comfort Alchemist, and they have the most broken hero of the patch, Medusa. I think Liquid are smiling right now. Okay. I think they are very confident.
All right, well, we'll find out whether that confidence turns into victory. To you, Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, my liege. Sunsfan here with Synderen. Game number 2 of the lower bracket finals of the Berlin Major. Medusa offlane somehow is not a weird thing anymore. I don't know how this is the real world, Synderen. Your thoughts?
I mean, the whole way this first phase developed was just interesting, right? They first picked Alchemist, and then they still ended up getting a phase closing Medusa, which obviously, have to keep in mind, is kind of telegraphed. Yeah, we've seen support Dusa played by one team here or there, but for the most part, this hero has been a core, and I gotta say, I kind of like what 9PANDAS are bringing to the table here to try to deal with this lineup. You and I, we've cast some Bounty Hunter games, especially from EG, that turn into absolute stomps, and I feel like Antares has some really good friends this game. He can play with Bat, he can play with the Storm, he can go through the gates and find impact in the other lane because that's an Oracle that has a root there together with Terrorblade meta.
Agreed.
And for Liquid, I think a lot of what you need to be looking for here is how much can Boxy get done on the Skywrath. It's their only real silence against the Storm last pick. Gonna walk into them here, Reflection.
Yeah, Bensania pushed back onto the high ground, wanted to get to the low ground, but will not find it, and he will die. First blood to Kiyotaka. That is not who you wanted on if you're a Liquid fan.
That is the dream start for 9PANDAS. There's no one they would rather have this on than the Storm. We already established it's a good Storm game, so if he starts popping off, could be trouble for Liquid. And there's actually a kind of niche interaction I'm curious to see if we get to see him play here. Now with the change to Fate's Edict, there could be some plays where you can Fate's Edict the Storm and then he jumps in, right?
Yeah.
You can actually protect him from the Skywrath by just throwing this out prior to the jump, and Kiyotaka will have like 2 to 3 seconds of magic immunity when he's jumping in.
I mean, you remember the old Repel Storm Spirit.
Yep.
Omni Knight Storm used to be very strong when Repel was literally just a BKB, which this essentially is now for the most part. I mean, BKB only gives magic resist, not technically in debuff immunity, so.
You could argue this is almost better than BKB in certain situations, right? Because it's 100% magic damage resistance, and on level 4 Fate's Edict, that's 5-second duration. You do have a Dispel, though, on Liquid, which is an X factor in that. You have Demonic Purge, but you need to be able to get the cast animation off. You need to be in position as the Shadow Demon. And, you know, as much as we talk about it, maybe we'll not even see the EVP used in that way. I'm just curious to see if Pandas try to make use of that change in that way. Otherwise, like PPD pointed out, it's a great failsafe. If you go a bit too deep on Storm, as long as you have mana to reposition, your Oracle's going to get you home safe.
Indeed. Top lane. And I have to say, I know a lot of talk about Medusa as we're going to see the Banish come out onto Miero. I think the most underrated hero has been Bounty Hunter this entire patch.
I would
He has been so impactful in basically every single game. Full concoction onto Miero. He'll walk it off as a blood grenade onto both heroes from Antares. He gets the stun off thanks to the Shadow Walk
Flame
as
break
well.
in 3.
And we'll see if they can clean up Insania. They will not. He finds cover of the tier 1 tower, but still heavy damage done to him.
Pretty uncharacteristic to have this level 1 Flame Break, right? But
yeah,
it's not the best right now. Still gets a little bit of pressure out with it. And for Liquid's side, you know, how many games have we seen them with this Mickey Alchemist just popping off? It's obviously the hero you're going to be looking at here together with the offlane Zai Medusa, which we have not really... I think this might be their first time playing this offlane on Zai, so some changes there. And also begs the question, how is Liquid's team dynamic going to be in this game? I would say the way their team strategies usually works would be with a quite different archetype of hero for this player in particular. It's not a matter of whether Zai can play this, because Zai can play literally everything, but it definitely changes the way their lineup works in essence, and a lot of what's coming out has to come from Nisha, has to come from Boxy while Alchemist is farming. And with Kiyotaka off to a head start mid, you would imagine that he's going to win this lane.
Yeah, I mean, Pango versus Storm, never that fun as the Pango player. But we'll see, as Mickey has to concoct, but it looks like he might just drop first. Gets up a lot of damage onto Antares, so it might be a trade, and it is. But still, the bigger kill going the way of 9PANDAS. And he's getting solo XP on the bat, too.
Don't try this skill build at home, guys. Nobody builds bat like this. It doesn't have sticky on level 2.
Yeah, that's very strange.
That is so bizarre to watch. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen this before. He's gonna surely skill it now.
They're gonna try to turn this around to the Ramses. The blood grenade slowing him down as well. More arcane bolts to come, and the right click is enough. Boxy, big kill on the Ramses. So both position ones dying in the laning stage very early. And obviously meta being down is, I don't know how much duration it had left, but that's a pretty big deal as well. All right, who has a better time coming back? I feel like Terrorblaze picked literally every game. Feels like the safest carry to pick in this patch. And Alchemist, obviously, as we can see, Boxy suiciding there to the tower.
That's a good question. Who comes back easier between Terrorblade and Alchemist? I mean, I guess it depends how bad it looks, because Alk might be the faster overall just net worth acquirer, but he also needs more gold to be effective. So if he loses the lane hard and has to play catch up for 10 minutes, he might just miss his timing entirely, whereas Terrorblade's kind of uncapped as a hero, right? Eventually he'll get there. Forced to use the wands there.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing, of course, with Alchemist is in terms of like comparing the old one, you only have level 2 Greevil's Greed. So if you get up to a worse start, in theory, you're not going to be able to catch up as much in the mid game without having those big stacks as Kiyotaka. Gonna go on to Nisha potentially. Swashbuckle's there though. See Antares just biding his time. Looks like they'll just trade the water runes.
Miro still hasn't skilled Sticky Napalm. He's 0-1-2 on bat.
Huh.
Maybe I've missed a game or two here or there that this hero has been played in the offlane this tournament, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that this is not common. Now he's finally going to get the Napalm stack up, and doesn't have the mana right now to really put any pressure on Mickey. If he could somehow magically get 500 mana now, Mickey would be in a lot of trouble, but he's obviously going to be stabilizing just fine for now until Miero will be getting his arcane boots. They could give him the healing lotus that Bounty is rocking right now if they want a burst of mana for a kill, but so far Antares will hold on to that one himself. Glyphing to put some pressure here. They might actually go for a dive.
There, Roger came in through the gate as well, as the focus now onto Mickey. Fortune's end. Trying to set something up as the concoction will be placed onto Miero under that tier 1 tower. You see it continue to get stacks of the Shadow Poison, but they do find the kill on Mickey as Kiyotaka died in the mid lane while all this is happening. Miero drops as well, as Insania looks to be the last one to fall. So lots of kills across the board, and the one that we weren't able to watch was that mid lane. As Roger continue to take pressure now. Boxy out of mana, but pops the wand. Another right click or arcane bolt should do it. Can he get the vision is the question. Eats a tree, trying to deny himself to the creep, and he does. The Wild Wind Breaker comes in the clutch as Antares wanting to kill off Boxy, who's going to take a flame break from the south side as Miero has spawned after all this happens. Antares slowing down Mickey a bit, but one more right click will do it. And finally, Mickey gets a kill to his name, and I don't even know how to break this down because we missed the big kill in the mid lane.
How did Kiyotaka die? Okay, Skywrath rotation. I was like, there's no way Nisha solo killed this. And
yeah, okay.
All right,
it all makes sense
impact
now.
from Boxy. He ganks mid and comes top after.
Concoction coming.
Got out of the acid spray. He's completely fine. So, yeah, we were talking about, okay.
Nisha early, or I guess the early Rolling Thunder before Kiyotaka hits his 6.
So much of the success from Liquid in this game has to come from the Skywrath Mage Boxy, and well, he's been delivering so far.
You have to be a bit careful. Does have Swashbuckle. Doesn't have the Arcane Rune anymore because Antares just takes it under his nose. Will get the bounty, so able to get a little bit of HP. Let's see if Antares can actually catch up right now. Has the Blood Grenade as well. The question is, does he have the damage side? Yes, indeed they do. Fortune's End from the other side. Roger came to play as well.
Ah, yes, the
Big
classic
kill.
Oracle ganking in the enemy jungle minute 6. See it all the time.
I mean, this is a high action-packed game already, Cinderin.
Roger is playing Oracle like it's Ench.
And with all this movement, yeah, Ramses is left alone, which for a Terror Blade against, especially against the Skywrath Mage, that can eat through that HP quite quickly. A bit scary, but Antares now making his way back.
Yeah, and Zai is pretty low on mana down here. He has the Lotus and 7 stick charges though.
The Wisdom Rune though. Antares will get it. And that is big. Boxy knows. Taking the Watcher as well. And the other Wisdom Rune is completely uncontested right now, which you would think 9PANDAS should be able to get as well, as Boxy's going to be spotted. There's the zip in from Kiyotaka, set up by the stun from the bounty. A nice kill for 9PANDAS again. They are just so active right now.
Another game where I feel like there's just so much incredible value being generated by Bounty Hunter. Like, he's giving them all of the information. They have some amazing pairings with the hero. Both Bat and Storm really thrive when they have information all the time. And for Liquid, you have to recognize that their lineup, in essence, is pretty slow. It's offlane Dusa and carry Alk. They need time.
Oh, Ancient Seal set up with the Rolling Thunder, but he puts him on the other side of the cliff. Unfortunate, the high ground advantage now for Kiyotaka, who can just zip up. Very unfortunate for Liquid, as Insania potentially getting caught at now. Purifying Flames eventually going to heal him up a bit. Blood Grenade not enough. As Nisha and Boxy trying to turn this around onto the ganking Oracle, who will drop to the deck. And we're going to see the first lasso of the game, but the concoction is coming. Mickey getting burnt, but will survive the brunt of the damage from the Bat Rider.
And Mickey going for a really greedy build-up here, right? It's Brown
Darius is
into
back
Radiance.
again. Concoction's coming, though. It's going to be a full duration one from Mickey. And Antares is going to take heavy damage and likely fall. Indeed, he does. So, good kill from Boxy. As Zai's going to pop the Stone Gaze in the bot lane. Just constant action as Nisha actually TPs as well with the double damage. He's going to find Kiyotaka, gets off the shield crash. Doesn't have that much mana, though. And ult's still on cooldown for a bit more. It ends up being a wasted rotation. But
well,
the other way. He doesn't have mana to even get away now. Pops that wand, Swashbuckle. It's a baby one, though. Onto the high ground he goes with the shield crash. Somehow lives. Kiyotaka just living on the edge. My goodness.
It's like, oh wait, I need a neutral item. Arcane Ring seems nice right now. Was running around with the token. If he had used that earlier, he would have killed the Nisha Pango, I think. But a little bit too slow to get that item. Zai now close to the Phylactery. We've seen this played primarily by Tundra this tournament.
Yeah.
The offlane Dusa with Phylactery, very strong. Constant strong harassment from the Mystic Snake. You get a lot of tankiness on this hero with this item as well. It's just an all-round feels good.
Yeah, and usually we see it on Bounty Hunter as well because of the track interaction, but he is opting to go for the Solar Crest first. We'll see if he ends up changing his mind. Obviously, once you hit that level 6 and you're able to get huge influx of gold, depending on if you're able to actually get those kills, could change his mind for sure. Insania, they're going to spot the bounty to get the disruption. Nisha with the Rolling Thunder. This looks to be an easy cleanup for Liquid, although they missed the second roll proc. But Roger actually trying to help out, so they might find 2 kills instead of 1, as Antares actually walks away, so Roger will be the one to fall instead.
Yeah, Kiyotaka not interested in getting involved there. Understandable.
Oh, another.
Drops the shield rune.
And Terry's just being a constant annoyance. We'll take the Ancient Seal, but obviously no Mystic Flare to kill him during the TP. Kiyotaka will get gone on a bit by Nisha. Will zip away, though.
And while all this is happening, Mika is farming up a Storm here. He has 4 points in Acid Spray, just farmed a double camp combo, if you will, in the top half. Nero can't really dive him, doesn't have enough mana right now to go for a kill. Get a Lotus Flower, that will help.
Nisha initiated on by Kiyotaka. They have the stun after the fact from Antares with the Fortune's End as well. Swashbuckle gives him a little bit of distance. Ancient Seal onto Kiyotaka, but he has enough mana for that last zip and right click. Down goes Nisha. Big kill for 9PANDAS. That was actually pretty close to not finding it. As Nisha looks okay with the idea of dying there, apparently.
Well, I guess it could have died worse.
Yeah, it could have been worse.
Could have died another time. Zai putting pressure bot. Looks to be getting this tier 1 tower. The side of 9PANDAS not interested in defending this, so Zai with the phylactery. Going to be approaching his seemingly nice boxy.
Just a casual
a bit of a Yapzor cosplay there.
Yeah, pretty much. Shout out to him.
Bailiff Discord on the way for Zai.
Big zipping on a Mikke, who's out of mana as well. He has the Sacred Relic. A TP is coming to try to save him, but that's going to disruption at the last moment, but you'd think he's still dead. Indeed he is, and Insania might be going down as well. This is going to be a track kill now, and this is where it starts to get a bit scary for Liquid, but they're going to rotate in. Kiyotaka going to take the brunt of the damage from Nisha. Gets off the stun with the Rolling Thunder, connecting onto 2. Another zip will avoid it, but no, gets stunned again. Do they have the damage to actually finish him off? False promise on the Kiyotaka. He will likely live as a result. Gets the stun onto Boxy. They're going to clean that one up pretty easily. And Teres, they don't have the vision for him. Miero just TP's out. Kiyotaka, though, he doesn't have that much mana. Zip away, attempting to TP out, and he will.
Really important for him that Pango still doesn't have that diffusal. Makes such a huge difference in this fight that Nisha has gone for a build that leads to a slow diffusal blade. He went Treads and Orb of Corrosion in this matchup, so still needs about 1,000 gold to get to that key item. Mid lane, he might get lasso.
They're thinking about it, but with Boxy's presence, thinking, oh, okay, Boxy just barely getting the kill on Antares there. Another Fortune's End. Okay, they're actually going to dispel the shield crash, which zip in from Kiyotaka. They still have the lasso, but there's the disruption from Insania. Lasso, let's see if they actually want to use it. Finally they do, and they have the damage. It's actually a very easy kill on Nisha, but Mystic Flare into Miero. This will be a nice kill for Liquid. They need something out of this. They will get him. Boxy falls shortly after the Roger, though. It's Kiyotaka looking to clean everything up. Zai now left in a 1v2, but it is a Medusa. So do they have the damage to go through all of this mana shield? They're right-clicking him, not doing that much. Another Mystic Snake is coming up with that Phylactery in tow, but they drain his mana pretty nicely. Stone Gaze up in 2 seconds. They won't even bother trying. Jesus. This
still has a 20.
Look at Zai's face. Like, yeah, I'm just playing Medusa.
He still had 21s, so they weren't actually even close.
Yeah.
He got I think he got a 3-hero Snake, so he got so much mana back there, and yeah. I mean, he stays alive, but Medusa's curse in a situation like this obviously doesn't really pose too much of a kill threat.
Insania gets the dust off. You can see Antares trying to get the second Wisdom Rune. Won't find it, though.
They were ready for that one.
Indeed. They come with numbers. And it's going to take them a while. Swashbuckle not really doing that much damage, and Insania nets himself the kill. But just the fact that they have to bring all these heroes for a bounty hunter, this is something that you will never hear me say ever again, because I've said the opposite all the other times, Cinderin. This hero right now is, in my opinion, so much more effective as a support. It is insane the amount of space that he creates.
Why would you never say that again?
Because I always prefer cores on every hero, if you remember.
That doesn't mean you think they're more effective, it just means you love to play core.
Just shut up.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, basically an even game, though, in terms of the net worth. Slight lead for 9PANDAS. Of course, this is against an Alchemist. It's an Alchemist versus a bounty support, right?
Yep.
So you're going to see a trade-off of gold. Going to be a bit deceiving.
Yeah, overall, I would say being still in a gold lead 15 minutes in is a good look for 9PANDAS, though. And also curious to see, because our frame of reference for offlane Medusa has been Tundra pick this hero and win in 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
How does this hero work when the game is even and you get to that point and you have these matchups. I'm curious to see if Zai can find this dominant impact that we saw from Tundra, because they definitely have not been off to the kind of starts that we've seen from Tundra. And a lot of those were also Bounty Medusa, right? Bounty was with the Medusa in lane and they were just crushing.
Yeah, that is fair. And Terry's going to get caught out. Dust is upon him.
He's fine.
Not going to go any further, though. So Diffusal finally online for Nisha. And he's still tracked up. And then Terry's getting close to that Solar Crest. And the real question is, I was going to ask if Terrorblade was going to go for Diffusal, because we have been seeing that quite a bit.
They're going to go for it.
A big kill. Kiyotaka focusing now on Mickey with Roger's help. Mickey's going to get some TP support, healing up, and nice disruption. Looks like they won't be able to finish the job. Instead, Roger will take a tumble. And they lose the Bat Rider on the other side as well. So Liquid cleaning up in this last couple minutes.
Big TP from Insania. Very, very important for Liquid to save their Alk there. That would have been such a huge kill. I guess in the midst of all this chaos, though, we haven't really talked much about Terrorblade. There's one of those in the game, too.
Because he's in every single game.
Ramses is just farming, and I believe his Manta is now complete.
Are you surprised he did not go Diffusal? Because we've seen it even in games not against Medusa. They don't really have any other hero that can buy it. They just don't care.
I actually, this might sound weird because he's against Medusa. I like the fact that he didn't buy it, because I think the job of Terrorblade this game is to counter Alk, not to counter Dusa. I think he should just itemize to be absolutely stupidly tanky with stats and just stand his ground and deliver, rather than look to assassinate Dusa's mana shield. It's an offlane Dusa. It's unlikely that Zai will become like a carry with this build. He'll do some meaningful damage, but it's still going to be the Alk that is your primary issue.
Okay, he's going Ags after Veil now. Yeah. It's a very interesting build. So you're going to have, is that still the same Mystic Snake Petrifies?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Guess there's some decent synergy there with the Alk.
Yeah, well, Swashbuckle does physical damage, right? So that's the damage amp for that as well. That's pretty cool. Kiyotaka, Ancient Seal into Mystic. My goodness. Liquid find the damage easily.
Had no protection. Completely alone in the top half, gets spotted out by a ward.
Now, the question is, are you reliant on the Oracle the whole game, or do you need to, I mean, you're going to have to buy a BKB, I assume, at some point, or some sort of a Dispel, I would assume.
I feel like you might not even need the Oracle as long as you have vision from the Bounty Hunter and the Skywrath. I think it's the Skywrath silence that's the big problem right now. Eventually, you would imagine there might be a Hex coming out from Zai, but that's quite a while away.
Okay, good damage. Spotted out.
I'll purge him out here.
Dust, yeah, purged off. But Roger got the False Promise himself. This is going to buy him some time. We'll see if they want to TP in or anything like that.
I think he might live. He has 2 Lotuses.
Close. Ooh, all right. Just barely living.
Well, if you want to die, don't use a healing Lotus next time.
Zai, he gets initiated on by Kiyotaka. Still has that Stone Gaze, but can't use it because he's lassoed up at half mana. Finally, the Stone Gaze goes off, but now that he's out of mana, very little HP to work with. Disruption to keep him alive. Mystic Flare onto Ramses. This would be a huge kill for Liquid, and they find him in the trees. Another zipping from Kiyotaka, but they're going to have to back away. Ancient Seal preventing any initiation from Miero. Another beautiful swashbuckle from Nisha onto 2 as the mana drain is starting to be a problem. They're going to find the Bat Rider as well as 3 kills unanswered. Liquid potentially going for this tier 2 as well.
And a crucial mistake in that fight from 9PANDAS. They tried to kill Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They know that, like, they let it through. They know this is going to be picked. They know it could be any position. They don't really counter it with any items. And then they initiate into it. I thought they were just going to ignore it the whole game, but it was the only hero in range. So now a 5K lead for Liquid. Again, they do have an Alchemist. I don't know what that means exactly, but
it means they're getting a lot of gold.
They are.
Yeah.
And I feel like the kills have definitely slowed down a bit for 9PANDAS since the track has been online, actually. They haven't found as many as they did pre-track. I feel like he got so many kills level 4 as a bounty hunter, but Liquid have been doing a nice job of avoiding him.
It does seem to be where Bounty Hunter finds the most impact in the games that we've seen is those first 10 minutes. You can really feel his presence in the laning stage a lot more than you used to, but after that,
the Ancient Seal and a death again for Kiyotaka. Nice setup from Liquid by the gate.
They've done a really good job with the Skywrath and Shadow Demon, both saving and setting up kills with and against the Storm. Mika will stun himself on the Tormentor. I'm not really sure what that was all about. track.
Momentum number 1. So
I say track, but now Shadow Walk will be available for Antares to use on allies with the shard.
All right, you be on the lookout for that. Okay.
Yeah, as we've seen in this tournament, it's been used once.
I'm sure it's been used. We've noticed it once.
We've noticed it once. It hasn't been one of the most impactful shards for the most part.
I feel like it's good, though. There's no way.
Yeah, I would agree.
The opposite side, Liquid will take the shard here as well.
The Shadow Demon one would be really good this game against the Bat Rider and the track, and they will get it. Okay. So now Demonic Cleanse available for Insania. 150 mana cost spell, 7 seconds, constantly cleanses. So that will help them a lot against Sticky Napalm, against the Bat Rider track, and it even heals.
Yep, okay, Lasso on to Nisha. They have the lockdown, they have the damage. 9PANDAS is a good setup.
Finally, Kiyotaka has some help up here. He's been on an island for quite a while, get killed twice up here. This time they bring the numbers and they find the big pick the other way. Don't think they can really do damage to this tower. Terrorblade is still farming up. Ramses is the siege engine that they didn't bring. So they will just retreat to the jungle and farm up some more. Despite this good fight from Liquid mid, this still feels like a very even game. Alchemist was the big winner in it, of course. He's close now to AC. Be on the lookout for that.
That's a long
deep
zip.
jump.
They want to kill Boxy. The Ancient Seal has been such an issue for Kiyotaka. He will get it off, but dies shortly after. Another good pickup from 9PANDAS, although they lose Miero as Insania. Getting credit for that one. Kiyotaka very low mana. Does have to be careful. The Shadow Poison not giving the vision for Insania.
I might see him now.
Yeah, they're going to walk very close. The tree is planted by Kiyotaka. Shadow Poison, did that spot him? They're pinging it out, and now they know. The attempted zip TP. Oh, the Aghanim Scepter! It stuns him! And now Kiyotaka, out of mana, gets whipped into oblivion, looking for a deny on these pathetic Mud Golems, but will not find it. Nisha, in the meantime, getting off his Rolling Thunder.
Kiyotaka definitely did not account for that.
Aghanim Scepter Medusa. Goodness gracious.
I love the tree plant too. Like, Insania finds him, he's like, uh-oh. Puts down a tree, it just gets poisoned anyway. Good kill for Liquid. Keeping ahead.
Yeah, and with that death, basically, Nisha and Kiyotaka are essentially even on net worth, which obviously from a Storm's perspective, feel like you need to be ahead of the Pango.
Pretty cool Zai stat there, by the way. Uh-oh.
And Terrace is dead. Nisha gets credit for that one. Onto the high ground, Mickey and Boxy go to the Radiant jungle. And Roche is available, and it's on the Radiant side. Another 2 minutes until night. They have good minus armor from the Alk. Not sure if they have a Solar Crest. Oh, they do. Onto Boxy. Solar Crest, definitely an item that has been getting more and more popular as this patch progresses. So this Roche looks to be a freebie for Liquid. Do they give the Aegis to Mickey or Nisha, is the question.
Or Zai.
Just kidding. Come on now.
Even in games with carry Medusa, you saw them not give the Aegis to the Medusa.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be Nisha, so Liquid maybe not resigned to go high ground at any point during this Aegis, because Pango's not exactly the hero to do that. And Mickey can still complete this eventual 6-item full slotted build.
I love the dagger that Zai's queuing up. I think it's really cool this game. He recognizes that he's mega tanky on the Medusa, so his job is going to be just flat out jumping in using Stone Gaze to force defensive cooldowns, and then his teammates can pile on them. It's like a really good idea here.
Yeah. Force them to look at you. That hideous face. Not Zai, of course. He's quite beautiful.
Yeah.
The Medusa.
It's probably the reason he has barely played this hero. It's very ironic for this guy.
Yeah, it definitely does not scream Zai when you see a Medusa. But adding more to his very large hero pool, I have to say.
Yep.
Of course, I don't think offlane Medusa will be a thing after the next patch. Just throwing it out there. Probably not what Valve intended. But teams are letting it through. Like, this could just be a ban.
I feel like they should buff it for like 1 hour just to see the community feedback.
Like micro patch.
Yeah, that's the only patch change. Medusa Mounted Shield blocks more damage.
Oh, more damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, just for an hour. You know, see the community outcry. What the
I mean,
hell?
if you do that, then it does force the teams to actually ban it instead of continuing to let it through.
Fair.
But of course, 9PANDAS, they are the team that has beat Medusa time and time again. I mean, they did let it through in a previous series in the playoffs, and they did lose.
Yeah, I think they're 3-1 against it right now.
Yeah, they've lost
Storm jump.
Okay, Insania is a great target, but a Rolling Thunder comes in. Ancient Seal to follow. Concoction on top of Kiyotaka, but the false promise keeping him alive. Ramsey's just right-clicking Mickey, and there's the lasso to contain the Alchemist. Down goes Mickey. Big kill for 9PANDAS, but they lose their Storm Spirit. Swashbuckle onto the high ground for Nisha. Another Ancient Seal, beautifully done, keeping this Bat Rider at bay. As Miero, he's going to get gone on again as Nisha actually blinks in to try to finish the job, and he'll do so successfully. Zai
is strong.
Yeah, he is untouched. This Medusa completely untouched and ignored as the Aegis was finally consumed, and Roger will be brought down by Boxy eventually. Double kill for him. So 3 for 2. As 3 cores total die, more so on the 9PANDAS side, though.
Liquid are doing a really good job at mitigating Kiyotaka's impact in this game. That's another good jump on him. And sure, he does get Oracle ultied, but Roger wasn't able to use any more defensive spells and keep him alive. So even though he Storm jumps out and TPs to base, he dies with False Promise in the fountain. He could have somehow stayed alive there after killing Shadow Demon. That would have been really good. But he didn't even kill SD. He actually had to leave him on 1% health, get out, and then SD died to other residual damage later.
But that is the hero you have to kill. I mean, from Liquid side, you have to kill the Oracle, right? So
yeah, Oracle and Storm are your #1 priority. Get rid of these heroes in the fights, and then you can stabilize after. And it's pretty straightforward for 9PANDAS as well. You can clearly tell that they're on support hunt.
All right, Blink Dagger from Boxy, not going to save him in the end.
Very dead.
Track killed away of 9PANDAS.
Completely alone in that bottom area. Let's keep in mind that, I mean, this is a patch where kills already give a lot of gold. You're giving a level 2 track kill over to 3 heroes as well. That one might actually have been level 1. I think he just leveled up, so. But still, it is a big part of why 9PANDAS aren't further behind. And honestly, this net worth gap between Terrorblade and Alchemist, I don't think it's big enough.
That's not big at all.
This is 2.5k minute 27.
I mean, they went head-to-head in that fight. I mean, there's a little help from supports. Yeah. It's not live.
Alk is never going to win with this net worth.
Terrorblade is ripping him a new one.
Not a chance. So you're really reliant as Liquid once again on the supports. You're reliant on Pango doing a good job with disarms and handling the Storm so that your Alk can get to have some sort of a foothold in the fights. Mika will now pick up what seems to be a Basher. It is indeed. Despite, I mean, you can max out his inventory at this point, and I still think he loses to Terrorblade in a one-on-one, so Dota doesn't work like that. Mickey should itemize to kill the Terrorblade's team, and then he needs to rely on the supports, Medusa, and to some extent Pango, handling the Terrorblade later.
Well, Tormentor should spawn relatively soon as the Daedalus looks to be next from Ramsey's side. And I believe the Aghanim Scepter, yeah, for Nisha has been completed, so Swashbuckle every time you shield crash, and he has the 15 talent, of course, to synergize. And the only thing that really counters it is Lasso, kind of, but it's kind of awkward as well to use it on a Rolling Thunder, but you might find the opportunity could be effective.
If Terrorblade gets to lay into this Pango and he doesn't have shield crash stacks, he could die very fast. And you can't disrupt him in ball. So technically, there is an avenue there, but I don't think that's the approach 9PANDAS are looking to take. I still think for them, they just want to kill supports, and they probably want to do that until the game ends. Like, get the supports out of the play first. Once they're gone, Ramses will take over. And there's always the wild card of the offensive disruption as well. We haven't really seen that much because Insania has had to save people from Storm. But if you ever get ahead in the fight and you can disrupt Terrorblade, he can also kill himself.
Oh, concoction from Mickey into the bash.
You have Silence coming in.
Oh, he was disrupted and now zips away. Actually uses it to his advantage as a lasso in the mid lane. So, and the zip in from Kiyotaka to try to finish the job. Nisha in the Rolling Thunder though. Do they have the catch? Getting healed now by the Purifying Flames. Bounces the other way, wants to re-aggress potentially. They're gonna go for the Oracle and they'll get him. Nisha somehow lives.
How the hell?
And after all of that, 2 engagements on opposite sides of the map, they connect. 1 support dies.
He managed to just barely get roll-up off on 10% health and got his ult off there. That was super close. I think 9PANDAS will feel a little bit snubbed there that they even lose a hero for that engage.
Yeah.
After there was a good disengage from Kiyotaka bottom. They get absolutely nothing out of it. Ramsey's approaching his 400th last hit. 30 minutes in.
Not bad, not bad.
Close to dataless. It's really just a matter of can he stand and hit something, because he will kill anything except Medusa. Guess he doesn't really want to hit her in general. It feels like a waste of time. But, I will say with the sample size we've had, I think it's very noticeable that 9PANDAS are the best team in this tournament at playing against Medusa. Like, they've just, while most other teams have been crumbling, this team has found a way to handle the hero very well. And I wonder what the secret sauce is, if it's playstyle, if it's a particular pick or two that we just haven't really truly identified what it is they're seeing in it and solving it with. Actually, Miero going to get shadow walked here. This could be interesting.
Yeah,
Finds the SD.
Spotted. Okay, the lasso. They're going for Insania first, but there's the Rolling Thunder. Mickey coming in with the concoction as well, focusing on Miero. They should be able to run, but False Promise keeping them alive for the time being. Nisha and Zai teaming up to force the rest of their members back. Miero, I think he might be dead inside this False Promise. He does blow up. There's the Ancient Seal and the Mystic Flare blowing up the Storm. Kiyotaka done for.
So clean. Liquid were just completely ready for that jump. It looked like it was promising, but...
Oh, goodness gracious, bouncing all over the place. Basically pulling a Pango. And Antares dies on the low ground.
9PANDAS just not enough in the tank for the jump. They get onto the Shadow Demon with the Bat Rider, but Storm can't jump in and lock him down and kill him without the BKB, without an Orchid, without a Hex. Insania just gets to protect himself, and then they just run them down after. This is big. Ramses was not a part of the play initially, and therefore they didn't have the damage. Now he has to hold more or less 1v5.
Well, he might be able to. He might be doing fine.
For now.
Zai with another Mystic Snake. There's a fortification.
Yeah,
you need
they're not
20
getting this tower.
seconds. Storm has buyback, so even if he were to respawn and die, they would have to deal with him again.
I really wonder if you're right about this whole Storm. I don't know if you took his side about whether he should buy BKB or not, but he's not against that much cancel. They're just really reliable with it. They've been... The fact that Kiyotaka has died 6 times this game is pretty incredible to me. Liquid have just had his number all game.
The Ancient Seal has ruined him.
Yeah. And there's multiple ways of itemizing against this if you don't trust or have the reach of your Oracle with you. But I'm still not convinced that not buying BKB is a mistake. I kind of just want to give more credit to Liquid on a really well-executed mid-game here.
I mean, he has the status resist from the Saint Kaya, but obviously that's not going to completely nullify it. And we'll be going for the sheep stick, so still going for the aggressive attitude, which means a lot of pressure on Roger's Oracle to dispel that.
Yeah, usually when we see Storms have Hex, historically they have had a BKB prior to it, so they can BKB jump in, Hex the support, and just kill them safely. In this case, if Kiyotaka is jumping in and hexing the Shadow Demon to kill him, there's no guarantee that he isn't just going to get Ancient Sealed still.
Yeah.
So you don't, and you can't Hex the Skywrath and then go on the Shadow Demon either, because you can't solo kill him. So a little bit of a tricky situation to be in, and this is big if Liquid get this. Second Aegis.
Yeah, looks like they will. Nobody from 9PANDAS is really remotely close. So second rush will go the way of Liquid, Aegis, and Cheese. Aegis again to Nisha. Okay, this time that's a little surprising, but...
Cheese on Insania. Yeah, don't put it on Dusa. Won't need the cheese. Put it on your 5. It's so funny to see.
I mean, Cheese would be pretty valued for Medusa, but yeah, it hasn't really
it's unnecessary.
been low.
Exactly. They just need to keep their supports alive.
Oh, I hear a concoction. It stuns himself, but he gets some creeps out of it, so Mickey's not going to be too sad.
Nice farming concoction there.
We'll be going for a Swift Blink, and then that's when he starts running a bit out of room in his inventory. The treads will probably go next. And I know it's not going to happen, but you know, speaking to an existence, Cinderin, I want to see Aghanim Scepters purchased by him at some point, but I know it's not a thing. But it would make me very happy.
Well, eventually it is.
Yeah, we'll see.
If the game goes late enough, it's the best item he can buy.
Every time I hope and dream, it comes crashing down.
Zai? Yeah. I don't know if it would have ended well if they jumped him anyway.
Yeah, Miero looking for an opening, but...
not going to find it. So, if Alk gets to that point with Ags, keep in mind that if you give Aghanims to a teammate that has Aghanims already, you give them 4,200 gold.
Yep.
Could be an interesting way of transitioning either the ping.
Miero runs into most of Liquid. Instant Rolling Thunder. Zai blinks in as well. Gets off the Mystic Flare. Okay, that's so much damage as Miero bursted from 100 to 0. He does have buyback though. We'll see if Liquid try to force it now that they continue to have this Aegis. Kiyotaka trying to find a sideline kill. Looks like he might be able to do it, but he gets bashed! He gets destroyed! Big mistake from Kiyotaka, looking for a sideline kill on a support. He's dead without buyback.
It really feels like 9PANDAS just haven't managed to connect Storm and Terrorblade together in this game in the fights. This Ramses Terrorblade is enormous, but I wonder how much hero damage he's done. Like, a lot of these fights are pretty scrappy and it's skirmishy by nature, and this time around, I mean, this one's just, it's understandable that he wants to try and jump a support, but he has no protection once again, and this time Liquid will get a big reward. It's going to be at least one lane of barracks with no Storm buyback, and they know he doesn't have it because he bought Hex, so
yes,
they can very confidently commit to this, and in case they somehow would be wrong, they still have Aegis and Cheese. So minimum one lane. Man, has this Zai Dagger paid off, though. My goodness.
Pretty valuable. And even if you can't get, I thought it was originally for the Stone Gaze, but it's literally a Mystic Snake will just stun people, right? With the Agnum Scepter, so pretty cool. And Theres caught out, using the Ogre Seal Totem to get a little bit of distance with the Force Staff applied as well. If he can wait out the dust as, Miero is getting caught out in the meantime. False Promise applied to him.
Yeah, he's dead.
They do find the bounty, and this is a dead Bat Rider as well. Both have buyback. But still, Liquid continuing to roll on now. The Satanic looks to be next for Mikke. And I actually want to see what Zai's been building. He has 5.3k.
He's getting
We're going Sheep next.
Yeah, so that's going to be another problem for Storm, and he is identifying the issue here. Kiyotaka's like, okay, screw it, then I'll buy BKB. Okay.
I would hope so. My goodness gracious.
He might not, I mean...
He might not have time now.
Question is if it's too little too late. Need 2,500 to get there. Liquid with quite a big advantage. 1.5 minutes on the Aegis. Don't know if they're going to try to get a second lane with this. Looks like they are going to be unable to. The waves are decently pushed from the side of 9PANDAS.
I mean, one aspect of getting a late BKB that is value is it obviously will be a lot longer than the other BKBs in the game that have already used their duration, but... Roger! Ogre Seal Totem saves another soul.
How does this happen every game to this team? They just did it last game too.
I don't know.
Like, it's just it's like, is this
you can't do it with two people.
Is this in their contract? Like every game you have to go and make things exciting at the Tormentor? You would think they would learn by now whether they can or can't do it as two people, but they seem to find a way of making it spicy every time.
Yeah, they need to add the Tormentor into the client so you can use it in demo mode, so you can just practice fighting this building.
The new target dummy.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Why not?
Liquid gonna go for the high ground here. 30 seconds on Aegis, so Pango will be exposed for it. Okay, they're actually just gonna slow push here with Medusa illusions. They don't hit very hard.
Yeah, but they are very tanky.
That is true. Step by step.
Look at these things. Gracious.
All right, well, if they do that another 50 times, they'll get a ranged barracks. So
they have all the time in the world.
I guess so.
Obviously, the Aegis is one thing you do have to keep in mind, which is expiring, which is why the smoke is now activated on 9PANDAS.
Yeah, Terrorblade is more or less maxed out. You can still get Ags, but Ramses is enormous.
Yeah, but now we're starting to see the offensive disruption take over these TB illusions and let them work for you.
And this feels like this is going to be the name of the game for Liquid, is just kite TB. They've done such a good job at mitigating Ramses' impact relative to net worth so far, and if they can keep that up.
Zai. The initiation with Trickster's Cloak into Mystic Snake.
I mean, it's so free to play like this. It's got to be fun, right?
Yeah, and he's got the shard now as well, actually, so it will reflect a Mystic Snake.
Every time Bounty tracks, he throws a snake out. All right. 9PANDAS have done their research. They're bringing more heroes.
Good job. Roger still taking damage. Oh my God! Not again! Not again!
He gets tipped by Ramses. Oh, you'd love to see it.
Oh!
You'd love to see it.
That Tormentor hates him.
Oh my God.
Who got the shard?
Bat Rider.
Okay. Oh.
So that is the sticky napalm. Flaming Lesson no longer disarms you, and every second attack applies a stack. Not particularly great with his build. We've seen some core bats go for this shard together with Witchblade in the past, and ultimately even more attack speed, but it's not really set up to utilize the shard particularly well right now with the items that he has.
Oh, Miero, blinks in, but he is spotted by Insania.
And it's time to get out.
Yeah, he's already disarmed and he's going to get stunned now. Mickey has the Abyssal Blade as well. If he wants to continue the lockdown, he will.
And the
easy
save,
kill.
The
Very
save from
easy
Roger, not there. He was in the fountain for some reason. Who knows?
The Tormentor strikes again.
There could be any reason why he wasn't there to save his bat. Zai's in. Let's go. All right.
The offlane Medusa is now hitting your tower. Not scared of anything. Let's see how much damage he's taking. Okay, they're starting to drain his mana very slightly. And the poke onto the buildings. And Tere's continuing out with the tracks.
Gonna glyph this.
Yeah. A little bit surprising considering they don't have a tower there. And the Storm Spirit dies again alone. Boxy has been destroying him all game. No buyback at all. There's the offensive disruption onto Ramses. His creations turn against him. Zai with the Stone Gaze, having a little bit of space. There's Miero getting off a nice lasso. No disruption to save him, but they have the stun lock as Ramses already at half HP. Gets a nice thunder on the Mickey. This will be a pretty nice kill for him, but he is taking so much damage. Bashed into oblivion. 3 dead for 9PANDAS. GG's. Liquid tie it up 1-1.
And it really feels like the absolutely most important thing in this game, not to beat a dead horse, but they never got any value out of their Terrorblade, and Liquid just shut down Storm so much. Looked like the side of 9PANDAS were very reliant on playing around this 4-man skirmish in reality in the mid game with their heroes and just letting TB farm, but Liquid had so many responses ready. They kept punishing them. Zai ends the game deathless, 2-0 and 20 on the Medusa.
Shocker.
Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, it was an entertaining game. I feel like I can't help but feel a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to see 9PANDAS, you know, get an actual team fight. It almost felt like this Terrorblade was quiet for the vast majority of the game.
Well, okay,
quickly have a look at
Ramses farmed out of his mind. Kiyotaka was dying left, right, and center because he didn't go BKB.
Still did the most hero damage, actually, on the Terrorblade.
That is surprising.
Surprising,
yeah.
But not by a lot. And considering his net worth, this also, I mean, you want more value out of this. So they got outplayed, fair and square.
Indeed. Liquid tie it 1-1. What's going to happen in game number 3? Stay tuned and find out soon.
Well, you get all the heroes you want, lots of strong ones, and you win the game. Apparently that's as easy as Dota is.
Yep.
Liquid did what they wanted, Stormstormer.
Yeah, I mean, basically 9PANDAS decides to play against Alchemist and Duza, and this is what you get for it, I guess, in this patch. I mean, yeah, this game, I mean, it just slowly but surely slipped out of their hands, I feel like. At some point you could see how, like, they went as 3 or 4 heroes on the Duza on the mid lane, and then, like, they realize they can't kill her, they tip him, and they're like, okay, whatever, yeah, we're getting out again.
Yeah, I think Alchemist, or sorry, I was going to talk about Alchemist, but yeah, I think Liquid showed the strength of this hero, even though the early game was pretty even, or maybe even a little 9PANDAS favored. This hero just farms way too much of the map, he gets way too much gold from it, and his timings are just too strong.
The Tormentor is like their mortal nemesis.
It's already nice, you know.
I don't know what's happening.
It's like the cherry on top of it in the end, you know. You only played a 34 or 38-minute game. The game's already looking pretty harsh. You go for the storm until you die. You see some smiles from Roger. I mean, what else can you ask?
What can you do? I must say, I do love it when you see these teams playing with a smile on their face.
Yeah.
Because, you know, obviously we're at the point now where they could get knocked out just before the final, but they can still enjoy stuff like that. That's good, solid pro Dota, I'd say. Yeah.
Cheap, you're happy about the Liquid win?
I'm always happy about Liquid win. I'm always happy about 3 games on the Grand Finals day. You don't want some 2-0 stomp into like some 3-0 stomp. It's like the most miserable end. So to see them be competitive, that's good. I will say, I really hope they don't give them Alk and Medusa again next game. It was like, okay, we take a team fight mid, we kill the Alchemist. Oh, here comes the second carry. Medusa just walks in, they're forced to retreat. Like, it's so dumb.
Yeah. At least take one of them, right?
Yeah.
Like, they were all in the pool. They could have taken it. They decided not to. They decided to.
Hear me out. It's a clever mental gambit. You give them the Alk and the Juicer and the Pango. You win with that, and then your opponents are like, well, we can't win with these heroes. They're not even going to bother banning them. We'll have to think of something else. It just didn't work.
Insania also played a heck of a game. We just saw here on the screen another save, like multiple times. He was saving people from that Storm Spirit initiation. The burst just wasn't there from 9PANDAS to kind of finish anyone off, and I was a little uncertain about the hero, but Storm, it felt like he had to jump 2 people. He had to, we saw that one of those fights in the river there. He jumped the Shadow Demon, and then he jumped the Skywrath and then hexed the Shadow Demon, but ended up dying.
There was a lot of weight on him.
Yeah, exactly. Too tall of an order for the Storm Spirit here. He needs some more backup.
Also want to shout out to the supports of Liquid, so to drop. But I feel like Insania and Boxy played insane games from their respective supports. I think the SD last pick really shined in this game. Like it completely shut down the Miro Batrider. Like it's just really annoying matchup. Like this entire purging and safe to play against.
Very tough. Very tough. Sheep, I know you had a head-to-head you wanted to pick. What have you got for us?
All right, I wanted to talk about Roger Boxy. I wanted to talk about the Oracle and Skywrath because they both bought Blinks this game. And I thought it was cool in like the ways that they bought them for, right? You have a Storm Spirit who has the weight of the world on his shoulders. As a result, he's going for no save items, no Yules, no BKB. He's getting this Hex. And so this Oracle needs to be in position every single fight and has to go for a Blink Dagger to be able to ult him. Meanwhile, you have Boxy buying a Blink Dagger, playing on these side lanes, searching for kills to aid his team. It was a much more aggressive approach, like this offensive versus defensive use of the Blink. I just thought it was very fun interaction in this game.
Yep, for sure. Need the Blink to help save whoever was getting gone on by Alchemist, I think, in those cases.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to save everyone, though.
You can't save
There's too many people he had to save.
It's too hard.
Too many jobs. I mean, you could honestly, the way this game just progressed over and over, you can see it in the replay as well. It doesn't even look that bad for 9PANDAS, right? Like it doesn't even look like, you look at net worth and everything, all the numbers. You got decent net worth against this Alchemist, but it's just slowly but surely just slipped away from it, just because of I feel like how
this was an interesting moment. I've got to say, just walking up, that was very unlucky. It felt. But what was the tipping point? What was the moment for you, Stormstormer, where it was like, this seems even, and then all of a sudden Liquid are winning?
I mean, honestly, I couldn't picture out one big moment. I mean, I guess the first moment that like they got this one team fight on Liquid and got like a couple of kills, then you could feel like it was slowly slipping away.
Yeah.
Because before, like you look at the net with the Terror Blade and like Yotaka and everybody's like keeping up pretty well. But there was just so many small moments where you could feel like the draft doesn't really come together, or just simply the Liquid heroes are just too strong of a response. The Skymage against the Storm Spirit, once again, was a bit too sided. The Medusa just not having a mana burn hero on the enemy team, not really being killable.
There's so much farm on the map. Everyone is able to just kind of farm all the time. In the previous patches, sometimes you'd be waiting for the camps to respawn. In the current patch, there's a lot of camps that just go unfarmed. And Alchemist and Doom, these two gold manipulation heroes, really take advantage of being able to farm the whole time. So Alchemist is farming the top side of the map, and then he's like, oh, here comes the enemy. I'm going to go to the bottom side where, Boxy has triple stacked Ancients for me. And there was kind of this mid-game lull there where there wasn't a lot of action, maybe a couple skirmishes here and there, but all of a sudden Alchemist is 6k net worth over Terrorblade, and people pick this Terrorblade for this reflection and long-range damage to reflect the Radiance, but Alchemist doesn't care. He just kills everyone anyways.
That's a very good point about the camps.
Yeah.
Like the map just being so big and having so many camps is really fitting for those two heroes.
A big map, just like our big arena. Can we find a tsunami out there somewhere? Neil, where are you?
I'm just standing next to the trophy right now, trying to gauge the temperature, get the vibes. Guys, we got a 3-game series on our hands. How you feeling about it? Feels pretty good down here, but I feel like we may have been showing a bit of favoritism to this side of the arena. Slacks!
Yeah?
Where are you at right now?
I'm up in the boonies, baby! I'm with the people! How y'all doing up here? Yeah! Hell yeah, we got the real gamers up here. In fact, I thought we might have a little competition. These boys up here, boys and girls, they're there for the big screen. Maybe they came a little late. 2 hours late, maybe a little shit-faced, got a little late on their buses, but they're here, and I thought that they might be a little louder than those normies over in the seating.
Whoa, them some harsh words. Yeah. Guys, down here on the floor, you ready to have a little friendly competition with those up there in the rafters? All right, Slacks, we've got ourselves a challenge on our hands, it seems.
All right. Well, you know what? I'd feel good if we were first. Now, my friends up here in the rafters, all right? Yeah, I know you've been watching them with their big beer pitchers and pretzels down there, getting their autographs. This is our chance, all right? So on 3, I want you to give us all the power we have so that they know their place, which is under us, below us, Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, give it go!
I don't know.
Tremble, ants!
I think we can do a little bit better than that. Look, we're already down here. We've got the right idea.
Oh my goodness. Whoa!
The booze! The booze! Well. We're gonna have to drown those boos out. On the count of 3, my friends. Get ready at the top of your lungs. 1, 2, 3! Whoa!
Oh, is Moo playing again? This is great. Where's he at? No. I don't know. That was hard to decide, man. You know what? Maybe we should have the good ending where everyone is together in happiness. We never get that in Dota. Oh, shut up!
These are Dota players at heart, my friend. They crave the competition, but I think the competition belongs on the stage. Here, we're a community. So on the count of 3, everyone, the rafters, the floors, the people in the concourse getting food.
Yeah, we're all better than those idiots at home, am I right? This one goes out to them. 1, 2, to the morons watching at home. Whoa!
Thank you very much, Velodrome Arena. Now get ready for Game 3 of the lower bracket finals. Period in the panel. Back to you.
That was great to see. I actually couldn't tell which was louder, but I felt more force from the
top was louder.
The top was louder.
It's also bigger. But can I just say how I love?
Don't science it.
We don't have competition between the players in front of the freaking tournament, but we got competition in our own arena. Like,
I think that's fine. I think that should be the decider in any tiebreaker situation. Which side of the crowd is louder than the other?
And then the respective team wins.
Exactly.
All
right.
Game 3.
Exactly right. Anyone got anything they want to get off their chest?
No.
No?
No, nothing.
Very curious to see who's going to have first pick this game.
That'll decide it.
Oh, yeah, that will.
It'll play a big factor. I think the bans will be a little bit adjusted. Last game they banned Doom and Caudle. 9PANDAS did on second pick. They gave up the Alchemist, which I think was a mistake. Or it was a plan. It didn't work.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a new plan is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly. I think there will be some small draft adjustments. We might see another first pick from Liquid coming out, but I think they're looking still really strong with it. I think first pick Liquid is just really what's good. Like, it's really flowing the ball in this land.
All right, well, let's find out whether indeed first pick matters that much. We'll be back after this break with Game 3. Don't go away.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
A game 3, what we all wanted. Liquid fans and 9PANDAS fans alike. A good series, back and forth, coming down, culminating in a game 3 to decide who gets to go into the grand final and face off against Gaming Gladiators later today. The other team will of course finish in 3rd place, healthy DPC points all round, but the glory goes to the victor alone, Storm.
Everybody wants to get into the grand final. I mean, I'm just a big fan. I love looking at drafts. I'm just enjoying my time here, so I'm glad. Thank you, Liquid. Thank you, Pandas, for the 3rd game. Shout out to you guys.
Thank you for the 3rd game, and may we have 5 in the upcoming series.
Yeah, 8 games today. 8 games today. That's what everybody wants. And we're already into draft.
First pick has gone to 9PANDAS.
All right, GG, boys.
Yeah, okay.
We're done here.
They're going to get Alchemist or Doom.
The first pick is done. Okay, so things are repeating. 9PANDAS has first pick, and they're once again banning their own Medusa. They don't want to play this hero. And Liquid, now doing the adjustment though, in comparison to the first game, where Pandas insta-picked the Beastmaster, now it's banned.
Which do you try to beat as Liquid?
Alk
or Doom?
Alk or Doom? I think you ban the Alk.
Yeah.
I think this hero is just too good.
I agree.
And you also mentioned Ramsey's Alchemist is like instantly comfortable on it. I think Doom, of course, is also very strong, but I just think this Alchemist hero is just the #1 ranking after Medusa, or with the Medusa. Nobody knows.
Good. On first pick, you have the liberty to just ban heroes like Caudle. You're just,
Yeah.
It's just, just whatever.
Wait, what is getting through now that was out last game? So there is the 9PANDAS Chen. So from last time. That's also bad. Okay, so the double adjustment. This was literally their first pick their first stage in the first game. The instant pick Beastmaster into the Chen afterwards. So Pandas completely has to cover with a new strategy. But the Alchemist is in.
So could they now basically, if 9PANDAS take Alk, which you might reasonably expect them to, do you just take like Doom and Bounty or something like that?
I absolutely think so. I think this is the trade-off that is going to happen now. Doom and Alk. It's just up to 9PANDAS which one do they want, the Doom or the Alk.
I feel like we see conflicting opinions though between teams in terms of like their drafts of who thinks Doom and Alk is better than the other. Like some teams think Alk is good against Doom and some people think Doom is good against Alk.
Yeah, I mean, both these heroes are just S tier. I mean, you can Doom the Alchemist, it doesn't really do that much, but Doom by itself is just a really, really strong hero in the current meta, so...
But Doom kind of hates being like ran at, which Alk will do to him as well. Feels like there's like upsides of... I would want to take Alk if I was 9PANDAS.
I'm looking at some of these drafts, and 9PANDAS has played against Alchemist twice, and they lost both those games. So I don't think they've figured out how to beat this hero themselves.
They're taking their time. I just don't want... what I don't want to happen is that 9PANDAS...
They've gone for
both.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Liquid instantly taking the Alk and AA. Ooh. Instantly pop. This, okay, that was the fastest 4 picks that I've seen ever after 1 minute of reserve time. Okay. So, Alchemist with the AA. This AA is probably also a block pick because AA, of course, was counter the Alchemist.
Yes.
Pandas immediately responding with the TV, which they also did last game. So Ramses is saying, hey, I think this hero pick could have worked out. We just have to do small adjustments. We also got first pick now. Give me this hero again. So he's really comfortable on this carry matchup.
TB's very good against Ancient Apparition. You can Sunder, even if you're hit with that AA ult.
Yeah, you don't care. Only one of the few healing mechanics that works through the Ice Blast.
Correct. You favoring either side here? How do you feel about these openers?
I mean, in general, I tend in this tournament to favor the Alchemist, and I think Liquid. Am I wrong about this? But did Liquid ever lose to the Alchemist in this tournament? Is it like the 100% win rate hero or something?
I'll set the computer to work on that. Computer calculate.
They lost with it.
They've lost.
They lost with it? Okay.
There you go. Computer says they've lost.
But they did have a Muerta on their team as well, which that hero's had marginal results.
Yeah, that's true. And it fell off quite a bit. Second stage is looking similar as always. Team Liquid is not giving Pandas the techies anymore, and the bounty being banned. 2 Antares heroes that he's been played both last games.
I'm assuming they'll probably want to pick Skywrath on 9PANDAS. I really like that hero with the Doom. I think it makes his lane very easy, and it gives you a free like setup already. Like this Blink Doom with Infernal Blade, Hoof Stomp potentially. It's just a very easy way to get pickoffs with Skywrath.
Can I just ask quickly, might we see something like a Pugna Storm? We've seen that quite a bit, or is that not likely?
Yeah, no, I was about to mention something like that. The Pugna Storm is still in the pool that is looking really good for 9PANDAS. It's a very strong combo pick. And of course, Gyotaka is, well, very comfortable on the Storm Spirit. The Enchantress would have been the second option, which I think would have been really good for Antares against the AA. But Io, Liquid going with the Io, this can lead into a lot of picks, of course, following up. There was Lesh from the last game, not particularly good against the Terrorblade, though. There might be Anisha Storm Spirit. They love that combo absolutely on Liquid.
Wisp has fallen out of priority a little bit for teams at this tournament, but I do think it's one of the best supports up against Doom. One, because Wisp has lots of healing, but also Wisp could just relocate somebody who's in trouble and doomed out of the fight. Very good kiting hero.
Cheap for reading the draft. Once again. I feel like Antares is always, he has like a pattern, you know? He wants to like, give me bounty, give me Sky, or give me techies, and he gets one of those three.
No Pugna, but we do see the Storm along with the Skywrath coming out.
I'm told that Liquid have 4 wins and 3 losses with Alchemist.
Oh, okay. Okay, that one was way off. Then I just had it in my brain because of all these last games that looked so strong that I felt like
they've been winning a lot of games. It's been, you know, almost half a week since they lost.
Yeah, I mean, they've been running quite smoothly through the lower bracket, right?
Yes.
9PANDAS. Okay, Storm Spirit Skymate. Stealing the Storm Spirit. What are you reading at?
Just one of those signs, sorry. You guys carry on being professionals.
Okay, I'm staying professional. So I love the Storm Spirit pick. Once again, hard to counter, and obviously the denied pick, I think Liquid would have instantly picked it up if they could have gotten their hands on it. They've been looking insanely good with the Io and the Storm Nisha. Nisha Storm, rather. But now, of course, I need a replacement. They're definitely going to pick the mid laner here, probably. They could just go for something like a Leshrac, because it synergizes really well with the Io. And it has a pretty good laning stage against the Storm Spirit.
I feel like Nisha's really been favoring spirits, so like between Void Spirit and Ember Spirit is usually his hero of choice.
They've agreed on something, I believe.
Oh, he's smiling.
Ooh, that's so good.
Look at him, he's smiling. He loves it. He loves it.
Oh, that's hype as hell. I mean, this Lone Druid has been such a good counter to Storm Spirit for so long. It's such a good pick.
This hero is very good against spirits, man. This year is very good. And it's one of those picks, he clicks on it and he just knows the crowd is going to love it. You can see he's
why is it so good?
I love it, just for the hero counters. Like, you're playing into these roots as like Storm Spirit is so difficult. But also, I'm looking at Liquid's lineup. You don't have stuns on your supports. You're not looking to go and make like highly mobile plays. They've made their like Death Ball much stronger by having a Lone Druid. Like, Lone Druid out, these guys can just go and take towers and take objectives and do whatever they want on the map together with all this healing.
Gotcha. So what is 9PANDAS missing? What, is there another support they can get to give them a better chance?
I guess they're kind of missing like teamfight control. Like, if they do want to be able to fight into Liquid's ball, it's a little bit hard. Like, they're very pick-off focused right now, it feels like.
Still a Disruptor in the pool.
Exactly, Disruptor comes to mind, but I'm almost certain it will get banned. It's just a way to good hero. Oracle Beam banned first, okay. The Disruptor I still love. It's also good with the Glimpse against the Relocate. Good with the Storm Spirit as well.
What about something new? You guys got any off-the-wall ideas? Take a try here. Some new heroes.
Like crazy.
This IO, I'm thinking about both heroes quite a bit. I mean, Liquid is also getting like, still has to pick an IO combination for me as well, but of course, first of all, I need to see what Pandas is gonna pick. Besides Disruptor, what else is in there that Roger could play?
Yeah, there's no Ench, there's no Chen, there's no Bounty. He has played Nyx, but I'm not sure it fits here.
Yeah, it's not particularly good against Liquid's heroes, I think.
I think it's been a pretty loosey hero overall, Nyx, oddly enough.
There's just something casual like a Crystal Maiden or something. It has been it has been looking pretty decent this tournament. It has offensive potential in the laning stage with Terrorblade to lane together.
Maybe
like a Phoenix or
a Phoenix? Yeah, I was gonna go along the same lines. I was thinking you could still potentially go Pugna, because even though you're playing into AA and the healing's not as effective, it's like if you can still. He's not always going to be AAO'd. You can still play around it, give your Storm loads of mana, let him make plays.
Spam decrep on the bear.
Yeah, exactly. That seems really nice. And being able to pick these supports off and just make your Storm enabled to do that is going to make your fights much easier.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, if the Storms are together, it has a lot of merit to it. The Disruptor stays in the pool. Really, I think Roger has quite some options. Like, as you mentioned, the Pugna, maybe the Disruptor still you managed on Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Disruptor stayed in the pool.
Yeah, I like this one almost the most, I think. If you catch this Lone Druid off guard with like a Static Storm on it before he gets the true form off, he will almost certainly always die. And once again, the glimpse against the IO. Actually, quite surprising this Zero still in the pool. Oh, 5 seconds left. Elder,
oh my
Witch Doctor, oh my god, such fast picks.
The insane new redemption arc.
What is going on?
Wait, no, this is not insane. No, it's IO Witch Doctor.
Holy shit. Okay.
It's IO Witch Doctor. Oh, that was such a fast pick.
Fun drafts.
Oh
That's so hard.
This is going to be a good game 3, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Sorry, I hope I didn't just jinx it.
No, you didn't.
Do you guys know how this plays, this matchup in the offlane? Rare one, but...
Does anybody?
Yeah, but come on, theorize.
IO Witch Doctor? I mean, I'm not a sideline player. I just know that this combo heals like crazy. It's really hard to bring down. I guess it has enough sustain against the ET and the TV lane. But they just insta-picked it. It feels like no matter what Pandas would have picked, they want to pick it.
I think when they were laughing, they'd agreed, this is what we're doing. Right? This is what we're doing, lads.
Okay, I expected many things in this last game from Liquid, but not a Lone Druid and not a Witch Doctor IO.
Very strong timing push. When this Alchemist gets his Radiance, they're going to be ready to go.
On the Alchemist?
Yeah, on Team Liquid. You know, they've got the Wisp heals, they've got Witch Doctor heals, they've got Lone Druid Bear to siege buildings. They can finish this thing quick, potentially.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Will Lone Druid be a plague on 9PANDAS' houses? Or will the 5 bears of 9PANDAS be able to turn around and push Liquid back into the sea? I don't know where that's going, but we'll see if Suns fan and Syndra can figure it out. Over to you, lads.
Great segue as always, Pyrian Flax, the best in the business. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Lower bracket finals, game number 3. Winner of this faces off against Gaming Gladiators in the grand finals. Liquid showing some huge testicles with that Witch Doctor last pick, Cinderin. We've seen it before in a different form, I guess. I think it was a carry, if I'm not mistaken. It was really weird. They have some major healing / pushing strat. They have a timing. And the problem is if they don't hit that timing, do they have a late game to survive against 9PANDAS lineup?
Yeah, it feels a little bit all-in by nature, right? Like if this game goes late, you're playing against Doom, Storm, Terrorblade, Tricore, and Elder Titan, who is one of the most interesting late game supports for a couple of reasons. And yeah, you talk about the bold picks from Liquid. They are definitely bold, but Elder Titan in an elimination game as well.
Yeah,
they're coming out from Roger. This is going to be spicy. There's a really good chance that these teams haven't played against some of the respective heroes they're facing here in more than a game or two in this patch in general. So yeah, going to see who can adapt the best. And yeah, Liquid definitely effectively saying, guys, we're going to beat you in 25 minutes. And 9PANDAS need to weather the storm and buy enough time. And I say that against an Alchemist draft, but this is a different nature of Alchemist strategy than what we've mostly been seeing in this tournament from Liquid. It's not like they can't win late, but I definitely do favor them in the later portion of the mid-game more so than if we go to 40+.
9PANDAS really respecting the AA pick as well. They don't really pick any like healing type. They were a ton in the pool, obviously, which I'm sure Liquid would wanted them to have picked. Like they're talking about the Pugna, for example, which even without the healing, just being able to give mana to this Storm Spirit. No mana battery this time around. The Elder Titan, kind of an unknown. A lot of times you pick this against the Terrorblade, but the Terrorblade's on your team. So only time will tell how this does. But I mean, it is a good push, anti-push hero, the Elder Titan, because of the way that the Astral Spear Echo Stomp into Earth Splitter works.
We'll
see if it works out for them.
That was the way they justified picking this over, for example, the Pugna, right? I think the panel had some very good suggestions for what Roger could be playing this game, but from his perspective, he probably wants to delay pushes, and ideally for him, maybe lane against an IO dual lane with his Spirit here. He's going to throw it on the Alk, and now we're going to run it across the entire map with the Gate. Obviously a new play.
Yeah.
That Elder Titan didn't have available beforehand. This is reminiscent of the good old TP play.
All right, will it go through any camps? There's
Wonder
no
where
Roche
Elder
there
Titan
anymore.
is, guys. He could be anywhere. Okay, he gets it through these two as well. This is going to hurt.
Yeah, he has 63 damage right now, in addition to his base, just beating the shit out of Zai. Holy crap. That is cool.
They have heals, though.
They do.
Heals for days.
They certainly do. But he forces them out for the time being. Insane getting a little bit low on the bot lane. This is a game, an elimination game. Man, both teams really thinking outside the box.
Yeah, Roger's going to have to use his Salve, but with a very uncharacteristic starting build here. Salve plus 6 tangos, excuse me. Not really common to see that nowadays, and it feels like he has a plan here. He's like, I'm going to be trading regen with you guys for as long as I possibly can in this lane to give Terrorblade a good start. I mean, so far so good, I suppose.
All right.
This is pretty happy.
Let's talk about the Witch Doctor, okay? Typically a support. Off lane this game, obviously we've talked about the healing synergy between the Witch Doctor, the IO, and you have the anti-heal from the AA, and then just the general push from the Lone Druid Alk. Is this a good Witch Doctor game as core? As First Blood, okay,
they're both
Insania
dying,
gets it
maybe.
in the bot lane.
Close call.
And Teres, one more right click! Double kill for an Ancient Apparition position 5. He did go Chilling Touch level 1, so he was harassing right off the bat.
How in the world is this lane getting a double kill? That is an incredible start from Liquid that you definitely could not have expected. That Doom Sky will be killed by a level 1 AA plus Alk lane. Maybe Insania did get level 2 just before it, potentially, but yeah, as far as Witch Doctor goes, I don't know. I think, again, this strategy is not so much about the individual hero as it's about the combination of everything they're bringing together, because I look over the side of 9PANDAS and I feel like there's a completely unanswered Storm Spirit in this game.
Insania
will be on the
Fairy
receiving
Fire
end this
keeps
time.
them alive a little bit longer. I mean, another thing to think about with the lineups that they have, Witch Doctor, Maledict against Terrorblade is insanely good, especially when you can't heal with AA. So that is something maybe we can look forward to. But yeah, definitely out of the box, which you love to see regardless of who you're rooting for. But I think the timing window is the big thing, right? Like I cannot personally see this lineup surviving super late game against what 9PANDAS have.
So they were level 2. Okay, I was like, there's no way they die level 1, and they didn't. So, but even level 2 getting a double kill in that lane is unexpected, to be fair.
Yeah.
Miro has found himself the Chain Lightning Harpy. Can't spam this too much or he runs out of mana in this lane. I had the pleasure another day of playing against an offlane Caudal Doom, where the Doom found Chain Lightning, and he Chain Lightning for 5 minutes straight. It was awful, but he can't do that this game.
That's right.
You can do it for a bit with Arcane Boots, but you will eventually run dry, at the very least. Seeing Nisha putting on some good pressure here. Kiyotaka's holding his own, though. The panel was talking about this being a good lane for Lone Druid.
Concoction. And it's actually going to proc the Cold Feet, so nice combo coming out. And Terry's staying alive with that wand. Going to get slowed by the Ice Vortex, which does damage now, of course. And Insania with his 3rd kill of the game.
And Mika laughing there because Insania did everything he could to give him the kill. And then, oh wait, Skywrath had a lot more heals than we expected. And he still gets the kill in the end, so it was all for nothing. Might as well have killed him right away.
It happens.
Yeah.
As we're going to see a bottle refill in the mid lane for Kiyotaka. Was not able to get the water rune top.
A lot of denies on Ramses as well. Worth keeping an eye on this top lane. 13 denies for Terrorblade. Should be building a very significant experience advantage here, as a matter of fact. Almost level 4 to the level 3 of Witch Doctor. So he will definitely be
That's
having
okay.
a good
Witch
time.
Doctor's used to being a support anyways. And Terry's going to take a full concoction from Mickey. And that's on top of the Ice Vortex. Yeah, the damage is just overwhelming. If they can just get that catch, it's an easy kill.
I wonder if, I'm assuming there wasn't a change. You can still Sunder while Ice Blasted, right? It hasn't been changed into being a heal.
I think so, although I haven't seen an interaction.
The reason I was wondering it was when we saw the pick order from Liquid, right? They picked Alk AA together.
Yeah.
And they haven't been protecting their Alk against AA in general this tournament. So it almost seemed like they were protecting themselves against Terrorblade, but I think you can still Sunder.
I'm not sure.
When you're Ice Blasted. If you can't, it's suddenly a very different matchup.
Oh, Cask won't bounce again onto Ramses, so he will be A-okay. Gets the reflection on Io and looks hilarious with that cosmetic. Concoction from Mickey. He's getting pursued, though. Blood Grenade, Echo Stomp is there as well. He gets it off in time, so will not stun himself. Meanwhile, Ramses getting chased. The Alk will die in the bot lane. Ramses still being pursued around the trees, trying to block with his illusions. Boxing now taking heavy damage, but the Cask is there. Blood Grenade going to slow them down as more rotation from 9PANDAS. Trying to turn this around onto Zai. Ramses still sticking around. Facing off against these two basically support heroes. Echo Stomp connects. I know I can't get over this Witch Doctor.
I had the Benny Hill theme playing in my head when they started running around the trees there, but yep, nobody's gonna die.
Apparently not. A lot of heals, as we've said.
Oh, they're full health again.
Okay,
oh,
maybe
I
he
take
will
it back.
die.
He might die.
Cask does not bounce again onto Antares. Will be pursued again through the trees. Can they find the vision? And yes, just barely Boxy with that last right click.
This lane is so stupid. Oh, and it's been so for a while, but we haven't really seen any team playing it this tournament until now. Liquid pulling out a little bit of a pocket strategy here in the deciding game. And the reason I call it that is the lone trade as well.
Ramses has to be careful. Ice Vortex is there, able to get out, but now he's getting gone on by Boxy and his spirits. One more will do it, make it a right click for Insania, who is destroying on this ancient apparition.
See if he can afford 2 rapiers this game as well. I'll get there on
the old
sure.
Hurricane Pike Divine Rapier AA, always a classic.
Oh, they're losing 2 towers minute 7. This is really, really bad news for 9PANDAS. They're actually getting run over currently. It looked fine for a bit in the lanes, but...
Misha, he gets off his true form, so he's going to get tanky again.
Fine.
Now, the bear still pounds on Kiyotaka, but
no point in Ancient Seal. Roger will steal the Wisdom Rune.
Yep.
So at least something going their way, but Liquid with a huge lead already.
Yeah, Boxy's got his spirits ready to go. Just can't get... Okay, he's going to get both with the Stomp. High fives the tower. They still know where he is, and you have to think eventually he will go down. And that last right click. Okay, not able to get denied. That was actually pretty damn close. So Insania, continuing his rampage throughout this game, now has the 5th kill to his name.
And with these arcane boots, he's just running with boxes. A classic ganking duo. AAIO, roaming.
We will remember this forever.
Dota is an interesting game. Sometimes stuff that never works just works.
That's what a terrible quote, but I'm glad that it was you that said it.
It's a famous one from Abraham Lincoln, as a matter of fact. Yes.
Very good. 4K lead for Liquid. Kiyotaka and Roger, they are smoked up. It's going to pop. Nisha doesn't have true form this time, but he does have Boxy to link up with him. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Looks like that is a big no. So big kill from 9PANDAS, trying to punish this Liquid lineup. Still a little bit more mana for Kiyotaka, but not enough to actually get the kill on the Boxy. Now links up with his partner Insania. And Miero, he's top net worth on his team right now. My question to you is this, he actually is going Midas, as we'll talk about in just a moment. Mika gets the concoction, attempting the TP out. It's going to be close. They get him. Has to make the walk of shame. And now we can talk about the hand of Midas. How greedy is that against this lineup from Liquid that obviously is timing based and they want to push?
Yeah, there's 2 ways of looking at it, right? One is, I'm going to go Midas and we're going to survive through it and then we'll beat them on greed. And the other one is, uh-oh, we're going to be in trouble. I have to buy Crimson Guard to stall and defend the towers. And he believes they can pull this greed off. I think it's a bold choice. I would have also personally liked to see a Crimson first, and then you can actually go back for the Midas if you need to. Crimson Guard obviously amazing against Lone Druid's tower push by blocking on the tower itself. Especially when he comes in with Overcharge. You get so much attack speed but no additional damage, so the block is full value. And this is going to take some time. Obviously the Midas will be completed in 250 and then needs to get a full Vid booster plus the build-up. So I don't think we're looking at anything sub 15 Crimson here for Miero the way this is going so far. See if it comes back to bite them.
Yep, I mean, we'll know pretty soon, because this lineup, like we said, will not last forever, I would think.
Stealing the stack here, Liquid.
Yep, that is nice for Liquid. Roger, he's going to run into this. A lot of these creeps have already died, of course. It'll be sad to see that. We'll get a couple for himself in the meantime. As Zai, he's going to get gone on. Kiyotaka with the Electric Vortex. Zai, he has been maxing out this Voodoo Restoration, but it's not enough to keep him alive. He's going to see the first Ice Blast of the game. Miero throws out the Doom, dies shortly after. Now the link up onto the Alchemist. Looks like they can be able to heal through this relatively easily. So Ramses makes his rotation, gets off the Metamorphosis as well. All for naught, it seems.
Kiyotaka will find the best neutral item in the game on Storm relative to tier. He'll get the Fairy Trinket. Incredible on this hero. Spell damage and mana cost reduction is outstanding for the Storm. Yeah, Liquid getting another kill there onto the Doom, slowing down Miero further. He does have the Midas, but yeah, I would have loved to even be close-ish to a Crimson at this point. If he was having a great game, he would absolutely have the Vanguard on top of the Midas.
So Zai's win rate was 76% on Witch Doctor, which is 6th for him. His Concoction popped. Looking for Roger, looking for the Echo Stomp, but he is not going to find it. He will go to the grave. Another kill for Liquid.
Reload.
Question is, can they get more? Antares. Oh, AA Blast coming. Looks like it'll connect onto him. Zai is here. He's going to get Ancient Sealed, though. Antares should be able to walk this off, but the Concoction is for the Doom, and there's the first Death Ward of the game, doing massive damage. Miero is dead.
I I'm not sure if
Concoction, he's not done yet. Mickey going deep into the base already at 11.5 minutes. Will not find the Skywrath. Linked up now by Boxy. Echo Stomp from Roger. They're going to get punished for this. Electric Vortex Kiyotaka, but Mickey getting healed so much between Boxy and Zai. Can they actually dive this far and get away with it? Under the tier 3 tower, down goes Roger. Kiyotaka, he's out of mana now. The spirits are coming for him. One more right click should do it. Finding the distance with that last zip. He's gonna die as well. What the hell is going on? Miero right outside his fountain. He just is this Dota? 12 minutes in and you're diving. A blast is coming. Oh my
he's
goodness.
dead, and Towers is gonna burn.
And he died. 12 minutes in, 9K lead for Liquid. Now, again, we were expecting them to do well early, maybe not this well. How long can it last? How long is the window open as Mickey got that huge burst of heal there?
Oh, it's open a lot longer after this because they're gonna be closing in on their next key items. They got the mech on the IO, Lone Druid is looking to push mid now as well, closing in on Deso. There's a real possibility that Liquid could end this game sub 20 because, I mean, I still need to see what Terriblade's going to offer. Another situation here where Liquid are effectively diving the deepest you've ever seen, and Ramses is nowhere to be seen. He doesn't even have a TP. He's just stuck up top, playing on his own, farming. And it feels like, I mean, I understand you want to do this as Terribly, but your team is kind of desperate for help at this point. How long can you actually play this way before you're forced to join up? Miero is not going to go Vanguard, or rather, he is for now, but he's not going to turn it into... No, he's not even getting
Here,
there.
Vessel looks
He's
like.
going straight Vessel.
Wow.
They need to solve this healing problem.
That's true. That is true. But the problem is, I mean, I guess you use it on whoever's linked up.
Yeah.
Or the IO. But still, there's going to be heals coming out from the Witch Doctor. And, I mean, he did end up going for the Midas first, so we'll see if that pays off. Obviously, not yet.
And it seems like the reason Liquid opened... Is it possible that they opened Alk AA because they wanted this strategy from the beginning of the game, right? It's like...
It is possible this was a complete pocket strat from
Yeah, it could have been, but you can't guarantee that the IO doesn't get banned, and I think that's the most crucial part of this strategy. But maybe you're like, no team would expect you to pick IO when your other support is AA, right?
True.
So I guess it's pretty concealed. And also from their cameras, it looked like they were agreeing, all right, guys, let's pull this strat off. And that was second phase, right? So
well, plus, you know that...
Maybe it wasn't fully planned.
You know that the enemy will not be picking IO because you have an AA.
Yes.
So that kind of denies that to some degree.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't truly... We've seen AA.
I mean, we've seen it, but it's dissuaded heavily.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, okay, he did finish the van. Man, he's going back and forth. Oh, I guess he's going to take that apart.
He's going to disassemble it, yeah.
Okay. All right, so Liquid, 9K lead. And, I mean, a hero or a person we haven't talked about very much is Nisha, which is playing this Lone Druid, of course, the Mask of Madness.
It almost seems like they could have had anything at this point, right?
Well, the bear does help with the pushing. No, that is the initiation coming from 9PANDAS. They get a very important kill on a Mickey, but there's a relocate. Zai is linked up. It's off the Death Ward as well, but it's not enough for a kill.
Every one of these kills for 9PANDAS is super important. It's just about buying time and stemming the bleeding, getting there. If they weren't this far behind, if this game was somewhat even in gold right now, they would be pretty happy, but...
Yeah, now that Deso's online for Nisha's Bear, another tier 2 tower falls, and that's actually, I didn't realize they got the bottom one. So every tier 2 tower is dead for the side of 9PANDAS.
Yep.
And we'll see
and
again.
They've taken none themselves. So there's a lot of dead gold on the map, right?
True.
Technically.
True.
But yeah, this Dire lineup is not likely to go and knock on the tower anytime soon. They're going to be scared of AA ult and relocate.
And considering how much map control they have, and considering they have the global presence of the IO, I would be shocked if Liquid don't try to take the Tormentor from 9PANDAS side first.
Absolutely would be a good idea.
First, Roche.
Yep.
Pretty damn early Roche, but with the Bear, you are afforded this, and the infinite healing coming out from the side of Liquid. Looks like Mjolnir will be next for the Bear. What is on Zai right now? He has... Okay, he actually did go Holy Locket, so even more healing, and Pipe will be next.
Yep.
Just all in on this push strat.
Absolutely all in. Which is, at the same time, also a little bit daunting, right?
It could be scary. If
you go too far one or two times, you don't have much to fall back on with this strategy. So really need to keep the execution up as they have so far. Saw the 9k gold lead just a moment ago. It's down to 6. So 9PANDAS did end up getting that bot tower with the Siege Wave plus Doom. Actually, no play was made from Team Liquid.
A bit of a slower Roche, but Liquid do claim it, which will aid in their, I assume, will be high ground push very shortly.
And the anti-healing is starting to come out. Miero has the Vessel. No charges, though, but if he wants to, you could just go and die and get one in this patch. Don't know if that's...
go stand around the Tormentor just like Roger does all the
Oh,
time.
yeah, they could do that together. Nice.
The Roger and Ramsey special.
And Ramsey's almost has Scotty, so more in the way. That anti-heal. So the tools are starting to come out. Question is, can Liquid just finish this more or less here and now, or what are you waiting for? Is it the Alk BKB? Probably. Once you have this, just go high ground, I suppose? It's, I feel like you don't want to wait around, but you still got to be a little bit wary of how you approach the fights. Keep in mind, it's only a level 1 natural order, but this is something we shouldn't overlook.
Yeah.
The magic resistance reduction helps Storm and Skywrath a ton in killing off cores. Even the Doom gets some significant help from that too with the Scorched Earth damage.
Oh, we got the Zip in Ancient Seal. He even used the Earth Splitter, but no connection from the side of 9PANDAS. Kiyotaka has to use basically the rest of his mana just to get away. And Fairy's getting chased by this fearsome bear. Will drop as a result, and now Liquid will likely poke the high ground, and this poke will be very aggressive, let's say. Fortification popped.
The creeps are going to survive the cliff.
And now that there is the Echo Stomp, but there's no Earth Splitter, so no massive combo potential from 9PANDAS for the foreseeable future. Of course, Echo Stomp is quite annoying to deal in, to go into. They will get this tower pretty much free, but now the entirety of 9PANDAS are alive. What is their response? Do they give this up and just delay it for the second racks, or will they actually fight? The Bear's just going to get these buildings all by himself. Fortification popped to delay this a little bit longer. Mickey has his concoction ready as well. It looks like this will be given up by 9PANDAS, so Liquid get their first set of racks at 18.5 minutes. Plenty of time just to continue. Remember, the Age is still online. Pretty fresh one, in fact. For the mid lane, potentially, or we'll see if they... it is 19 minutes, getting close to that Tormentor timing. And how important are the shards here for Liquid? So the bottom two net worth for them would be the AA and the IO. AA, that's a new one, right? That's
AA shard gives it Ice Blast a 60% stun duration of the current level of Cold Feet.
Yeah.
Can be really good against a hero like Storm, actually.
All right, IO is
this is going to be the moment, though. This is everything for Pandas. If they fail this fight, the game's likely over.
Yep, Pipe activated. Pipe was just picked up by Miero, so he can activate his own as well. The fear applied to Kiyotaka, but he's able to get out. There's a big Earth Splitter coming out. That is a dead Zai right off the bat, and now the focus is on the IO, so Boxy is dead. All the healers dead for Liquid, and Ramses continuing to right-click on a Mickey who had to pop his BKB, but they're going to fight Kiyotaka. He gets bashed into oblivion, rooted by the bear, and now Roger ticking down ever so slowly. Mickey's going to blink in just to finish him off. Ramses has to be careful here on the footsteps of his base. Nisha getting kited by this Scotty, getting really low, and again, no healers available to him. Another right click coming, and that is the Aegis. His bear, of course, still alive, able to operate freely. And Ramses, his metamorphosis is about to end here in a few seconds.
Liquid are just going to go again.
Absolutely.
Now that this is down,
they're alive again.
You got to commit for this. You have such a big advantage now with this on cooldown. No Earth Splitter, no Doom.
And you still have your second bear. The first one didn't die in that entire engagement.
You're just going straight back in. This fight is going to be even harder now for 9PANDAS.
Yeah, no Doom. The ultimate, that is. And no Earth.
You get the Witch Doctor set up.
Onto two. There's the Mystic. Okay, they'll be able to do a lot of burst damage to this Witch Doctor. A Blast comes in and basically hits the entirety of 9PANDAS. And that is a dead Terrorblade. The AA Blast absolutely destroyed them. And now the focus is on the buildings. Will they get this second racks? It looks like that is a resounding yes, as Liquid very close to finishing this game 3 and going to the grand finals. That's 2 sets of racks, and they're not going to stop yet. Mickey jumps in with the concoction on the Kiyotaka, forced to zip away. Another tier 3 on their plate. Terrorblade not alive for 20 seconds. Doom still with no ultimate for the foreseeable future. 40 seconds away. They cannot stop this. Concoction applied to Roger. They find him in the trees. He's dead. Miero, okay, he's taking a lot of damage. He gets stunned out and double kill for Mickey. And this is looking way over for Liquid. Ontario is getting chased onto the tower. GGs are called. Liquid go to the grand finals with a position 3 Witch Doctor. My goodness, what a showing.
We've seen a lot of one-sided games this tournament, but not in this way. I feel like this one was a really unique one that Liquid pulled one out of the bag. They first faced AA, something we haven't seen, I want to say, the entire main event. They run this back with an IO Witch Doctor offlane, full-on push healing strat in this patch. And they made quick work of it. This game was getting, I mean, when they started diving the base, it was basically getting out of control, right? And that was minute 10, I think. They were between the towers. And
around that time, yeah.
Crazy stuff. You gotta feel bad for the 9PANDAS, of course. They had their shot yesterday against Gaming Gladiators. They were well ahead in game 1 and dropped that one. They dropped down here. They look good game 1 and again just fall short. Still think they can be proud of a great tournament run from themselves.
Great showing, and I think that they helped develop the meta for this tournament quite a bit with their crazy-ass picks. The Bounty Hunter that we talked about, I mean, that wasn't crazy, but they played it so well throughout this entire tournament. Obviously, with the stand-in, Solo being replaced by Roger. Great showing from 9PANDAS. But in this specific game, that healing strat just felt unstoppable. At that early stage, and we did talk about it pregame, what would they be able to do to stop it? The Midas didn't help.
No. Definitely not.
I thought the Elder Titan was definitely a cool solution. It just never really formed.
I mean, it showed its promise. You imagine this game without Liquid getting that absolutely snowbally fight into the enemy base. Like, what if the gold lead is half as big? And they got like 4K or 5K gold on this, like, just full-on train down the enemy base, killing back-to-back heroes. And you know, what could have been here for 9PANDAS without some mistakes is the question. But that's the thing. When you're playing against a lineup that plays this fast, the pressure, it can really get to you. It goes really fast all of a sudden, and they couldn't recover.
That was a very entertaining game number 3. Team Liquid going to the grand finals to face against Gaming Gladiators.
You may have thought that that was the shortest game of the Berlin Major, but no. That's only the 8th shortest, believe it or not. But this game was over before it was over, really, wasn't it? I mean, there were multiple times when we were saying, well, should we go back out there? This game's going to be over in a second. This was an absolute, I'm going to say it, I didn't know if the cast said it, a Gaben level shellacking.
Gaben level shellacking, yeah. Jenkins will be proud. Yeah, as you can see on the screen, it's an 11-minute dive into the enemy tier force. Like, Liquid completely ran away with this game. Absolutely crazy. I was running backstage into William, aka Blitz, and he was just smiling about this funny draft. I think he's smiling now as well.
Well, as soon as we've seen the best of Liquid, or I mean, can they pull something like this out in the final as well, Sheep? I mean, they were very confident with this draft.
Yeah, they just were, like, the draft picks came out so fast. They clearly had a very good idea. I don't know where they were hiding this before, but they clearly had a good idea of what they wanted. This AA, the setup for being able to pick an IO and, like, protect their ALG, and all this healing, boosting this lone druid, like, they did 20k building damage. They just ran at stuff, and they could go wherever they wanted.
I thought that the AA pick was just to protect the ALG. But no, as you said, that was actually setting up this whole concept, this whole idea. But anyway, we have a post-match interview, Tsunami. Who are you with?
I will be getting the opportunity to speak to Roger Berlin. Please make some noise for Roger from 9PANDAS. Anything you'd like to say to the crowd right now, Roger?
Man, it feels good to stay in front of this crowd. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Now, I hear you're looking for a team, Roger. This is a pretty good platform to make a sales pitch. Top 3 finish at a major. What would you, all the teams, all the coaches, all the players that are watching right now, how would you like to pitch yourself to a future team?
Just pick me Chen and I beat everyone.
Pick 'em Chen! The boys will rally through. Even beyond playing with this crowd, what was it like finally being in a high-stakes competitive environment, going this far in a tournament again, especially side by side with Ramses?
Yes, I have an amazing team. We play really well. We adapt better than any team, but Liquid, it's, you know, rough team for us. So anyway, we enjoy the game. Thank you for support.
And if you did have to give Liquid some advice against Game & Gladiators in this grand final, anything come to mind?
Insania should play Chen and easy win.
I think we found the secret to success. Roger, a pleasure having you for this event. One more time, please, Berlin, for the 9PANDAS and Roger. And now the man of the hour on the side of Team Liquid. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Zai joining me. Now I'm being led to believe that a lot of this tournament is being played for entertainment now that you're already locked for TI. What's the big deal? This is a rematch that you've been hoping for since Peru, I'm assuming. Are you going to take it more seriously this time?
Of course, I take it seriously. We always lose the gaming, and yeah, just hopefully it doesn't happen today.
Hopefully it doesn't happen today. Any words that you have for 9PANDAS and the Dota that they brought today here at the lower bracket finals?
I mean, we got absolutely smashed the first game. I think it was, yeah, we got outplayed and outdrafted, and you know, creds to them. I think we adjusted well for game 2 and 3, but super good team, and I think if they had a full roster, kind of like us in Lima, I'm sure they would be even better. So yeah.
And in game 2 this draft, we had Blitz come by, and he said that you explicitly requested that you wanted to play Medusa. And was this a very devil may care attitude thing? Because I know even during Dream League, we were perusing your pro tracker, seeing that Medusa was kind of a thing for you. You even had the Crimson Witness for it. You finally got to play it. How did it feel?
I mean, I played it a bunch last patch, towards the end of the patch, because I was so bored of everything. I just started playing Deuce often, and it was not good. Like, it just wasn't good. But then all of a sudden, Deuce was like changed, and all of a sudden it is viable. So I guess I had the prep kind of done already. So it's fun. It's fun here. Yeah.
And now one last time as you prepare for grand finals, is there anything that you'd like to say for the legions of fans here in the Velodrome Arena?
No, I just appreciate all of you. The Let's Go Liquid chants are amazing, and hopefully we'll bring our A game, and hopefully you bring the energy as well for main stage.
Thank you for the nice and kind words, Zai. Good luck on your grand finals. And now we got to get ready for it. Take your time, my friend, as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you, Neil. Some fantastic interviews there, I thought. Roger showing humor and grace in defeat, I thought, and then Zai, of course, on a high after that victory. That was a really good series. Even if the ending was kind of a stomp, I thought it was at least a fun stomp.
Yeah, I mean, for all of us, I guess, and for Liquid. I mean, 9PANDAS are probably a bit sad about this loss. You want to at least like give it a fight, give it a big beating. You don't want to be like have enemies at you to force it for 12 minutes or something. But honestly, I think they can also, of course, be proud. I mean, it will settle in a bit. They're going to go back to their boost. They're going to be like a little bit beat down. They will be like, we want to be in this grand finals, you know, for the rest of the day. Yeah. But I think tomorrow they wake up and they just realize what they actually achieved today. They had a stand-in. They made it to the third place of this tournament. They should be proud of themselves for sure.
Absolutely. Peter, your thoughts?
Yeah, very decisive game 3. Very rarely do we see how such like a creative draft like hit this super early game timing. This was really fun to watch, and I think Liquid obviously proved themselves as the better team today. Are they going to have enough to take on Gaming Glads? I think that's a great storyline going into the finals here. If they have creative, cool, if they've got any more tricks up their sleeve, this is obviously the time to bust them out. I would love to see some more entertaining strategies from them with this last pick Witch Doctor and Lone Druid mid from Zai was awesome to see. They looked great.
Sheep, Game Gladiators obviously watching that series. How do they ban against Liquid now? Because when you show you've got some extra strats you can pull out, it does make it harder, doesn't it?
I don't think Gaming should panic or anything. The way that they've been drafting and playing, picking their heroes, it's very much just like so much comfort with like sprinkles of the current meta. So I think if they just stick to their guns and play good Dota, they should be fine, or at least, you know, they should make it incredibly competitive.
Have you guys all enjoyed the Berlin Major? I know this is my last panel. I think this is the last panel for you guys at the event here. Have you had a lot of fun, Stormer?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I came here only for paddling and enjoying my time here. I got the chance to paddle on all 3 days, and it's been actually always with you.
Yep.
It was a fun time.
Apologies for that, but yes, always with me.
Yeah, good team. No, it was huge fun. Absolutely love the crowd. I'm looking forward to just enjoying this last series. It's gonna be Western Europe against Western Europe again. Like, somehow it feels like this year, like, these two teams just clash against each other.
Yeah.
First Lima Major, then Dream League, Liquid against Gaimin. Now again, Liquid against Gaimin. If honestly, if Gaimin now again do this 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0 run, then I don't know. Like,
are you guys ready to beat them in the DPC
we already prepared backstage.
Okay,
We're already
perfect.
on the case.
Peter, have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I haven't been in Dota for, I don't know, basically 2 or 3 years since COVID kind of shut things down for a while, and it's been awesome to come out here and participate in this whole Dota world again, see all of my old friends, and yeah, I look forward to maybe doing it again sometime soon.
Sheep?
Yeah.
Have you had fun?
I have, thank you, Ted. I've had a great time. It's been so fun being in front of a European audience. I've been absolutely amazing, and the games have been hype, and now we get European Grand Finals. So I'm all here for it. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you as well from me. I've had a lot of fun. Can we get a cheer for the entire panel, please? These guys have been fantastic for the whole time we've been in the arena.
You too.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I want to just say thank you very much to some of the people backstage who look after us that maybe you guys don't know about. Mark, Ola, Dasha, and Lewis, thank you guys so much. You've made my job a hell of a lot easier, and as I'm sure I can speak for the rest of us as well. That concludes the lower bracket final, semi-final, whatever you want to call it, the last game before the final. I've had a ton of fun. Thank you all so much. And we're going to throw it over to Slacks now with a DHL drop. See you guys again soon.
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
What an incredible series, and what an incredible panel. Thank you again, Beery and Flax, and everybody else part of that. But the time has come to make it about you, my wonderful people in the crowd. Hello, hello. It is time for the DHL drop yet again. If you don't know what's happening here, you've got your signs. Hopefully you wrote some creative stuff on them. Whoever wrote the most creative things gets the coveted box. If you kind of tried a little bit, I'll throw a mask at you, or a beautiful sock. Ha! You okay, sir? Is that a good? Nice. He loved it. All right, fantastic. So let's go ahead and see those signs and who gets the coveted box. Wait for it. Easy for the Witch Doctor game. Impressive. Good job. Good job. I will give you the coveted black sock. There you are. Very rare. Very rare. What do we have here? Any position 5 Chads? No. Here's 50 masks. Enjoy that. Sorry. All right, I showered for this. There's a free sock. Well done. What an inspiration to the people. Sir Sexy Flex. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. Here's some stickers. Let's go Liquid Moist. I like that. Beer Lin Major. Very creative, yes. You can have some faces and a sticker. Well done, sticker fam. You need to get more beer, though. Make a promise to me, right? There we go. Medusa 3. How I Met Your Brood Mother. That's real good. All right, you're in my top. You're in my top right now. Look at Medusa. Oh, no. Don't put that one on camera, folks. That's you get the Seaver of Shame right there. That's a no-no. No-no. Slacks plus win range. That's funny.
It's a lot of love.
Real funny. You get no sock. Your punishment is 1,000 purge faces. Sorry. So sorry. Go Dendy. Only 2K, but at least I have a girlfriend. Nice job. You got nothing else. Fantastic. All right, just have a seat right over there and let the smart people work. Techies, very good. Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2 with a picture of Gabe. This is a long one. That is very good. Okay, hold on. Yeah, AA is Babe. Slacks, let's get those racks or jungle stacks. Can I get a DHL pack? Well, you know, gamer's not that creative, but I'll give you a sock. Thank you very much. Here's your sock. Selling mayonnaise is greater than Celimene. Agree. Roshan is legendary. In real life, ogres. Ah, crap! There's so many. All right, you're my. Let me take one more look, but this is pretty damn good. This is pretty damn good. Animals don't belong in captivity. Free Roshan. Oh, he's free. I told my wife I'm on a work trip. I'll give you a mask, my friend, and some stickers for that one. May you hide as good as possible. Naisha! That's a good one. And the Beerland. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I have to give it to the ogres. Ogres! Well done! Oh my goodness gracious! Absolutely fantastic.
No one beat fun.
All right, guys, I'm gonna give you the box. Put your sign down. You win. Here is your coveted box. The last, please open it. Show us the contents. Beautiful ogres. All right, your dumb luck has achieved a limited edition shirt that they sell out there. We have other sizes. If you need them, you can go to shop. We'll switch you out. We have a hat. ESL hat. 2 pairs of socks. Yes. We have stickers and a brand new headset. Now you guys will have to share that, unfortunately. So good luck. Put your heads together, my friends. Thank you very much. Yeah. And there you have it. For everybody else, sock, sock, sock. Faces! Oh God, those did not separate. That was a lot that just hit that one person. And sock, sock, and a sticker for you. Very gentle. Oh, the punch! Here you go, punch! Thank you very much. And you guys can have everything else. Thank you very much, everybody. Unleash the barricades. Let them swarm. Swarm for the masks. Go! Create a fire hazard. Go! Thank you very much. All right, back to you guys.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den, bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet, my legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend, even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down.
Now, monuments are a big part of Berlin, of course, and tourist destinations. However, this is the most important part about Germany right here. Curry, baby. Currywurst. Food. That's what we're talking about. When we talked to some locals, they said Curry 36 is the best place in all of Berlin to get some curry. We're going to go get some, a godless amount. Can I get one of each? I want one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those. What's the sauce that you guys put on it? What is that?
Ketchup and curry.
Ketchup and curry. That makes a lot of sense. That would explain currywurst. All right, great. Wow. That's a lot of meat.
I make mustard on the sauce.
Mustard. Whatever you want. Make it good. I'm going to eat all of it. You're going to watch me sit here and eat every single one of these. Do you think I could eat all of this?
Yes, easy.
What? Really? You believe in me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm a big man with a big hungry. Let's get it done. Before us, we have bratwurst, currywurst, some other wurst, a whole lot of shit. Es ist mein Lieblingsgeessen. I'm about to tear into this mother sucker. This is unedited footage, by the way. We're just going to speed it up. Let's do this. Oh my god, it's actually the best currywurst I've ever had. The mustard is spicy. I wasn't ready for it. Very zesty. Oh, I still got water. That was a lot of currywurst, guys. That was a lot. I would not recommend eating that much currywurst, guys. There's more food coming up. Let's go see some more incredible sights around Berlin. So much more to see. Next up on our tour of Germany, Berlin, we have Mustafar's Jurmus Kebab. This is the most famous place, according to locals, the best kebab in town. Now, that's a big thing. If you're from the States like me, you don't know that every 2 shops is a kebab place. We just ate literally an entire animal worth of bratwurst, but we're going to go stand in line as well and get us some famous, world-famous kebab. Look how excited they are. My goodness gracious. They love the bob. Okay, well, it's been 30 minutes. The line has not moved. There's been some goddamn good kebab. I'm not going to wait that long, though. So if you're in town, eat the bob. Me, I don't really give a shit. So I'm going to go to that small one, go eat that kebab, and then we're going to get some more treats. So let's continue our food tour. Sorry, kebabbers. You're on your own. Goodbye, kebabbers. And, of course, after a long day of seeing all the sights, there's nothing better than ending at a fantastic beer garden, one of the many here in Berlin, and stopping things with a little German dessert, a Bavarian pretzel from Bavaria, which, if you remember from the beginning, is part of Germany, it turns out. Oh, that's a pretzel, all right. It's made out of bread. Another thing that we didn't talk about, part of German culture, of course, is a classic thing that you guys might know and love. Germany's most famous export. Monster Energy drink. The kids love it over here. Now, I do a very special thing here in Germany that I like to call the bratwurst bomb. You see, you put some nice bratwurst in your fantastic German cup. You put in your Monster. Make sure that the brats are able to soak in that delicious energy, as you can see, and then you just bombs away. Thank you, Berlin. Thank you, bratwurst bomb. Enjoy.
It is grand finals time in the Velodrome Arena. The Berlin Major will have its champion crowned by the end of this series. We have Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid, and they are ready to go at it again, because this is a rematch of the last 2 Tier 1 finals that we've seen. The question is, will the result be different? Because Gaming Gladiators have walked away with the previous 2 finals quite solidly. I am joined by Faithian, Effie, and Jenkins, and we're going to take you through it all, and we're going to have a blast. Jenkins, how are you doing this fine afternoon?
I'm good. We're going to try to take the crowd through this one, but I don't know. It's hard. These are 2 of the most
dominant teams in Dota history. Like you mentioned, this is the first time in history that the last 3 Tier 1 tournaments have been the exact same grand finals. So these teams are just like insanely powerful.
Yeah, this is a grudge match for Liquid at this point. They have a lot to prove. GG just seem to be their kryptonite. They keep knocking them down. So I think everyone here is excited to see how this one will play out.
Yeah, Faithian, Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid, did you expect them in the grand finals? It is a rematch after all.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Liquid win this game.
All right,
I want they have a revenge. Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can crown a different champion compared to the previous major in Lima, of course. When it was the Lima major, Gaming Gladiators, they did not drop a single game, Jenkins. That was incredible.
Yeah, they didn't. So they are on a 7 major playoff win streak. And not only that, but their match score is 15-0. They have not lost a single game in a major playoff. So if you want to talk about one of the most dominant teams in Dota history, when they have the pressure on, when they're in front of a crowd, this is at least a team that enters into the conversation, and this might be the #1 team very soon, depending on how this goes.
100% win rate also for a playoffs coach. TY has joined the Dota 2 professional scene just this season. Has not lost a single playoff series, which is incredible. Faithbjorn, have you ever heard of a coach that has just not lost any series with his team?
No, it's very rare to see. Yeah.
Incredibly rare to see, Effie.
Yeah, CY's great. It feels like he was just the final piece of the puzzle that GG needed. He's a really interesting kind of guy because he tends to lead by example, or that's what he told us. He is focused on lifestyle stuff as well as gameplay stuff. Like, he makes them go to the gym, he doesn't allow them to drink on any of the days, and he makes sure to be really involved in the drafting process while also giving them the creativity and the space to have their own ideas.
He makes them sleep too. That's important. Most Dota players, when they're on LAN, they're like, sleep is for the weak. I gotta study. No, not CY. Like, you guys need to be tip-top shape. And it works.
On top of that, they have the least amount of games played. They came through the upper bracket, so they've had a lot of rest getting here today. I want to talk a little bit about the Dota style that we've seen them play, Faith Beyond. What could you tell us about that?
About GG?
About the Dota style that we've seen coming out from Gaming Gladiators.
I noticed recently the most peak hero is Terrorblade and Medusa. Most of games their carry is these 2 heroes. And these are very late game heroes, and for gaming, Dracho is a skilled player, and they just focus to build a farming to Dracho, and he can carry the game with these 2 heroes.
Yeah, I agree entirely. The rest of the 4 players on GG play around, and they've built around Dyrachyo so well, who is a very polarizing carry himself. Right? There are a lot of Dyrachyo deaths that we like to joke about, but he's the type of player, even though he does have the aggressive late game farming role, he isn't shy to join fights early game. He often does some crazy moves. Like yesterday, I remember him soloing the enemy Tormentor as TA and almost feeding, but luckily Celery was there to bust him out and die for him. But just having a carry who's not afraid to go for the big plays has really worked for GG.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, we've heard a lot about them already this entire tournament. We've been calling them the best team in the world due to the championships they've won so far already. Let's learn a little bit more about them right now.
Gaming Gladiators, best team in the world right now. I think everyone agrees.
You have to just expect this team to be the favorites for the event.
Everyone had really high expectations for them going into this after they won Dream League and Lima Major.
We knew coming in that they would be one of the powerhouses, but they've adapted the best to the patch, and I'm not really sure why. I don't think anybody knows why, because nobody understands this freaking patch to begin with.
He's going top.
Don't let him run free.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
He's pooping everywhere. No, wait. Hey, he's come back. Roshan, what you doing?
You see them continue to pick comfort heroes from the last patch, things that worked well for them, but also they're slowly working in new heroes.
And they're going to get the information now. We'll see if they can jump anyone. They're going to go for Ace.
He's got Helm of Overlord.
They're not killing him.
Oh, God.
And now they're running. As EG, they look for the fight, but they very quickly decide that they didn't want to look for this at all. They're having to split up and run. Picard gets left behind.
They're all going to die.
Panda as well is caught. A final ult.
This team has been and will be on the rise for some time. I think Quinn fits in perfectly.
Giving some NA love to the EU region, and he's kind of been, I think, the player of the year.
They've got the sentry down already. He's trying to get the back lines. He's going to go for Quinn instead. They focus their efforts on towards the Ember first. He's tanky, but they can't kill him. Quinn's perfectly fine. Derecho is able to pop the stone gaze. He's going to be able to freeze the two of them here. Mickey trying to focus towards this Medusa, but outside of the Vendetta hitting the mana burn that they want to get onto him, he's pretty much untouchable. Derecho, he's got plenty of mana to play with. They can't kill this Medusa. As Liquid, they'll lose 2, they'll lose 3.
I think there was a question about whether or not this faster playstyle would find the same kind of success in this patch, but it seems like they really haven't dropped the beat at all.
They're full of tryhards. Tofu is a great character to watch. His persona, but also his playstyle is super aggressive, which I think is perfect for the way that Dota is supposed to be played right now.
You know, it's coming.
Okay,
Quinn.
So we're good, we're good.
Pops. There we go. Right on to him, though. There is detection, though, of course. They can see Kiyotaka Reflection in there as well, but Quinn still getting low. Stunned up. This will be the Aegis. If they can finish him, they don't want to commit hard because they know it's just the Aegis. And instead, Quick is off another round of spells. The egg goes down to the little shredder.
I really think this team is defined through their offlaner. I think Ace is a guy who has come up, commanded a new role. They really play around him.
These other players that other people are like, oh, his time on Secret, this is going to be it. But you know what? He's better than ever.
He's going to look for the jump. They'll go for the backlines. Mickey as well with the gold shrimp over towards Ace, but the roar's there. Mickey in trouble. Derecho trying to move in front of him with the stone gaze. Mickey turns, ends up getting frozen anyway by the stone gaze, and Mickey's gone.
They got the Vendetta.
They can have the mana of Derecho, but they've lost Mickey, they've lost Zai, they've lost Insania, and they've lost the game. GG is called.
They have Celery as well, and then they have the Madman. They have Dyrachyo.
The Celery's got the tether, dude. He's 488 move speed, dude. You can't get away from this guy. Now they've managed to catch Monet, and Rage gets forth right away. He drops the Remnant, but Monet's on the run, and Quinn with the Rolling Thunder here to join the fight. He managed to get on top. The Ursa lock him down long enough here for Dyrachyo to finish him off. Astral steps into the base, but are they going to stop? Absolutely not.
No way.
Game and Gladiators.
They're a force to be reckoned with.
They have the champions mentality.
I absolutely expect to see them in the grand finals.
And Cap was correct. They are in the grand finals. And when you're talking about Gaming Gladiators, you have to also mention the partnership between Ace and Tofu Jenkins.
Yeah, these two are true bubbies. I personally think, you know, Ace gets a lot of credit for always being that stable rock. He always has a good lane. He's always the top net worth. But it's because they win the lane. And they win the lane because these guys dual queue together constantly. And I heard a little anecdote, a little birdie told me last night. They went to this Indian restaurant right next to this vegan Indian place right next to where the hotel is. And there's like 300 things on the menu. They both ordered separately. And then they ordered the exact same 3 things. They just looked at each other and sighed. Like, these guys are synced up, not only in-game, but in real life, too. And that's why they win lanes.
Dude, that's actually awesome. Did that happen?
It really did happen. That is 100% true.
Well, that partnership is going strong for sure. There's another partnership in their opponent's side. We need to talk about Team Liquid as well. They come here from the lower bracket. They are the challengers. They have lost the last 2 grand finals against Gaming Gladiators. But they have 3 players amongst them that have played 1,000 games together, Effie.
Yes,
Insane.
Mike, Boxy, and Insania have reached 1,000 LAN games together, so not even online, which is pretty crazy numbers for a trio. You usually hear about these duos like XXS and Vivoco have been playing together forever, but these trios are a lot more rare. And it's really showing in Liquid's playstyle and how comfortable and how well they read each other.
Yeah, and when looking at Team Liquid as well, we saw them in the group stage as Faith Beyond, and it didn't look too good, but eventually they were able to level up, and we saw them this morning, and they looked incredible. How do you explain such a change coming from them?
After group stage, they become very stable. They pick solid heroes, and they are doing very good. And at this morning, we see a different Liquid. They suddenly pick something like offlane Medusa, offlane Witch Doctor. They just suddenly become like, I want to enjoy Dota. I don't buy auras. And I don't know why that suddenly makes they seem so amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard Zai talk yesterday that he's like, oh, these auras buyers, you know, it's not for me. I don't like it that much. But it seems like there's still so much to discover on this patch.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, there's also
There is also Zai that is drafting, Effie. We need to talk about this because he didn't draft until after TI. He had to. There was no choice.
Yeah, there is a big hole in Liquid after Matu left, obviously, because he took that position upon himself, and they needed somebody to step in with Blitz, of course, and do that draft analysis, do the drafting. And Zai, even though it wasn't his most comfortable position to fill in, has done it so perfectly. Liquid's drafts have been so on point. They've been setting traps. They've been giving away heroes that look wildly absurd a lot of the times, but then they counter it so well. So Zai has especially grown the most in the last year of all Liquid players.
And he's got a massive heroes pool to choose from.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what Faith Beyond was saying. Like, these guys are, I don't want to say playing for fun, but there's less pressure for them playing, at least near the end of the tournament. They have picked over 60 heroes. They're the first team to hit that 60 mark on this new patch, so they have the most diverse hero pool, and I think it just comes from a combination of what both of you guys are saying.
Now, there is a reason why Team Liquid might be a little bit more relaxed this morning, because they have already set their ticket to TI. They are guaranteed going to the International. Gaming Gladiators is very likely, guys, come on, they got 1,190 points, which is very likely to make it, but mathematically there's still some variations possible. But of course that plays a big part, and when speaking about the International, we have a message from our friends at Valve. The International is going back to Seattle this year in October. I cannot wait. Faith Beyond, I know you have such good memories of that place.
Yeah, wow, Seattle, I have so much good memory about it. At TSX, we lived in a quiet, beautiful small town, and we have so much different kind and delicious food there. And these things also an important part of a tournament. And also Key Arena, it's fantastic. It's very historical and glory. I still remember the audience shouting for us. Yeah, and I can definitely say, as a player, when you play in it, you will feel a lot because they have so many TI played in there. So I think it's definitely be amazing.
It will be indeed, Effie. Looking forward to it.
Oh God, I'm so excited. And hearing that made me a little emotional because I've never been to Key Arena TI as a talent, but I have gone as a spectator 2 times. And I have so many fond memories in the grass outside of the arena too, not just inside. There's like this beautiful park outside where they have this big screen and people just lay down in the grass. They have picnics and they just watch Dota, and everyone around you is a Dota fan, and people just mingle and they're laughing and they're enjoying themselves. So this is just so exciting to hear.
Yeah, I hope it will be in the Key Arena.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically they just said Seattle.
Yes, who knows?
Oh, is it not?
I don't know.
Sure.
I watched it with you.
Yeah, that's actually the first time we've seen that. Yeah, I mean, same for me. I've never worked at the TI for when it's in Seattle. I only went there as a fan. It was some of my best experiences ever in my whole life. Just excitement in the crowd. I did TI4, TI5. TI5 was there, right?
Yeah.
So it's yeah, that'll be nostalgic and historic. Dota's not that old. Video games are pretty new, but it still feels like ancient history we're going back to, which is really cool.
I think nostalgic is the right word. There's, as Faith Beyond said, there's been so many internationals in Seattle that it will be so good to go back there and feel the vibe. I don't know how else to call it, that vibe. That is something special for sure. To get there, we know Team Liquid will get there. Gaming Gladiators, maybe they can get a couple of extra points under their belt here with this Grand Finals as well. And it is about that time to get this Grand Finals started off in style. So we'll see you soon after a quick break. Do not go anywhere.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring forth from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
This isn't just another tournament. This is a major. This is special. I mean, at this point, the money doesn't matter.
It's about the legacy, it's about the prestige, it's about the goal.
Like, it's years in the making, not the single week or weekend that it looks like.
There are many good teams in the world right now. Dota has never been harder.
I think you need more than just working hard and having skill.
You've got to prove that you've got the best minds behind the game.
He teleported mid. I bet he's going to be able to jump. What a stun from 9. Sets up for the static storm as well. Oh, they're in shambles. Can they want to deal with everyone else? Juragi off to the right side finds an Eagle and MC as well. That's who they've been waiting for.
Oh my goodness!
They see everybody.
They grouped up big time, Ollie! He's headed over!
Oh my God!
They're going to be able to get the 3-man ag static storm edge, trapping them and catching the big one, catching Shiro. He's out of the game!
Another blast comes through. Big Illuminate's not good enough. And look at him jump in. Oh, they grabbed him. Stormturn in trouble. The stun comes out for Boxy. What a blast off the table. Isha going for one more grab before he zips on out of there.
Taiga now going to feel the brunt of Pakazu's right click. Oh my God!
Quinn, he's going to get him with another jump. Gets on to Razin.
Oh no! Razin is gone!
Out for 70 seconds.
Another one to be found. Miro also out of luck. There's triple kill for Duracho, triple kill for Ace.
Being in the major final is crazy. You know, regardless of being back-to-back or not, I don't know, it's just cool and I'm grateful, but it's hard to fully grasp.
So this is now like the 50th time that we've played against Gaming Gladiators in the finals. It's stressful every time. They're so good.
Honestly, just looking forward to playing a grand finals. Playing best of 5 is always really fun, and I think we're really happy with our Dota right now, and we're just going to try and play to the best of our ability.
I feel like our two teams are playing the highest level of Dota. I mean, I'm excited to do it every single time.
to the grand finals of the ESL One Berlin Major, baby! Woo! It's been a long time coming, my friends, but we have finally found the two top teams of the entire tournament that are gonna fight head-to-head. Light versus darkness. Liquid versus Gaming. Who is ready to see this match? Fantastic. Well, allow me then to welcome one of our first finalists here today. This team has clawed their way here. Blood, sweat, and tears. That is what this team is made of, because this is a team made of liquid. Ladies and gentlemen, bring them out, Team Liquid! And their opponents, the undisputed best team in Dota. They can't stop winning. Last event, this event, nobody seems to break them. But tonight, we'll find out if somebody can. Put your hands together for Gaming Gladiators! Please give a round of applause to Miss Tones and Angel Strings. You're wonderful performers here today. Thank you so much. One more for them. Yeah. Thank you so much. And now, it is time for you to have one more opportunity before they become enemies. These two EU squads will be meeting here today to talk a little bit before we start. But I want you guys to all be unbiased right now and give one more massive applause for these players before they get in that booth and a winner is achieved. No matter whose team you're on, give it up one more time for Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators! That is what I am talking about, my friends! All right, if I could please have a last word from each one of the teams. Coaches, please, right this way, one more word. Blitz, this is it. It's been a long journey. No one's ever beat this man. How you feeling?
Amazing. I think this is going to be a pretty easy 3-0 one way or another. So, you know, I have stuff to do. I'm pretty tired. I just want this over with as fast as possible. So, you know, you guys can start packing up whenever you feel like. You know, hold our bags. It's all good.
Damn. Those are some fighting words right there, my friend. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm about to be feeling better very soon.
Damn! All right! Ladies and gentlemen, let's get these teams to walk across, shake some hands, and get this match a-rolling! Give it up for these teams one more time as they enter their booths!
They might be friends outside of Dota 2, but the rivalry here and the drive to be the best, the desire to be the best is very strong for both of these squads. I can only hope for the best of 5 that we've seen in quite some time. It has been a while now since the patch came out, so both of these teams, they'll come in with their ideas. They've been able to practice them over the course of the matches, and of course, we're going to have Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators, hopefully, Jenkins, go to a 5-game series. But we have seen Team Liquid so many more times compared to Gaming Gladiators coming undefeated out of the upper bracket. There's just less data to go off of.
Yeah, the thing with Liquid versus not Gaming Gladiators, they've only lost a single series in the last 40. They have 39 wins in terms of series. You start including Gaming Gladiators in that stat, and it doesn't look, you know, as great. But these are just two of the most dominant teams in Dota history. This is only the 3rd time, I believe, or 4th time that there's ever been 2 of the same region's teams competing in a grand final. Let me look at that stat again.
Well, that is also
back to you, Effie.
In Western Europe, because we have
in Western Europe, within the actual home region. This is only the 4th time.
This is definitely a rivalry for the books, just based on how it's gone so far, but who knows if it's going to be so clear-cut this time. It is a new patch, and yes, they did play a grand finals in the new patch at Dream League Season 19, but that was at the start of it, the very start of it. These two teams have different ideas now. They've developed their identities in this patch, and it's not going to look so one-sided for Gaimin anymore.
Yeah, and Gaimin might be preparing yesterday. They were probably preparing yesterday for Team Liquid, but then we saw the Team Liquid of this morning, and that was looking incredibly different from what we've seen the whole week through. What can you learn from that? Like, how can you prepare for a team that can pull everything out of the closet?
Well, I actually want to see GG just join Liquid Dota. Like, don't pick those Aura heroes and just let's play some happy Dota.
Happy Dota.
Yeah, have fun with it.
Yeah.
I mean, the last grand final we saw between these two had pretty much everything in it, right? There were a couple of like 20-minute stomps. There were a couple of 60-minute games. There was some drama. There was holy locket dropping. There was all sorts of just crazy stuff going on in that grand final. So I would expect, especially with how these teams have progressed through this tournament, like Faith Beyond is saying, Liquid looking like they're just having fun, picking over 60 heroes. Like, we're going to see some crazy stuff, man. We're in for a treat.
There's also a little bit of an idea exchange going on, right? We just saw Liquid win with the IO Witch Doctor, which is the Gaimin staple. I mean, if they busted out against them, that would be hilarious.
That would be something to behold indeed. Now, we've talked a lot about these two teams in the past, like, half an hour or so, but there's 2 players we have not touched upon. And normally they get talked about a lot. It's one of them is the man on your screen right there. It's Nisha and Quinn. This mid lane matchup is exceptional every single time, Jenkins, they deliver. Although recently it's been Quinn on the winning side of that.
Yeah, Nisha in an interview said that he's bored when he plays against Quinn because he just farms too much. They just sit there, and like the only thing that Nisha can really do is sit there and farm because, you know, Quinn, he's trying to micromanage every single little CS. He's fortifying the creep wave for that single range creep. Like, both of these guys think so much about the little mechanics of the mid lane. We saw Nisha the other day using the Ember Spirit Remnant to Remnant through, grab the shield rune, go back to the top rune, hit a chains, and then the arrow comes in. And it was just like one of the craziest plays that I've ever seen. So both of these mid laners, not only do they think a lot about the mid lane, they're also both in like peak form right now.
Yeah, I feel like Nisha is more of an instinctual player. When you watch him, you feel like it's just pure instinct, raw skill, right? Whereas with Quinn, it's just the accumulation of all of his hard work over the years. He has practiced every mid matchup time and time again. He's grinded every hero in the mid lane, and he has thought of every nuance. So it's a very interesting take to the role. 2 different players, but they both play it so well.
What do you feel about the mid matchup of these 2, Faith Beyond?
It's gonna be great, and it's in another grand final, and grand final is always different. From my personal perspective, I feel as a player, when you're in grand final, you will always feel more emotions, no matter it is nervous or excited or calm, you will just feel more. So yeah.
And with the big difference of it being a best of 5 versus a best of 3, how does that impact a player? It's a best of 5 instead of a best of 3, of course, in the grand finals.
Yeah, so you have you maybe have more things need to prepare, and you can have more adjust during the game, and it is very important for a best of 5.
Do you think exhaustion plays a role in the best of 5? Do you think teams get tired out?
Yeah, especially for teams from lower bracket, because they already play a BO3. Yeah, it's a very tough thing.
It is a very tough thing to play. Potentially 8 games in a row. Indeed, they went the distance, of course,
They did.
in the lower bracket. But I know a couple people that don't get tired. I know one person in particular that never, ever gets tired. Sir Action Slides, where art thou?
Hey, everybody, I'm down here on the ground floor. What do you got here? What is it? Is it a burger, my boy?
You want it? You want it?
Of course I want it. I'm not going to take your burger, though, bro. Jesus. Anyway.
I have one extra.
Just a little. Oh, I'm not going to take your fry. Here, I'll just take this, and then you can have the rest of it. So, we made it time for the grand event. I got to eat. Hey, can you walk us through this? Tell us the positives and negatives of Liquid and gaming, if you could.
Sorry, what?
Tell us about this game.
You have so much fucking food in your mouth.
Shut up!
I can't hear you.
Tell me about Gaming Gladiators and Liquid. What makes these guys deserve to be in the grand finals?
Liquid, they have been reaping the lower bracket. They will win this game for sure. So yeah, and Gaming Gladiators has been so strong the last couple of months. So.
Oh my God, you're so right, dude.
Final, right?
What do you mean? Is this the final?
So?
How drunk are you? Yeah, this is the final, dude.
I'm not drunk. I'm hungry.
All right, well, you have a good one.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, look. Daywalker. I have to go on my nose. Sorry about that. How you doing, boss?
I'm feeling great, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Who do you think is going to win this match?
I think...
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think Gaming Gladiator, but I don't think it will be a 3-0.
You don't think it's going to be a 3-0? Anybody in here think that we're going to get a full BO5?
Yeah!
Baby! Sounds good. Thank you, sir. And Daywalker Night Stalker, well done. Oh, God, the burger's in my goddamn nose. Woo! Happy birthday.
Shout out to B-Shit. Shout out to B-Shit.
Shout out to you, B-Shit.
Happy birthday, B-Shit.
That's great. Condolences to our friend B-Shit. Thank you so much. Let's go Liquid. Oh, dude, this is open already. You got the Roni?
What?
Eggs, man. All right, what do we got over here? Any weebs in the chat? Get away from me. What?
We want 5.
We want 5. We want 5. We want 5. Okay, well, most people do. That's good. What do we got over here? Is this a guild banner from Dota 2?
Yes, best guild on Dota.
Are you guys like hiring or what's going on? Is this an investment here?
We're not high percentile, but we got great atmospheric players and a lot of griefing.
All right, well, if you want to join a guild with a lot of griefing, surprisingly, they have a lot of room. That's fantastic. Hello.
Me!
Oh, there we go.
What maybe?
We want me.
Chinese Dota great again!
Fantastic! Man, we love Chinese Dota too. We want it to be great again. Not today, though, unfortunate. Shame. Let's see. One more. The biggest question in the arena. Is this Grand Finals what Suns fan actually warned us about, sir?
I think so, yes. Yes.
Fantastic. Well, you've gotten all your warnings, you've gotten all your hype. Let's get into this game. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time as we throw it back to Shiver!
Thank you very much. We are very soon ready for the draft. It's just a couple of minutes away, and that leaves us with some time to dive into the nitty-gritty, because with the new patch and with the matches we've seen so far, a lot of it has been decided in the draft. A lot of it has been decided in those opening picks and bans, and obviously there's Producer, there's Beastmaster. But now we've got some fresh ideas coming from Team Liquid, so I'm curious how my panel thinks about things that might change in our openings. Because how much of style of Dota, because within a best of 5 FE, the meta evolves a little bit, it goes a little bit different. What kind of differences are you expecting to see happen?
So in a Grand Finals meta, there's always different heroes that come out that you don't expect, but I don't think we'll stray too far from what's been looking good, because you have two players on either side that play the Doom so well. You've got the Alchemists, they've been playing so well, the Beastmasters. You have to consider these heroes. There are also things like the first phase Terrorblade that GG might pull out, and of course the Coddle. While there might be some Medusas involved, I don't think either of these teams are going to give it away to each other.
I agree. I don't think we're going to see Medusa. If we do, I would expect some absolutely crazy draft to counter it. But we've seen that before. Teams have tried. It has not worked out very well. So I would say probably not worth the risk. I think Techies. This hero seems to be slowly rising in the ranks for every team, and these two in particular.
Are we going to see Techies? That's a question. I would say yes, at least in one of these games. But we're going to find out what we're going to see, because it is draft time here in the Velodrome Arena. The two teams have loaded into the match, and we're ready to draft the heroes and see what is coming towards us. We got Team Liquid on the Dire side with first pick, and then we have Gaming Gladiators, Radiant side, and second pick. We already see the Beastmaster removed by themselves, by the way. Normally they try to have a chance to pick it up if they are first pick, but potentially having something else in mind. No surprise to see the Medusa banned out. What are you expecting from this, Faithbian?
I think Liquid ban Beastmaster first. They are giving a sign. They're saying, I'm not picking Beastmaster. Let's have some fun.
Or
Let's have some fun.
they could be looking for their Coddle or their Alchemist that they value more on that first pick at the moment. So they just want to make sure they're not giving it away to GG while also playing a different strategy.
I agree with Faithbian. I think Zai is bored. I think he doesn't want to play Beast again. Guys, I think he's won every game with Beastmaster that he's played so far.
Correct.
Do we know who chose side or pick?
I can only imagine that Liquid chose first pick, after which Gaming Gladiators chose Radiant, but if it changes, if it's something different, I will let you know.
I wanted to ask Faithbian quickly, why do you think Radiant is so valuable on this patch?
Maybe it's because of Roshan, I think. Because the timing you want hit Roshan, Roshan will always stay in Radiant pit.
Okay. Yeah, and there's also, like, when you are on Radiant, there's all of the vision that you have because it's daytime. And pretty much every team that takes that, like, gate high ground seems to win the Roshan fight, which is much easier to take as Radiant because you have the outpost.
I also think that the Radiant safe lane is a little stronger right now. They have that cliff that Dire doesn't have that you can ward to protect your lane, and the small camp seems easier to access. So Liquid end up taking the Alchemist for themselves, which I feel is an extremely valuable first pick, especially with the way they've been playing it, but they do give away the Coddle to GG. So I'm curious, Faithbian, what you think about the Coddle versus the Alchemist. Do you think having the Coddle is more valuable than having the Alchemist?
They don't affect each other, I think. Alchemist also can flex, so it's a fair pick. And I want to say Liquid play some quick tempo like Long Druid. It just brings Dota to a new style, because recently we all play like team fight auras, and now they have something different.
Yeah.
Different kind style to win.
Yeah.
And if you go late game against Terrorblade with Alchemist, that's a losing matchup.
Yeah.
So if you push the tempo, you can avoid it entirely.
So they go for the instant Darkseer into the Terrorblade. Historically, this has been one of TB's greatest counters. Of course, on lane, the Ion Shell bullies him out too much because he's all armor, no magic resistance. And as the game progresses, the TB illusion can be very difficult to play against.
There's no way.
Started with the Fool Jog?
No way, dude.
There's no way. The pressure.
This guy is Chuck Jesus.
Good try. Good try. But
oh, come on. That was a good attempt.
It was a great attempt. You also got to save some for the match, you know? Otherwise, you have to get... Oh, wait.
Just needed a breather.
You got this,
here we
man.
go. Here we go.
Let's go.
Good, Gaben. What a beast.
I say, you know, you got your appetizer, you got your main course, and your dessert.
It's all right. He's playing for the late game, guys. He's playing for the late game. Here we go. He's carrying. He's doing it. 1v5.
Yes, let's go. So back to the draft. I'm curious, Faithbian, this TB versus Darkseer matchup. We've seen it a lot. I'm sure you've played it a lot.
Yeah.
But recently, we've seen a lot of TBs beat the Darkseer. So what are your current thoughts on this matchup?
I don't actually look too much about recent TB versus Darkseer, but I think Darkseer is still very good hero to counter TP because you can buy Crimson Guard quickly, and the Illusion also very dangerous. And they also have Alchemist, a good team fight combo. And I see lots of potential in Liquid because they can still flex Alchemist to post 4 to combo with Darkseer, and they can pick another counter pick to Terrorblade.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. And the team fight potential that you're talking about is, of course, the vac wall into the Alchemist Acid Spray. It is a lot of damage, right? Because it's the physical damage coming out of the illusions that Alchemist amplifies.
And with the stun AoE talent on Alchemist Concoction as well, it's more often than not, we see like a 3-man unstable concoction happen with the Darkseer. What do you guys think about Dagon versus Darkseer to just instantly kill the Terrorblade illusion that he creates?
We see it very often, right? These position 4 players will buy Dagon at some point and just try to kill that illusion, but it does take time to reach there. So Liquid are covering their bases currently. They're protecting this Darkseer by removing the Enchantress, who can dispel the Ion Shell with Enchant. She can also take a Darkseer illusion away from him. That's the way to deal with the TB illusion. And of course, the Oracle that can also purge off the Ion Shell. And they cover their bases finally by banning out Ember, which is the Coddle combination.
Tango, that's a very good counter to Darkseer's team fight. You can rolling in, and these two heroes can do nothing.
And the Swashbuckle disarm could be very good against it, right? And we've seen a lot of Pangos go for Halberd. I also like pairing Pango with Coddle because you buy this early Diffusal, which is much more valuable for the Pango since he's a universal hero now, and you can suddenly get these double Swashbuckles and rotate on the Alchemist.
That's a so OP combo.
It might be the best Coddle combo currently in Dota.
Yes.
It's also a great hero for Quinn, of course. He shines on it.
It is. I think people overrated the changes to Pangolier. Like the fact that he doesn't give full magic immunity, he still stuns you when he rolls through with the ball, so it's almost impossible to kill him when he rolls up.
How does a Pango do versus a Queen of Pain? Looks like that's going to be our mid matchup.
Badly.
Badly?
That's a bad lane, yeah.
For whom?
I think Queen of Pain dominates this lane. At least from what I've heard from mid laners, they say like they want Guap against Pango. It's one of the highest win rate heroes in a 1-to-1 matchup against this hero.
And also, you were talking about the importance of the mid laner being able to rotate on the side lanes yesterday, Faith Young. So Queen of Pain fits that role really nicely.
Yeah, and also it's a very good counter to enemies mid rotate because you can just TP and blink, jump in team fight very quickly and use your Sonic Wave and to get kills.
Yeah, and because she's so mobile, she can get back to the mid lane very quickly too.
Yeah.
And I do like the Silencer covering the Queen of Pain. Typically, when you have heroes that go in first, they need some form of protection. So not only does Silencer offer the protection on the initiation, but it's also a way to kill the Pango before he can roll up in the early game.
And also we saw a lot Queen of Pain's game, Agnim versus Terrorblade. It's pretty good.
That is true. There's been a surge in Agnim's, which of course gives the AoE dagger, which is very helpful versus illusions. It's also great wave clear, right? So that you can counter push the lanes that TV is pushing out.
What are the odds that Team Liquid turns that Alchemist into a boxy Alchemist? Or are we looking for last hero here for boxy?
Well, it just depends on maybe Mickey want to play Alchemist or not. Because they are first pick, they need to pick first.
Yep. Pick first out of this last ban phase. We're going to see what Game Gladiator is going to ban out, see what they are rather not facing for this one. We already had Team Liquid removing the Tidehunter. Don't think we have Ace's hero just yet.
I wonder, this Alchemist 4 flex is pretty curious. Faithian mentioned that it's a good lane with Darkseer, but I feel like if they do this, they can maybe pivot to a Bloodseeker pick as the carry and have it counter the Pangolier.
Yeah, that is true. Bloodseeker's still in the pool, and we have seen teams try to pick it versus Terrorblade because it is a hero that does pure damage, magic damage. He's going to pick up like a Maelstrom, so it can tear through the TV's armor. We will see if they ban it. Banning the Earth Spirit is interesting. Okay.
Ooh, they ban
Liquid
out the
actually
Bloodseeker.
bans it.
also Liquid can make Alchemist to carry, and they can pick a Nyx Assassin actually. It's also very good combo with Darkseer, and in this patch, Nyx just got so many damage.
Yeah, and honestly, it's really good against CM because you can Carapace her ult. You can Carapace Coddle when he blasts.
Yeah.
You can Carapace Pangolier when he's going to be constantly swashing and using a shield crash because he has the chakra magic to work with. It's actually like a perfect Nyx Assassin game.
Also, in that sense, it would be any kind of, oh, Clockwork is banned out. It's like, that would have been pretty good for them, too. Let's see what they go for here. It can't be the typical boxy ranged 4. I just don't feel like it could fit into this draft that nicely, especially when you have this Darkseer.
Let's see. They are talking. They're talking to Boxy. I think it's a post 4.
Yeah, his call to make here.
I think Nyx is perfect.
Next Assassin would be a good choice. And we have seen Boxy perform on that before, and it looked really good.
And literally every other melee hero that he plays in this tournament is banned out. So it's only the Nyx Assassin that's left.
There's Tusk, but that's kind of a dead hero right now.
Tusk is dead.
Why do you think Tusk died?
Maybe just usually you need to range hero to protect your lane, and Tusk is not that stun hero, and so just not good at bounty hunter or clockwork.
So he's not as good as at protecting his cores as the other supports in this patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to use all their reserve time here.
Yeah, why not? I mean, even if they already know what they're going to pick here,
May as well just talk about it.
Yeah.
Get a better pick if, you know, somebody has some brain blast. But yeah, Nyx is looking good. I mean, this is a little crazy, but Pudge doesn't look absolutely awful.
You know what? I wouldn't mind the Pudge.
Against Coddle
Honestly,
CM, you know?
I wouldn't mind the Pudge either. Nyx does seem more solid, but they could also be discussing the potential Alchemist flex that Faithbian mentioned at the start of the draft.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh
my god! Oh my god, they actually did it.
All right,
Holy shit.
Elaborate more as to why this hero fits in this situation.
I'm so happy. Holy shit. I mean, number one, Boxy is just one of my favorite Pudges in the world to watch. They can still do the Alchemist 4 flex, but it's really good against CM and Coddle. They're both very squishy heroes. You can bite the Pango while he's rolling as well. You can bite him when he's starting the roll. It's good against Terrorblade because you're all magic damage, pure damage. You can bite him, he can't get his Sunder off. I mean, I don't know how good this hero is, but if there's a Pudge game to play this hero, it's this one.
To be honest, the heroes look better. Now that you're playing with a Darkseer, he's going to make you stronger. He can surge you in and you can just dismember, right? You don't even have to rely entirely on the hook.
Yeah.
And do you prefer to see it as a core or in the hands of Boxy? Because earlier, of course, this tournament we saw a save from the position 4.
I think it's a way better 4. I think it's a way better 4. They really nerfed the Aghanim Scepter. I feel like I'm dreaming right now. I can't believe they just last picked Pudge in the grand finals.
So what ace hero now do you think can play against this Pudge, Faithian?
It's not look so good, but I like it. I love
like it?
Yeah, because we all also pick Pudge in grand final. Yeah.
So another hero that Ace has played is the Magnus. Oh, there it is.
Oh, Magnus.
Yeah. So this is the only one that was left in the pool of the heroes that Gaimin have played alongside the Ogre, but I don't think Ogre is dependable enough to put in this situation. But the Magnus offers them displacement, right? They can try to isolate the Alchemist from his team. It gives them team fight, but again, I have to ask you, do you think it's enough?
Yeah, it's a pretty good counter initiation in this game. You can go in with rolling and Magnus just sit back.
And how hard do you think it is for Magnus to play versus Silencer, who can counter your initiation with a global?
Yeah, it's okay. You can get grief, so it's okay.
Okay.
Jenkins, do you have a favorite? I mean, do we need to ask?
Of course. I'm just going to pick Liquid. I'm not even going to analyze the draft. I'm just going to pick Liquid.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah.
I want the Pudge show.
Okay, I'm gonna say Gaimin because I love me some Dyrachyo Terrorblade. I don't know if he's gonna be godly or gonna be a complete failure, but I'm excited to just watch it happen.
Okay, and if they are gonna do well, who's gonna do the best? Like, is it gonna be Is it going to be Dairetro that has to shine here, or do you want to see Quinn pop off more on the mid lane at the start? Who's going to set the tempo?
It's going to be the Coddle plus the Pango, of course. This is your tempo setting lineup. I saw Liquid play it once, and it got countered by the enemy team dodging their smokes. But if on this defusal timing, Gaming can play a very aggressive game, can connect their smokes, then they have a really good shot at stopping this Alchemist.
And if the Pudge is doing well, Jenkins, are we going to see Boxy rotate a lot, or is it just going to be his lane that he's crushing?
I think so, dude. Imagine this big fat guy going through a portal with an ion shell on, showing up your Crystal Maiden lane, just trying to run away, 270 move speed or whatever it is. This man's going to be a serial killer on the map, bro. He's going to go around killing everyone.
Yeah.
Killing everyone. You think the Pudge is, it's actually a good pick? Fits?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You can just go through the gate and with Darkseer's skill and just run to the enemy.
And eat them.
Yeah.
Eat them. Smiles on everybody's faces here. We're going to find out who takes the first game of this best of 5 grand finals. And we're going to listen to the wonderful voices of OD Pixel and Noto.
Thank you very much, Shira, and hello, Berlin. Cannot wait for this one. Another fantastic grand finals I'm sure we're going to have on our hands here between Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid once again. And already with this first game draft, we're getting some fun here, some crowd pleasers, if you will, here with this final pick from Liquid, bringing out the Boxy Pudge. Is it going to be a hit or a miss here in this game one? Because we've seen in the past, Liquid, they do struggle with Gaming Gladiators. Do you like this opening to this best of 5 that they've decided to approach them with?
I think the magic is in the air. I think we have cool storylines. Gaming Gladiator seems to be unstoppable, but yet Liquid has a huge momentum coming from the lower bracket. And I think Zai is really feeling it, like not just as a drafter or with the ideas, but also in the game. Yeah, I think the drafts are quite even, as in both teams have plays. I really like what Liquid have, as in if I had to choose, I think I would choose Liquid myself. But at the same time, I'm really surprised with the last pick, Mag. They chose to ban Tide over Magnus. But there's a lot of synergy between Pango Mag that we've seen before. I mean, it's incredible. If you ever get to this Aghanims and Power with the Swashbuckle and like the AoE threat that you get, plus one of the few offlaners that really buff this TB damage. We don't really see Venge drafts anymore. Not many people get like some type of right-click buff for the meta form, but Mag and Power still works, still super solid. So I'm surprised that they got this as a last pick, and I think it was looking a bit weird before that for them, but yeah, I say that, but yet Gaming Gladiators, they can't lose. It's up to Liquid. I want to see them challenge, the guys who came from upper bracket all the way. Yeah, well, I feel it. I feel the magic in a way. I think this is going to be a really good series. There's not going to be a three-way stomp. I'll be surprised if that was the case.
Yeah, I really hope so. As we get into the action here with this first game, cannot wait to see what these two teams have in store for us. And also, just sort of from Gaming Gladiators side of things, the way they responded to Liquid's lineup. So many times we've seen Liquid slap out this Alchemist pick nice and early in the draft. They're super strong with it. We've seen a lot of teams try a lot of different approaches against this hero right now that seems to be incredibly powerful in this patch.
Ooh, we got some little ones.
We might get some
going on.
Indeed, some first blood action. Both teams up with the smoke.
Yeah, 3 blood grenades split out on 3 different heroes on Gaming, and they have the numbers advantage for this fight. Ooh, this is going to be really weird after the creep spawn. How are Liquid going to get around with the heroes? I mean, there's the portal, but Nisha is...
If he decides to sort of walk back to mid via this high ground area, could be in for a nasty surprise if Gaming Gladiators hang around.
Drawing on the map by Boxy. Feeling that something might be up.
Well, they're playing it very safe here, making sure not to step into this area that they know there's a chance that Gaming Gladiators have wandered into. So Gaming Gladiators won't be able to catch Liquid by surprise for the first blood. They should be able to set up, though, for favourable bounty room pickups here. So I believe Gaming Gladiators should be able to get their hands on the 3 of them.
Yeah, I was thinking if Tofu was planning to start bottom versus the Darkseer. It's been an approach by a lot of teams to kind of approach a lane as a tri-lane for some of the waves. Makes it very hard to get in for those initial creep waves that set up your Ring of Health or sets up your Vanguard. But no, 2-1-2.
Looking at this mid lane, both these players, Quinn and Nisha, they have had some phenomenal performances this tournament. I mean, for you, who's sort of shone the brightest out of these two? And what do you feel we can come to expect when we see them go, yes again, up against each other in the mid lane in this matchup that we've had time and time again between Gaming Gladiators and Liquid?
I mean, these are definitely the 2 stars, like 2 of the star players from each team. They usually get a lot done. The drafts are built around, bottom lane, hook and a miss. But I think this is a Queen favorite matchup. If I have to speak my mind, I think this Queen also has looked really, really good.
See, bottom lane, these blood grenades. It's going to be enough, surely. Duracho. Oh no, it's actually Boxy that gets the first blood. As Zai does go down, but Boxy able to take out Celery first. He'll get that first blood bonus, and in fact, with the hook over towards Duracho, get a few punches in onto the Terrorblade as well. Damage coming out from the Iron Shell. Duracho puts a Metamorphosis. Ooh, incredibly risky there. If he popped that and died, that would have been disastrous for the lane. But as it was, Duracho stands strong. Celery's back in the lane. They'll look to chase Boxy back out. He's got the stick charges. Duracho trying to get a couple more hits in. Boxy, he's teasing with the hook. Duracho, he's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught. A nice attempt from Boxy, but not good enough. Doesn't get the connection onto Duracho, but Duracho will live, and Celery takes Boxy down in return.
Wow, action on the lanes already. It was just the first creep wave, and teams really don't want each other to get anything for free this patch. Like, the timings are happening so fast, and they're so impactful. But that was meta used, meta expended, and I think Darkseer's going to get a level 3 timing, and Poch also getting that kill with Darkseer being dead is... Oh, look.
He's got
another one.
And he's in with sort of the blocks onto Celery. Celery's was getting dragged back by the vacuum. Zai ready to kill here. Level 2, you don't need to run around. Iron Shell into vacuum helps set up another kill.
Yeah, and Quinn taking an advantage versus the Queen in CS, which really matters. You see the bottle. Ooh, Rune destroyed. Does this mean Nisha will be able to deny the other one too?
He's got 8 seconds on the blink.
I mean, Boxy's camping it, so...
Yeah, so Liquid's going to have control of this Water Rune situation 2 minutes in. Bottle's on its way out. They're trying to do their best to keep it held there so Nisha can pop the few charges and then look for the pickup.
So even though Quinn got the bottle like way before Nisha, Nisha is going to be able to refill his bottle and still deny Quinn's rune. Interesting, interesting.
Now we'll see how much of an effect this has on the lane. Because so far Quinn with a slight lead in CS, 13 for 1 against the 8 and 2. But, the spam definitely going to come out heavily with how much mana Nisha's going to be effectively able to play with. Having that Water Rune ready for pickup as he wishes.
Yeah, I think a big thing for Gaming Gladiators this game is they really have to top lane.
They're going to try and go for ace. Okay. The concoction. Ace pretty tanky. He's got good stats for the lane.
Wraith
Band,
yeah, Universal Hero, yeah.
He's got a lot. It's a lot of HP and a fair bit of armor to try and bite through, even with the armor reduction of the acid spray. He's feeling pretty safe up here, Ace.
Yeah. Ooh, another hook bottom.
Celery.
Vacuum.
And he's going to try and run, but indeed, these two turning into quite the killing combo. Zai and Boxy in this lane, Darkseer and Pudge.
They mentioned it on the panel, but playing CM against this Pudge hero, sometimes it's just like this. Top lane.
Let's see if they can get the kill this time. Looks like they should be able to. Tofu, he won't stand a chance of surviving the damage between these two. Mickey and Insania getting another kill in this laning stage. Liquid, both of their side lanes proving to be successful with the aggression here early on.
Yeah. So I was saying that if there is a way for Gaming Gladiators to get these important picks on the Alp, I don't know if it's going to be Pangolier rolling or just the 2 supports coming in at clutch moments together with the mag. It's a bit of a long stretch, but to be able to kill this Alp before his Radiance, I think will do them wonders. If Alp, bottom lane.
See what they can get this time round. Duracho going to turn towards Zai, but Surge at the ready. And no one else to back Duracho up and control Zai's movements right now. So Zai perfectly fine. Boxy, he's looking to maybe cut off Celery returning to the lane. Won't quite get vision on him though, Celery.
Or CM, you see the boost
on the edge of it.
A little bit quicker now.
Yeah, Boxy, he knew Celery was coming, but Celery choosing the right path there through the jungle. Gets back to the lane safely.
We're starting to see this level 3 Shadow Strike adding up on the mid lane. Like you buy this Fuse Raindrop, but it doesn't do much. Just the nature of the Shadow Strike, right? Every time you click one, you can kind of take half a raindrop away.
Bottom lane, Duracho does get caught by the hook and run down by the rot. Not quite enough to kill him. Vacuum, poor old Celery. And falling low, this time under the safety of the tier 2 tower. Try and turn towards Zai, but Duracho at this stage, those Metamorphosis still on that long cooldown, so not quite able to fight back. And they've got to be careful. Boxy hooks back up. Anyone gets caught out of position on this bottom lane, it's almost certainly a kill.
Darkseer low on mana. I mean, this is one of those resource lanes where once the top lane.
So if they can get some action here, they're diving in for ace. Concoction underneath the tower, they'll find another.
Oh my god.
So they'll get Mickey knocked back under the tower, but he's got the stick charges at the ready. He'll manage to walk this one off. Liquid getting these kills, getting these stacks. Insane already up to a +4 here on the in with those couple of kills that he's been involved in up top, just 5 minutes in.
Well, 6-minute rune, I think it's going to be really important for both teams. If you manage to get the right rune on the right hero, we're talking about Scream of Pain, not Scream of Pain, what's it called? The Sonic Wave and Rolling Thunder.
Trying for the setup there.
Ow.
Not quite able to work with the concoction as short as it was. Not quite long enough stun for Boxy to successfully have that angle set up for his hook.
The 6-minute rune now. Both teams really want this one.
Let's see, is he going to be top or bottom?
Boxy, is he going to hook it for his mid lane? Does he have mana? He does. No.
He's going to walk in and try and take it. Not going to be able to stop Quinn from getting the pickup.
Oh, wow.
That's Quinn able to grab down the ball. It's an illusion rune.
Yeah, not the best rune, I would say, in this game for either team. It's a fun new patch, so once you see these runes spawn that you don't want for the first cycle, you know that the next ones have to spawn before another illusion rune can spawn. So that just means the 8-minute rune is even more valuable.
A lot of focus now being put around this mid. Boxy's looking for the hook. He's going to be able to find it onto Quinn. Quinn's hit the 6 though. Rolling Thunder already. In fact, Quinn is nearly able to turn it around. Goes towards Nisha. He's going to think about diving in for more. See if he can get the angle for another connection. He can. Swashbuckle comes through. It's not enough to kill Nisha off as Nisha will survive. He can turn and he can take down Quinn here with the backup of Insania and Boxy. As Quinn nearly able to find that opportunity to sort of seize a chance around his ultimate to turn things around. But not quite enough damage to kill Nisha off.
So close. That's the infused raindrop value right there. He would have died to the shield crash if it wasn't for worthy investment. Celery trying to steal the rune, but too little too late. Instead, he tanks a lot from the creeps.
See if Zai can continue to chase. Surge is up. Celery.
Oh! He tried to block his path.
Celery's out of there at least. Zai won't be able to continue to chase. All this distraction sort of taking the focus away from Duracio's having a fine old time hitting the creeps. Of course, Mickey with that Grievel's Grease still having a bit of an edge. Very likely this Alchemist will hit a solid timing on this Radiant.
Mid lane.
That's where the focus continues to be here from Liquid. Boxy and Insania, they hang around this point of the map and make sure that Gaming Gladiators, they've got to really think twice about who they send over towards this mid lane. Liquid, they're just on the hunt for kills right now, and they're getting them. 7 for 2.
Boxy hitting a lot of these hooks. They're not set up, they're just, you know, skill hooks and prediction hooks. So maybe you won't need your Alchemist to set these things up for you. They don't really have like amazing setup. Of course, having a Shadow Strike Aghanim's Queen might set up a lot of easy hooks on slow heroes, but for now, it doesn't seem like he needs any of it.
They want to go and try